Chapter 4409. Qin Feiyang slapped his head and looked at the four of them. Also, help us find someone while you're at it. The four of them were suspicious. That mysterious young man. Qin Feiyang looked at the king and said, "Mysterious young man?" The divine king, the human race's supreme being, and Ji Yunhai looked at Qin Feiyang and the king in confusion. The king smiled bitterly. This mysterious young man is the one who claims to be Qin Batian. So, it's him. He claims to be Qin Batian? What does that mean? The three of them were even more puzzled. It means that he's not the real Qin Batian, he's an imposter. The king shook his head. What? The three of them were shocked. This young man who shocked the divine kingdom and even defeated the inner demons wasn't Qin Batian? I didn't know before. This brat told me when we were in the Black Tortoise world. The king didn't forget to glare at Qin Feiyang. You already knew that he was impersonating Qin Batian? The divine king looked at Qin Feiyang and asked. He didn't hide anything from us. Qin Feiyang nodded. Then, where is the real Qin Batian now? Ji Yunhai asked. According to seniority, he was Qin Batian's second grandfather, so he was somewhat concerned. We don't know. But we can be sure that his life isn't in danger. Qin Feiyang smiled. That's good. Ji Yunhai nodded and smiled bitterly. How many more things are you hiding from us? Indeed. The king glared at Qin Feiyang and then at the divine king. This matter is related to the Death God Army, but I'll tell you about it later. The Death God Army? The three of them looked at each other and their curiosity was piqued. Qin Feiyang asked curiously, what about the 8 people from the Central Dynasty? Speaking of which, it's quite funny. Weren't they in the village at that time? Did they meet you? They felt that their whereabouts had been exposed and that you might attack them, so they destroyed their bodies and souls. Ji Yunhai chuckled. Before they even made a move, the 8 of them were already so scared that they destroyed their own bodies and souls and fled from the 4 great continents. It could be seen how terrifying Qin Feiyang and the others were now. I see. Then they are quite smart. We're really going to hunt them down. The white-eyed wolf grimaced. The monarch and the others exchanged glances and smiled. The divine king asked, have you found out who they are? They are indeed not from the Death God Army. Qin Feiyang nodded. What? Aren't they a little too bold? How dare they pretend to be members of the Death God Army? The 4 of them were shocked. This is called seeking riches in danger. They are all from the second direct family of the Central Dynasty. This time, they came to the 4 great continents to find an opportunity to kill us. As for bringing Yu Hui and Min Hong to the Central Dynasty, this was a last-minute plan they came up with. Qin Feiyang smiled. I see. The divine king smiled and said mockingly, but they didn't expect that not only did their plan fail, but they also lost so many people. The second direct family is not strong in the Central Dynasty to begin with. They are simply courting death by doing this. But this also shows that the Central Dynasty is not as united as we thought. Qin Feiyang said. That's for sure. No matter where you are, it's unavoidable for you to cheat and scheme against each other. The monarch nodded and then changed the topic. He said with a smile, but then again, since you have obtained so many ultimate mysteries this time, shouldn't you take care of us? The meaning behind his words was obvious. He wanted Qin Feiyang to give the 3 races some ultimate mysteries. This, Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. He pointed to the door and shouted, look, someone is eavesdropping. The 4 of them were shocked and quickly looked at the door. At the same time, Qin Feiyang opened a space-time tunnel. Immediately, he rolled up the madman, white-eyed wolf, and Lin Yi and rushed into the space-time tunnel. The monarch and the other 3 reacted. Looking at the backs of the 4 people in the space-time tunnel, the corners of their mouths kept twitching. They are really cunning. Too stingy. There are so many ultimate mysteries. What's wrong with giving us some? The divine king was unhappy. You should be content. After all, you have given us so much. The human sovereign shook his head and smiled. If he really wanted to give, he would not be polite. He would not give, nor force. Let nature take its course. At the same time, In a cave house. Min Hong and Yu Hui sat opposite each other. The door of the cave house was closed. What's your plan? Min Hong looked at Yu Hui expectantly. My plan is very simple. The people of the Central Dynasty will come sooner or later. At that time, we will assist the Central Dynasty to eradicate these bastards. Yu Hui's eyes flickered with murderous intent. As long as the Central Dynasty's army arrives, we will have a lot of opportunities, right? Min Hong's eyes lit up. Also, have you ever thought about a question? Why would Jizun, the Divine King, the Monarch, and Jiyun Hai gather with Qin Feiyang in private? Yu Hui's eyes flickered. Isn't it because of our negotiation? Min Hong frowned. It's not like you don't know the means of Qin Feiyang and the others. They completely control us and force us to hand over the battle souls. Why would they go through so much trouble to negotiate with Jizun and the others? Yu Hui asked rhetorically. Min Hong pondered for a while and said, they seem to have said just now that it is because they are afraid of the elders of the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan. Those elders are indeed scary, but as long as we don't clash with them, won't we be fine? Look at Qin Feiyang and the others, their whereabouts are uncertain every day. As long as they hide, do you think those elders will be able to find them even if they attack? Yu Hui sneered. What do you mean? Min Hong was more and more confused. What I mean is that this negotiation is completely unnecessary. So I think there must be some secrets that we don't know about. Yu Hui said. Secrets? Min Hong's eyes flickered. Although we can't guess it, as long as we tell the Central Dynasty the truth, they will definitely pay attention to it. I'm not afraid to tell you that not only do I have to deal with Qin Feiyang and the others, but I also have to deal with Jizun. Yu Hui clenched his fists. Deal with Jizun? Min Hong was shocked. That's right. As the leader of the human race, not only did he not help us, he even asked us to hand over the battle souls. What right does he have to continue to be the leader of the human race? Yu Hui's face was filled with hatred. That's true. Why did we enter Mount Supreme? Isn't it because we want Mount Supreme to protect us? But in the end, facing Qin Feiyang and the others, we Jizun don't even dare to breathe loudly. How cowardly! Min Hong couldn't help but feel hatred in her heart. So, we have to endure it now. After we combine all the ultimate powers and join hands with the Central Dynasty, we might be the next supreme being of the humankind. Yu Hui sneered. His ambition was also exposed at this moment. What a bunch of white-eyed wolves. At this moment, a cold, bone-chilling voice rang out. Great Sovereign! The two were shocked and stood up. They looked at the door of the cave. Behind the closed door, a black-robed elder suddenly appeared. It was the Great Sovereign of the human race. At this moment, the Great Sovereign's face was filled with anger. How did this happen? Why is he here? Yu Hui and Yu Hui panicked. If I hadn't heard it with my own ears, I would find it hard to believe that there's such a heartless and ambitious person in Mount Supreme. The Great Sovereign took a step forward, and a terrifying pressure directly imprisoned the two. Great Sovereign, please spare our lives. We were confused for a moment and had such thoughts. Please give us a chance. The two hurriedly knelt on the ground and kowtowed to beg for mercy. There won't be another chance. By the way, let me tell you a secret so that you won't die in peace. We have already formed an alliance with Qin Feiyang. When the Great Sovereign said this, the fate of the two was already doomed. In the village. In the sky. Qin Feiyang and the other three walked out of a space-time tunnel. Lin Yi pursed her lips and smiled. Brother Feiyang, aren't you afraid that the king and the others will say that you are stingy? Let them say whatever they want. Qin Feiyang didn't care at all. These inheritances must all be left to the disciples of the sacred ground. As for the three major races. Anyway, there was still a long way to go. He still had to fight with the Death God Legion in the future. With so many members of the Death God Legion, there was no need to worry about not getting the ultimate intents. In short, since the three major races chose to form an alliance with him, he would definitely not treat the three major races badly. You are back. Sensing the aura of Qin Feiyang and the others, Boss Ji and a group of elders also walked out of the house quickly. Qin Feiyang nodded, landed in front of a group of elders, pulled Lin Yi to his side, and said with a smile, These are the great-grandfathers and great-grandmothers we mentioned. Great-grandfathers and great-grandmothers, she is the owner of the Eyes of Oblivion, Lin Yi greets great-grandfathers and great-grandmothers. Lin Yi looked at the group of elders. Sure enough, all of them were unfathomable. She then bowed obediently. Good. I have heard this kid talk about you for a long time. Now that I see you, you are really well-behaved and sensible. When you come here, just treat it as your own home. Don't feel constrained. The group of elders chuckled, looking amiable. Lin Yi nodded. Sush. At this time, Master Ji Jiao also flew over from the back mountain tea garden with Ji Tianyue. Is everything settled? Ji Tianyue asked. It's all settled. Qin Feiyang nodded and smiled. You are really capable. Ji Tianyue chuckled, looked at Lin Yi, and said suspiciously, Why are you outside? Lin Yi said, I just merged with the Eyes of Oblivion at Mount Supreme, so I wanted to come with Brother Feiyang to meet these great-grandfathers and great-grandmothers. Your Eyes of Oblivion has been merged? Ji Tianyue was taken aback. Lin Yi nodded. Old ancestor, do you want to experience the power of the Eyes of Oblivion? The white-eyed wolf looked at Ji Tianyue and grinned. Ji Tianyue's mouth twitched. Although she had never seen the evolved Eyes of Oblivion, she could imagine that it was definitely not an ordinary horror. Who would experience this for no reason? Chapter 44:10. Let's talk inside. In the future, we still have to be careful when we meet, so as not to be seen by others again. Boss Ji sighed. The last time those three people suddenly ran over, it almost traumatized him. Indeed, we have to be careful. Qin Feiyang nodded. Now, it's a critical moment. We can't take a wrong step. Entering Boss Ji's house, everyone sat together and chatted for a while. Qin Feiyang sent Lin Yi to the Black Tortoise world. He, the madman, and the white-eyed wolf didn't leave the village. They stayed here to cultivate while waiting for news. Now, they no longer lack the inheritance of the ultimate profound. What they lack is time. They all need a lot of time to integrate. In a blink of an eye, more than 2 months passed. One morning, Qin Feiyang walked out of the house and looked at Ji Tianyue standing at the village entrance. He walked over with a smile and asked, Old ancestor, what are you looking at? Looking at the scenery here. After leaving the Divine Kingdom for so many years, not only the people here, but even the things here haven't changed much. Ji Tianyue smiled slightly. Maybe great-grandfather and great-grandmother are worried that you won't recognize them when you come back in the future, so they have kept their original appearance. Qin Feiyang smiled. Only you know how to say nice things. Ji Tianyue rolled her eyes at him. Qin Feiyang laughed dryly. Ji Tianyue said, Last night, my father sent me a message saying that you Hui and Min Hong have been eliminated by the Great Sage. Already eliminated? Qin Feiyang was taken aback for a moment. He shook his head and sighed. It seems that they are really dishonest. Actually, you also want to kill them, Ji Tianyue said. I won't deny it. If it weren't for the human clan supreme, I would have already done it. Qin Feiyang said. You are right. No matter what kind of person they are disciples of Mount Supreme after all. I have to give face to the human clan supreme. Ji Tianyue smiled. Shouldn't you go to the Black Tortoise world? You can't stay in the village all the time. If someone finds out, our relationship will be exposed. It was because everyone knew that the gate of the Divine Kingdom had been sealed by him. It was impossible for Ji Tianyue to return from the Sky Cloud realm alone. The only explanation was that Ji Tianyue had followed Qin Feiyang back to the Divine Kingdom. Wouldn't that be equivalent to exposing their relationship? Ji Tianyue smiled and said, Indeed, I should go to the Black Tortoise world to cultivate in seclusion. Otherwise, I will definitely become a burden to you in the future. It's fine if you're a burden. I'm afraid that in the future, the reincarnation of the human sovereign will come to me and say that I didn't take good care of you. Qin Feiyang bared his teeth. Tianyue blushed and said angrily, What nonsense are you talking about? The human sovereign is the human sovereign, and the reincarnation of the human sovereign is the reincarnation of the human sovereign. In a sense, they are no longer the same person. Is that what you think? Qin Feiyang was surprised. What else? After reincarnating, he has a new family and new responsibilities. I don't want to disturb him. I also don't want him to be restrained because of his feelings from his previous life. Ji Tianyue smiled. There was no regret in her expression. Family? Qin Feiyang was stunned and said in surprise, is the reincarnation of the human sovereign already married and has a child? The family I'm talking about is that he has a new family. Ji Tianyue shook her head. Not married? Then you still have a chance to continue your previous relationship. Qin Feiyang said. Continue our previous relationship. Don't force yourself on this matter. As long as he has a good life in this life, I'll be satisfied. Ji Tianyue smiled. No complaints and no regrets. Old ancestor, you're really great. If it were me, facing the reincarnation of my beloved, I definitely wouldn't be able to do this. If it were the mermaid princess, he would definitely try his best to awaken the memories of her previous life and never let go. Ji Tianyue smiled and said, if you have my experience, you will see a different life. Your experience? Then forget it. Qin Feiyang hurriedly waved his hand. Being sealed in the land of buried gods for countless years and having to suffer the torment of various laws, this might be better than death. Scared? Ji Tianyue looked at him in amusement. What am I scared of? I just feel that if I'm sealed in a certain place, it might be a little boring. Qin Feiyang raised his head and said proudly. You don't mean what you say. Ji Tianyue shook her head. Qin Feiyang laughed dryly and asked curiously, who is the reincarnation of the human sovereign? Ji Tianyue was speechless. Still not giving up? She said, actually, you've seen it. I've seen it? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Not only you have seen it, everyone has seen it. Ji Tianyue nodded. Everyone has seen it. Qin Feiyang was stunned. As for the rest, I won't reveal more. If you can guess it, you have the ability. If not, don't force yourself. Send me to the Black Tortoise world. Ji Tianyue smiled. Qin Feiyang nodded. After sending Ji Tianyue to the Black Tortoise world, he lowered his head and pondered. Everyone has seen it? Who could it be? Wait, it can't be that mysterious young man, right? Because this young man not only has a mysterious origin, but also has 3,000 incarnations. Don't say it. After thinking about it carefully, there really is such a possibility. What are you standing here thinking about? Why don't you go and cultivate? White-eyed Wolf and Frenzy walked out and saw Qin Feiyang standing at the entrance of the village with a heavy heart. They couldn't help but ask in confusion. You came at the right time. Just now, the old ancestor said that we have seen the reincarnation of the human sovereign. I'm thinking, could it be that mysterious young man? Qin Feiyang quickly turned to look at the two and said in surprise. Mysterious young man? Frenzy and White-eyed Wolf looked at each other. Isn't this idea a bit too crazy? Look, this young man's origin is unknown, and he has 3,000 incarnations. The most important thing is that we are not related to him, but he has come to help us again and again. These things don't conform to common sense. Qin Feiyang frowned. When the two heard Qin Feiyang's analysis, they couldn't help but lower their heads and ponder, recalling the scenes when they interacted with the young man. Don't say. The more they thought about it, the more likely it was. If it's really him, then it makes sense for him to help us. However, what's with his origin force? Although the human sovereign's strength was very strong in the sky cloud world, his strength back then doesn't seem to be much now. Could it be that he reincarnated into a good body and became the son of a god of creation? Frenzy was surprised. Qin Feiyang and White-eyed Wolf were stunned. This guy's imagination is even richer than theirs. Buzz. Suddenly, the divine sound stone moved. Qin Feiyang was taken aback and took out the divine sound stone. A shadow appeared. It was the human race's supreme being. Greetings, supreme being. Qin Feiyang and the other two bowed. The human race supreme being waved his hand and said, "The two things you asked us to investigate have already been found. Please speak." Qin Feiyang's face was full of expectation. The human race supreme being shook his head and said, "We have confirmed repeatedly that the eye of reincarnation is indeed not in the 4 continents." A trace of disappointment appeared in Qin Feiyang's heart. The human race supreme being continued, "But we have found the whereabouts of this young man." "Where?" Frenzy quickly asked. The human race supreme being said, "We haven't found the specific location, but the last place he appeared seems to be here." "What?" "The taboo ocean." Qin Feiyang and the other 2 were surprised. Why did the young man run to the taboo ocean? Could it be that he ran to the central dynasty alone? "When did this happen?" Qin Feiyang asked. The human race supreme being said, "A long time ago, before you returned to the sky cloud world." "So early?" Qin Feiyang frowned. Frenzy said, "If he really ran to the central dynasty alone, what should we do? What else can we do? We can only watch." Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. Without this young man, they couldn't enter the central dynasty at all. "What do you mean by that? Don't tell me you want to enter the central dynasty." The human race supreme being looked at the 3 in surprise. "We do have such plans. Because only by entering the central dynasty can we seize the initiative. Moreover, with us holding them back in the central dynasty, you have enough time to fuse with the inheritance." Qin Feiyang nodded. "That's too risky. The central dynasty is a tiger's den. Isn't entering the central dynasty the same as sending sheep to the tiger's mouth?" The human race supreme being's face was solemn. "Not necessarily. Maybe a few wolves will enter the sheep's den." Frenzy bared his teeth. The corner of the human race supreme being's mouth twitched. "What kind of joke is this? Your methods are indeed heaven-defying, but the central dynasty is the nest of the divine kingdom's ruler. No matter what, it can't become a sheep's den." "Don't worry, we know what to do." The white-eyed wolf chuckled. "Fine. Consider me worrying for nothing." The human race supreme being shook his head helplessly. In fact, he knew that Qin Feiyang and the others were doing this for the 3 races. Because when Qin Feiyang and the others entered the central dynasty, the battlefield would be shifted to the central dynasty, and the 3 races wouldn't be implicated. The war-torn 4 great continents would gradually return to peace. They would also be able to live a peaceful life without any worries. But because of this, the human race supreme being felt very guilty. Why did Qin Feiyang and the others risk their lives so much? It was all for the living beings of the 4 great continents. But as the leader of the human race, he couldn't do anything but watch. "You can stay in the 4 great continents and wait for our good news." Qin Feiyang looked at the human race supreme being and smiled, then turned to the white-eyed wolf and the madman. "No matter what, we have to go to the Forbidden Ocean again. Perhaps this young man hasn't entered the central dynasty yet." "I hope so." The madman sighed. If the young man was really the reincarnation of the human emperor, they would have to desperately find a way to enter the central dynasty. They couldn't let the human emperor take the risk alone in the central dynasty. "Then let's not delay, shall we go now?" the white-eyed wolf asked. "I think so." Qin Feiyang nodded. "Then I'll go tell great-grandfather and great-grandmother." The white-eyed wolf turned and ran toward the village. Don't go. Don't let them worry about us like the Supreme Being. Let's go directly." Qin Feiyang opened a space-time tunnel, glanced at the village, and walked in without looking back. The madman and the white-eyed wolf looked at each other, smiled, and stepped into the space-time tunnel. Chapter 44:11. Those 3 brats, do they think we don't know? After Qin Feiyang and the other 2 left, Boss G and a group of elders came out of their houses and stood together, looking at the dissipating space-time tunnel. But I have to admit that they are too sensible and always think of others. How good would it be if our purple gold divine dragon clan could have a few descendants as promising as them? G. Lauscher shook his head. "What are you talking about, Lauscher? Let's not talk about Madman and Wolf Cub for now. Isn't Qin Feiyang our descendant?" G. Lauscher looked at him unhappily. Yes. G. Lauscher was stunned and quickly nodded. "That's right. Qin Feiyang was a descendant of their purple gold divine dragon clan." Boss G smiled. "Let's hope they can enter the central dynasty smoothly." Big brother, you still support them going to the Central Dynasty? Ji Laoshi was stunned. If we don't support them, they won't go? They still have to go, so we might as well support them silently. Boss Ji shook his head. That's true. Ji Laoshi nodded and looked at the dissipating space-time tunnel. He muttered, those brats must be careful. Taboo Ocean. During this time, the entire ocean was filled with a violent atmosphere. The underworld king, the generals, and the 220,000 sea beasts that grasped ultimate mysteries had all become tyrannical existences. They didn't like anyone, so much so that the other sea beasts in the Taboo Ocean were in a constant state of panic. With the appearance of Qin Feiyang and the other two, an invisible storm was set off in the Taboo Ocean. Why did they come to our Taboo Ocean again? Don't they think they haven't tortured us enough? These three bastards, they bring disaster wherever they go. Why won't the heavens take them away? Looking at Qin Feiyang and the other two, these sea beasts were both afraid and angry. What are you looking at? I'm standing right here, what can you do to me? Madman laughed. Don't be arrogant. Someone will take you away sooner or later. The sea beasts shouted crazily. I'll deal with you first. Killing intent flashed in Madman's eyes, but before he could make a move, the surrounding sea beasts fled in terror. Isn't he pretty awesome? Don't be afraid. Madman had a look of disdain. There's no need to waste time with them. Qin Feiyang said as he activated the dual will of the heavenly Tao in the momentary time. He swept up the madman and the white-eyed wolf and tore through the sky like lightning. His speed was so fast that no one could catch their tracks. 10 days passed in a row, but not a single sea beast came out to block their path. The journey was very peaceful. However, beneath the seemingly calm surface, there was an undercurrent surging. Deep inside, in the sky above a sea, a group of people arrived in a grandiose manner. The leader of the group was a middle-aged man. He was about 1.7 meters tall and wore a black robe. He was thin and gave off a feminine feeling. Behind him, there were about 10,000 people. There were men and women, old and young, but without exception, all of them were wearing the uniforms of the Death God Army. The sword pattern on their chests was enough to intimidate all the creatures in the Divine Kingdom. That was right. They were the members of the Death God Army. When they passed by an island, a figure rushed out from the island and landed in front of the group. He bowed and said, "Greetings, lords. You are the king of the underworld?" The middle-aged man in black stopped and sized up the person standing in front of him. "That's me." The king of the underworld nodded, then knelt in the void and shouted, "Lord, please uphold justice for me. It's because Qin Feiyang deprived you of your ultimate esoteric skill, right?" The middle-aged man in black said. "How did you know?" The king of the underworld was surprised. The people of the second direct family have already reported this matter to the emperor. This Qin Feiyang is indeed too arrogant, so the emperor ordered me to lead the 10th team to eliminate him. The middle-aged man in black said. The 10th team? The king of the underworld was stunned and asked carefully, "May I ask who you are?" The middle-aged man in black said proudly, "I am the commander of the 10th team of the Death God Army, Dong Yuming." "So it's the commander." "Greetings, commander." The king of the underworld's eyes trembled, and he prostrated himself at Dong Yuming's feet. "Get up," Dong Yuming said. The king of the underworld got up. Dong Yuming sighed, "I also know about your situation. You have helped the Central Dynasty several times, but in the end, you have fallen to this point. It's really hard on you. For the Central Dynasty, for the Emperor and others, I will not hesitate to sacrifice my life." The king of the underworld's face was full of flattery. "We have all seen your loyalty. Don't worry, I will help you get back what you have lost." Killing intent flashed in Dong Yuming's eyes, and he said, "Come with me to the 4 great continents. If there is a chance, I will let you kill this enemy with your own hands." "Thank you, Lord Commander. But Lord, you don't have to go to the 4 great continents anymore, because I have received a report from the sea beasts below. Qin Feiyang, Madman Mo, and Golden Winged Wolf King have entered the Taboo Ocean again." The Underworld King said. "What? They came to the Taboo Ocean again?" Dong Yumming was stunned. Looking at the direction they are going, they should be planning to go to the Central Dynasty. The Underworld King said. They still want to go to the Central Dynasty? They really don't know what's good for them. Alright, we will go to the path they must pass and wait for them to walk into the trap. Dong Yumming sneered, then led the members of the Death God army behind him, turned around, and left in a mighty manner. Qin Feiyang, Madman Mo, Golden-Winged Wolf King, just you wait, it will be the time of your death. The Underworld King smiled ferociously and hurriedly chased after the group of people. Another few days passed. Late at night, under the night sky, the taboo ocean seemed even darker. Those large and small islands were like giant beasts lurking under the night sky. Quick, there are 2 sea beasts ahead, aren't there? Suddenly, the white-eyed wolf pointed at the sea in front and said in surprise, "Sea beasts." Qin Feiyang and Madman Mo were startled and hurriedly looked up. At the end of the sea in front of them, there were 2 blurry shadows. These 2 shadows were extremely tall, almost towering into the clouds. But because they were too far away, they couldn't see clearly. The 3 of them couldn't help but be vigilant and gradually approached the 2 shadows. However, the result was 2 giant peaks. The 2 giant peaks were tens of thousands of feet high. At first glance, they really looked like 2 ferocious giant beasts standing on the dark sea. And looking from afar, the 2 giant peaks stood opposite each other, separated by thousands of miles, forming a canyon in the middle. The seawater surged out violently. I thought it was 2 sea beasts, but it turns out it's just 2 giant peaks. The white-eyed wolf breathed a sigh of relief. Looking from afar, it was really a little scary. When did you become so timid? The madman looked at him mockingly. Who said so? I'm just a little more vigilant. The white-eyed wolf snorted coldly. Vigilant? The madman laughed and mocked. I think you're the one who's nervous. Scram. The white-eyed wolf glared at him. Don't get angry out of embarrassment. Actually, I can understand you. After all, we're getting closer and closer to the entrance of the Central Dynasty. The madman glanced at the sea ahead, his expression somewhat solemn. Although they had been to the taboo sea more than once, this was the first time they went so deep, so they were more or less nervous. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang's eyes had a trace of surprise as he transmitted, "Stop arguing, there's killing intent." There's killing intent? The madman and the white-eyed wolf were shocked. They didn't sense it at all. However, they didn't doubt Qin Feiyang's words. Because Qin Feiyang had always been very sensitive to killing intent. The 2 of them secretly became vigilant. Qin Feiyang glanced ahead. Suddenly, his gaze fell on the 2 giant peaks. The killing intent seemed to be coming from those 2 giant peaks. Moreover, and there was more than one killing intent. There's an ambush on those 2 giant peaks. Qin Feiyang made a prompt decision and stopped above the sea. Ambush. Their hearts trembled. If there was really an ambush, it was definitely not the sea beasts of the taboo sea. Because it was obvious that the sea beasts of the taboo sea didn't have the guts or the strength to ambush them. Therefore, the only explanation was that it was the Central Dynasty. In other words, if there was really an ambush in front, it must be the people of the Central Dynasty. I wonder if there are many of them? The madman secretly said. If there aren't many of them, would they dare to ambush us? The white-eyed wolf sneered secretly. At the peak of the mountain, the commander of the 10th team stood at the edge of the cliff, using the big tree in front of him to hide his figure. Looking at Qin Feiyang and the other 2 who stopped above the sea in the distance, his brows were tightly knitted together. What happened? Why did they suddenly stop? Could it be that they found us? The king of the underworld was next to the commander, also looking at Qin Feiyang and the other 2 suspiciously. Impossible. Everyone restrain your aura. Even if I passed by here, if I didn't know in advance, I wouldn't know that there was an ambush unless... The commander's eyes flickered. Unless what? The king of the underworld was puzzled. The commander turned to stare at the king of the underworld and said in a deep voice, "Unless your sea beasts in the taboo ocean tipped them off." Absolutely impossible. Now, all the sea beasts in the taboo ocean hate them to the core. How could we tip them off? Moreover, These sea beasts don't have the guts. The king of the underworld shook his head. If it's not your sea beasts, could it be that my death god army is the one who tipped them off? The commander's eyes flashed coldly, and he said gloomily, I now have reason to suspect that you may be a spy sent by Qin Feiyang and the others. Depriving you of your ultimate meaning may be a show of suffering. No, I wouldn't dare. The king of the underworld was terrified. This was a serious crime. Commander, they are coming. Suddenly, a member of the death god army next to him spoke. The commander and the king of the underworld turned their heads and saw Qin Feiyang and the other two flying toward them. The king of the underworld breathed a sigh of relief. This time, they wouldn't say that he was a spy, right? It was really scary. How could such words be casually said? They would lose their lives. Chapter 44:12. Very soon, Qin Feiyang and the other two flew over. Looking at the two giant peaks, their eyes flashed coldly. Boom. The next moment, 3,000 incarnations, all evil sword, and various ultimate profoundness were activated at the same time. That was right. Since the other party wanted to ambush them, they would take the initiative to strike first. Dong Yuming was shocked. What was going on? He was about to give the order, but he did not expect the other party to make a move before him. Kill! There was a loud roar. All evil sword, more than 20,000 ultimate profoundness, blasted toward the two giant peaks. It arrived in an instant. Damn it. Quickly dodge. Dong Yuming's expression changed. Now, he could not care less about exposing his whereabouts. He hurriedly activated the momentary time, grabbed the Ocean Nether King, turned around, and flew away. Because it was too sudden. It was so sudden that there was no time to counterattack. The other members of the Death God army were the same. They rushed out of the night and fled frantically. So many? Frenzy and the white-eyed wolf looked at these people and could not help but break out in cold sweat. At a glance, there were at least 10,000 people lying in ambush. Fortunately, Qin Feiyang was very sensitive to murderous aura and sensed the danger in advance. Otherwise, he would have died on the spot after being surrounded by these people. Boom! Accompanied by two loud sounds, the two giant peaks shattered. Huge waves that blotted out the sky instantly rose in this sea region. Looking at the members of the Death God army, those who possessed the laws of time managed to narrowly escape the calamity. However, those who did not master the law of time were naturally not so lucky. Their blood splattered everywhere. Even those who were lucky enough to escape were seriously injured and lost their combat ability. After all, this was all evil sword, more than 20,000 ultimate profoundness. Among them, there were 3,000 ultimate profoundness of the law of life and death. If not for the fact that the members of the Death God army were all experienced in combat and did not panic in the face of danger, they would have been wiped out. What the hell is going on? How did they know that we were lying in ambush here? Dong Yuming stopped and turned to look at the members of the Death God army. His face was extremely gloomy. After a rough calculation, now there were only about 8,000 people left. In other words, they had lost nearly 2,000 people in an instant. They had lost so many people before the battle even started. Furthermore, the remaining people were all in an extremely sorry state. To the Death God army, this was a great humiliation. King of the underworld? Qin Feiyang and the other two flew into the sky and looked up at the group of people. When they saw the king of the underworld, they were stunned. In his heart, he came to a sudden realization. It must be this person causing trouble again. They are all from the Death God army. There are so many of them. It can't be an entire squad, right? Madman glanced at Dong Yuming and the remaining 8,000 people, and his pupils constricted. This time, it was Qin Feiyang's fault. Otherwise, they would have become wandering ghosts by now. You really think highly of us. You actually arranged so many people to ambush us. However, you didn't expect that we would act first, did you? Qin Feiyang sneered. Dong Yuming asked in a deep voice, How did you know we were ambushing here? Or you, tell me your name. We don't talk to nameless people. Madman said with disdain. Dong Yuming, the commander of the Death God Army's 10th Squad. Dong Yuming spoke. And he's a big fish? Qin Feiyang and the other two were surprised. Back then, Dong Yuming was only the deputy commander of the 10th squad. The gap between a deputy commander and a commander was quite big. White-Eyed Wolf muttered, I wonder if this commander knows the situation of the other 9 squads? Capture him and read his memory. Won't you know? Madman smiled and looked at Dong Yuming. You people from the Death God Army are really not afraid of death. Dong Yuming just died not long ago, and now there's another one. What? Dong Yuming died in your hands? Dong Yuming was shocked. Otherwise, do you think he's still in a restaurant? Madman sneered. Bastard! You have completely angered my Death God Army. Dong Yuming roared. We're not even afraid of Dong Qingyu. Why would we be afraid of you, a mere commander? Madman sneered. But in fact, he was still a little nervous. Because there were more than 8,000 people here, which was not a small number. Dong Yuming suppressed his killing intent and said in a deep voice, Before I kill you, answer me first. How did you know we were ambushing here? You'll have to ask the Underworld King. Qin Feiyang laughed. When Dong Yuming heard this, he immediately turned his head to look at the Underworld King, his eyes filled with anger. The Underworld King was taken aback. Then, when he saw Qin Feiyang's mocking eyes, he immediately understood that Qin Feiyang was trying to frame him. He quickly looked at Dong Yuming and shouted, Commander, don't listen to his nonsense. This has nothing to do with me. Nothing to do with you? Apart from you, I really can't think of anyone else in this taboo ocean who has the ability to order these sea beasts and inform them. Dong Yuming was furious and slapped the Underworld King's head. Qin Feiyang, I curse you to die a horrible death. The Underworld King roared, and then with a scream, he died on the spot, his body and soul destroyed. Good kill. The madman clapped and laughed. I killed the spy you sent. What are you so happy about? Dong Yuming looked at the madman gloomily. We said that he was a spy, so he was? Don't you have a brain? If he was really one of us, why would we let him die in your hands? The madman laughed, his words full of mockery. Dong Yuming was surprised. You don't even understand this? It seems that you really have a pig's brain. We found out that you were ambushing here because we were smart. It has nothing to do with the Underworld King. The madman laughed. It has nothing to do with the Underworld King. Dong Yuming's expression froze. Was he fooled by these 3? Unforgivable. Kill them for me. Following his roar, the 8,000-odd members of the Death God Army immediately rushed behind Dong Yuming. They activated their various ultimate mysteries, and the will of the heavenly Tao erupted. A terrifying aura that could topple mountains and overturn seas flooded the world. Angry out of humiliation? To be able to become the commander of the 10th team with such a brain, it seems that the Death God Army isn't much. The madman sneered, and the all-evil sword appeared again. Although on the surface, he had a look of disdain, but in fact he was very cautious. The Death God Army still had more than 8,000 people left. Each person had 6 ultimate profoundness, which was a total of more than 48,000. And they all had the will of heaven. This was also a very terrifying number. Senior brother, you don't need to do anything to deal with these people. Save the power of all evil for the critical moment in the future. Qin Feiyang stretched out his hand to stop the madman and looked up at Dong Yuming's group. Although it had always been said that Qin Feiyang's strength could fight against 3,000 people, in fact, it was far more than that. Because he had the ultimate profoundness of the law of life and death. Also, he had dual will of heaven. These 2 trump cards were able to increase his strength by a few times. Chapter 44:13. What is he trying to do? Is he trying to fight our entire team alone? Although we've already suffered many casualties, we still have over 8,000 people left. Who are you looking down on? All the members of the Death God Army were enraged by Qin Feiyang's actions. Boom. More than 48,000 ultimate profundities of supreme laws crazily attacked Qin Feiyang. The sea region instantly evaporated. It was extremely terrifying. Congratulations, you've guessed correctly. I'm going to fight your 10th team alone. I want to see what else the Death God Army can do apart from having more people. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the 3,000 clones behind him activated their ultimate profundities. 21,000 profundities. Although the number was less than half of the opponents, with the eruption of the dual wills of the heavenly Tao, the power instantly soared to another level. Dual wills of the heavenly Tao against the first-level heavenly Tao was definitely a 1 versus 2 situation. In other words, Qin Feiyang's 18,000 ultimate laws and ultimate profundities could match the opponent's 36,000 ultimate profundities. 18,000 ultimate laws and ultimate profundities already had such terrifying power, let alone 3,000 ultimate laws of life and death. The ultimate profundities of life and death were originally stronger than the ultimate laws and ultimate profundities. Coupled with the dual wills of the heavenly Tao, it meant that Qin Feiyang's 3,000 ultimate laws and ultimate profundities could match the 9,000 ultimate laws and ultimate profundities that contain the heavenly Tao. 18,000 ultimate laws and ultimate profundities could match the opponent's 36,000 ultimate laws and ultimate profundities. 3,000 ultimate laws and ultimate profundities could match the opponent's 9,000 ultimate laws and ultimate profundities. In other words, Qin Feiyang's 21,000 ultimate laws and ultimate profundities could match the opponent's 45,000 ultimate laws and ultimate profundities. In the blink of an eye, the ultimate profundities of both sides collided with a loud bang, and an earth-shattering scene instantly appeared. A terrifying aura swept out in all directions like a torrent. This scene had never been seen before. This was also Qin Feiyang's first time fighting over 8,000 experts who had grasped the heavenly Tao's will. Rumble. Ultimate profundities continued to shatter, erupting into resplendent fireworks. The void, the firmament, and the earth here were all beaten into chaos, as if the world had just been created. Contest. In the end, Qin Feiyang was defeated. Although he had 2 wills of the heavenly Tao and the life and death law's ultimate profundity were very powerful, his opponents were far outnumbered. His 21,000 ultimate profound meanings were equivalent to the enemy's 45,000 ultimate profound meanings. However, the enemy had more than 8,000 people, so they had more than 48,000 ultimate profound meanings. This was the difference in numbers. If the other party had 600 or 700 fewer people, he would have had a chance of winning. Because losing 500 to 600 people was equivalent to losing 3,000 to 4,000 ultimate profundities. He spat out a mouthful of purple gold dragon blood. Qin Feiyang's face turned pale. Elder Qin. Little Qin Z. Madman and White-Eyed Wolf were shocked. Don't panic. Qin Feiyang raised his hand to stop the 2 of them from assisting. He then raised his head to look at the remaining 3,000 ultimate mysteries. These 3,000 ultimate profound meanings were left behind by the members of the Death God Army, and they were charging toward him with shocking power. Although the members of the Death God Army had the upper hand, they didn't feel any joy at this moment. Destroying 45,000 ultimate profound meanings by himself. In the entire Divine Kingdom, apart from Lu Yuntian, who also had 2 wills of the heavenly Tao and the life and death laws, who else could do this? It was so terrifying that it made them despair. If it was a one-on-one battle, only Lu Yuntian could fight Qin Feiyang. However, they didn't know that Lu Yuntian, who they had placed their hopes on, was actually Qin Feiyang's inner demons. Such a terrifying person must die. This was the thought in the minds of Dong Yuming and the members of the Death God Army. Now, Qin Feiyang had only grasped 6 ultimate profundities, but he already had such terrifying combat strength. If he were to master all the ultimate profundities of ultimate laws in the future, how terrifying would he be? There were a total of 9 ultimate profundities, and they were respectively time, space-time, death, life, devour, karma, destruction, nothingness, and light and darkness. It would be fine if this person did not have 3,000 incarnations. After all, it wasn't as if the Central Dynasty didn't have people who had mastered all the ultimate profundities of ultimate laws. But, however, having 3,000 incarnations was a different story. Once the 3,000 incarnations were activated, they would be able to activate a total of 27,000 ultimate profundities. Coupled with the dual will of the heavenly way, The 27,000 ultimate profundities would be able to rival 54,000 ultimate profundities of the same level. If his ultimate profundities of the law of life and death were included when it was time. With Qin Feiyang's strength alone, he could fight against 63,000 ultimate profundities of ultimate laws. 63,000 profound meanings. Based on the Death God Army's members, if each of them had 6 profound meanings, they would need 11,000 people. 11,000 people had already exceeded the overall combat strength of their 10th squad. This was because their 10th squad, including the 2 commanders, only had 10,002 people. In other words, once Qin Feiyang mastered all the ultimate profundities of ultimate laws, he would be able to destroy an entire squad of the Death God Army with his combat strength alone. What kind of concept was this? Just the thought of it made their scalps turn numb. Therefore, they were determined not to allow this person to continue to grow. Otherwise, who would be able to suppress him in the future? Die! Dong Yuming roared. As the power of laws surged out, all the ultimate profundities of ultimate laws were activated in an instant. As the commander of the 10th squad, he was naturally more powerful than the members of the Death God Army. He had mastered a total of 8 ultimate profundities of ultimate laws. In other words, apart from the law of light and darkness, he had mastered all the ultimate laws. The 8 ultimate profundities tore through the sky and followed behind the 3,000 ultimate profundities, charging toward Qin Feiyang. Do you think you can kill me just because you have a slight upper hand? Ignorance is really scary. There was a cold glint in Qin Feiyang's eyes. It was true that he was no match for these people in the collision of ultimate profundities. However, he still had the Eye of Heaven. Buzz. With a casual wave of his hand, a time formation appeared in the void under his feet. Following closely, accompanied by an earth-shattering dragon roar, the purple gold dragon's soul roared out. The Eye of Heaven was instantly activated. Eye of Heaven? Dong Yuming was shocked. Eye of Heaven, coupled with the time formation, I am an invincible existence. Qin Feiyang smiled coldly. In an instant, Dong Yuming's 8 ultimate profundities and the other 3,000 ultimate profundities were all replicated. Bang! 2 waves of ultimate profundities collided once again. Not only Qin Feiyang, but Dong Yuming and the 8,000 members of the Death God Army also spat out a mouthful of blood. Obviously, they were all seriously injured. The 10th squad of the Death God Army only has this much ability? Qin Feiyang spoke, his eyes full of sarcasm. Dong Yuming clenched his fists tightly. This person's strength had far exceeded his imagination. Such means could no longer be described with the word strong. It was simply abnormal. Since we have already met, leave behind your ultimate profundities. Qin Feiyang smiled coldly. The 3,000 clones waved their hands, and a time formation appeared under their feet. Many purple gold dragon souls roared out, and the Eye of Heaven was activated. What? Dong Yuming's eyes trembled. Qin Feiyang alone had activated the Eye of Heaven, and he already had such terrifying prowess. Coupled with the 3,000 clones, how terrifying would it be? Now, they did not dare to activate their ultimate profundities. Because once the ultimate profundities were activated, the 3,000 clones would definitely replicate. This was not a matter of doubling or tripling. Because each of the 3,000 clones could replicate their ultimate profundities. One clone could replicate tens of thousands of ultimate profundities. 10 clones could replicate hundreds of thousands of ultimate profundities. How many could 3,000 clones replicate? Unbelievable! Commander! Don't hesitate anymore, quickly take out our trump card. A member roared. Trump card? Qin Feiyang was shocked. What kind of trump card did this person have? Dong Yuming stared at Qin Feiyang and laughed. You're very strong, but in front of me, your 3,000 clones and Eye of Heaven are useless. Boom! Accompanied by a loud noise, a terrifying aura rushed out from Dong Yuming's body. Following closely, a 3-foot-long sword appeared. It was colorful and peerless. Is this a sovereign weapon? No! This is the origin force. Old Qin, be careful! Frenzy shouted. This was what they had been afraid of. Although their current strength was very strong, no matter how strong they were no match for the origin force of the divine kingdom. Be destroyed for me. Dong Yuming laughed fiercely. The 3-foot-long sword formed by the origin force crazily attacked Qin Feiyang. Before it reached him, that terrifying edge directly destroyed Qin Feiyang and the 3,000 clones. Let's go. Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. He immediately activated his will of heaven and dual will of heaven, turned around, and rushed in front of Frenzy and the white-eyed wolf. He swept up the two of them and escaped without looking back. Why are you running? Aren't you very arrogant? If you have the ability, stay and fight me fair and square. Dong Yuming laughed wildly and chased crazily. So what if he had 3,000 clones? So what if he had mastered the ultimate profundities of the law of life and death, dual will of heaven and eye of heaven? In front of the origin force, he would always be an ant. Chapter 44:14. What bad luck! I wanted to capture them and rob them of their ultimate meaning. But I didn't expect that bastard to still have origin power. The madman and the white-eyed wolf were both furious. How much origin power did the divine kingdom leave behind for the central dynasty before leaving? With the dual wills of the great path, Dong Yuming and the others wouldn't be able to catch up to them. But if Dong Yuming blocked the entrance to the central dynasty, then they wouldn't have any hope of entering. Little Qin Zi, think of a way. If we don't have the ability to fight against the origin power, it's useless even if we successfully enter the central dynasty. The white-eyed wolf frowned. If we don't have the ability to fight against the origin power, as the human sovereign said, then we'll be sending lambs to the tiger's mouth. The madman shook his head. You're thinking too much. How can we fight against the divine kingdom's origin power right now? Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. He wanted to shatter Dong Yuming's origin power with one punch, but his strength didn't allow it. The madman rolled his eyes and suggested, why don't you try using the origin power of the Black Tortoise realm and see how much weaker it is compared to the divine kingdom's origin power? It's far from enough. Besides, it's not like you don't know. If I want to control the origin power of the Black Tortoise realm, I first need that brat's permission. Qin Feiyang was helpless. The madman's mouth twitched. Why did it feel like Qin Feiyang, the ruler of the Black Tortoise realm, was a bit useless? He didn't have any real power at all. You were so arrogant before, why are you running now? What a bunch of useless dogs. If you have the guts, fight us head-on like a man. Don't make us look down on you. Not only Dong Yuming, but the members of the Life and Death Army also clamored. Bastard! Who are you calling useless dogs? The white-eyed wolf was furious. Calm down. They're mocking us because they want to provoke us to stop and fight them. Qin Feiyang comforted the white-eyed wolf and turned to look at Dong Yuming and the others, who were getting further and further behind. He sneered and said, You want us to fight with you? Sure, catch up to us if you can. So what if you have mastered the source energy? All you can do is watch us slip away right under your nose. Madman was also a very rational person. Not only was he not enraged, he even looked at Dong Yuming and the others and retorted sarcastically. I won't be angry. I won't be fooled. I'll anger you to death. This infuriated Dong Yuming and the others. Very soon, the three of them shook off the group of people and stopped in the air above a small island. Old Qin, why don't we think of a way to lure Dong Yuming away and then hunt down the members of the Death God Army? The madman's eyes flashed as he chuckled. Lure them away? Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned. He frowned and asked, Who's going to be the bait? Nonsense. The madman and the white-eyed wolf said in unison as they looked at Qin Feiyang. You want me to be the bait? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Of course. You have mastered 2 wills of the heavens and your speed is faster than him. If you don't go, are we going to go? The white-eyed wolf was displeased. If he and the madman wanted to be the bait, they were simply courting death. Don't be so unreasonable. Although I have 2 wills of the heavens, there is still a risk when facing the source energy. Qin Feiyang's face darkened. Only with risks will there be gains. The madman laughed. Qin Feiyang's face twitched as he said helplessly, Without my 3,000 incarnations, You can't beat the members of the Death God army. After all, their strength has surpassed yours. Who are you looking down on? Do you think that I absorbed the evil force for tens of thousands of years in the Black Tortoise world for nothing? Let me tell you, if I go all out now, they might not be my match. The madman laughed. Really? Qin Feiyong looked at the madman in doubt. The madman said impatiently, "Don't dawdle. Just say it. Do you want to be the bait?" Qin Feiyong pondered for a while and nodded. "As long as you are confident in capturing the members of the Death God army, I can be the bait. Don't worry. However, to be on the safe side, it's best to let Lin Yi, Demon Ancestor, and Mu Tianyang come out to help." The madman bared his teeth. With the help of Lin Yi and the other two's battle souls, it would definitely be like adding wings to a tiger. All right. But you have to ensure their safety. They haven't mastered the wills of the heavens yet, and they don't have much combat power. Qin Feiyong reminded. Don't worry. We will protect them closely. The white-eyed wolf laughed. Qin Feiyong rolled his eyes. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? If you go to protect them closely, who will hunt down the members of the Death God army? Qin Feiyong waved his hand, and Lin Yi and the other two appeared. What's wrong? Lin Yi looked at Qin Feiyong suspiciously. Madman, white-eyed wolf. I need your help. Qin Feiyong briefly explained the situation. When Lin Yi and the other two heard it, they immediately looked up at the sky above the sea in front of them. Their eyes were full of shock. More than 8,000 members of the Death God army and the power of the origin. This is too terrifying. You guys wait first. With more than 8,000 members of the Death God army, even if we capture all of them alive, we can only get more than 40,000 ultimate profound inheritance. Is it worth taking such a risk? Mu Tianyang frowned. Qin Feiyong, Madman, and White-Eyed Wolf were stunned. What's wrong? Is there a problem with my words? Looking at the reaction of the three, Mu Tianyang was suspicious. I say, Brother Mu, your tone now is really worse than athlete's foot. The white-eyed wolf was speechless. Hey. How can you say that? What do you mean by my tone is worse than athlete's foot? You have athlete's foot. Also, according to seniority, you have to call me old ancestor. You actually shamelessly call me brother. Your face is really big. Mu Tianyang's face turned dark. This wolf cub, I really can't communicate with him much. He easily makes people angry. What are you bragging about? I call you brother because I think highly of you. The white-eyed wolf snorted coldly. His eyes turned slightly and he bared his teeth. Since you are so unwilling, I will just call you Little Yang from now on. Get lost. Mu Tianyang gritted his teeth in anger. Little Yangzi? Why not Little Muzi? What an immoral thing. Enough. Isn't it just a name? Why are you so serious? The demon ancestor comforted Mu Tianyang. Wasn't he looking for trouble by being serious with this wolf cub? Actually, killing these people of the Death God army and depriving them of their ultimate profound is only secondary. The main thing is to weaken the strength of the entire Death God army. If we can wipe out the 10th team this time, there will naturally be less of a threat in the future. Qin Feiyong looked at Mu Tianyang and smiled. Mu Tianyang stared at the white-eyed wolf, then looked at Qin Feiyong and nodded. This reason is more like it. However, Dong Yuming has the origin force. It won't be easy to get rid of him. As long as we can eliminate the members of the 10th team, it doesn't matter whether Dong Yuming is dead or not. Qin Feiyong smiled. Alright. Then think of a way to lure Dong Yuming away. Leave the rest to us. Mu Tianyang took a deep breath. Having the strongest fighting soul wasn't a good thing. Without grasping the will of heaven, they would have to face the Death God army head-on. If not for the fact that they were all veterans, how would they have the courage to face such a terrifying Death God army? It won't be easy to lure Dong Yuming away. After all, he's not stupid. If you really can't do it, don't force yourself. The demon ancestor reminded. I know. Qin Feiyong nodded and smiled. You guys hide first. All right. The group of people nodded and immediately disappeared into the sea below. Qin Feiyong's eyes flashed and he activated the 3,000 clones again. Activate the concealment technique and hide. Understood. The 3,000 incarnations nodded and activated their concealment arts, instantly disappearing without a trace. Qin Feiyong looked at the void in front and soon felt a powerful aura rolling over. He immediately activated the concealment technique and hid in the void. Not long later, Dong Yuming led more than 8,000 members of the Death God army and flew over. We've completely lost track of their whereabouts. Commander, what do we do now? An old man glanced at the void and frowned at Dong Yuming. Dong Yuming's face was gloomy and he snorted, "Their strength isn't that great, but their escaping skills are top-notch." Hearing this, the members of the Death God army couldn't help but smile bitterly. Putting aside Madman Mo and the Golden-Winged Wolf King, Qin Feiyong's strength was obvious to all. How could he say that they weren't that great? If it weren't for Dong Yuming's identity, they would have snorted. The only place they can go now is the 4 great continents. Because they can't enter the Central Dynasty at all. Since we can't catch up now, we'll go to the 4 great continents to find them. I don't believe that they can disappear from the world. Dong Yuming waved his hand and the origin energy disappeared in his body. He then led the group away. Do it. At this moment, Qin Feiyong's voice was filled with strong killing intent. Boom! The next moment, terrifying auras erupted one after another. Qin Feiyong's 3,000 clones appeared in the void at the same time. In an instant, more than 20,000 ultimate attacks appeared and crazily attacked the group. What? He actually dares to ambush us here? The group's expression suddenly changed. This person is too bold. In the face of the powerful origin energy, he still dared to do such a counterattack? It was completely unexpected. This person really can't be looked at with ordinary eyes. Chapter 44:15. All of you, get out of the way. Dong Yuming was also shocked and hurriedly roared. The Death God army of more than 8,000 people immediately turned around and fled. Clang. Accompanied by a loud, ear-piercing sound, the 3-foot-long sword formed by the origin energy appeared. It was mighty and actually blocked all the ultimate ultimacies. Rumble. The collision of the ultimate ultimacies and the 3-foot-long sword caused a destructive wave to erupt. Although the Death God army of more than 8,000 people escaped in time, they were still affected. All of them were in a complete mess, and blood flowed from their bodies. Looking at this scene, Dong Yuming clenched his fists, and his face was frighteningly gloomy. If it weren't for the power of Source, Qin Feiyong's counterattack this time might have caused them to be completely annihilated. Smart mind, terrifying means. Furthermore, he had the guts and courage to counterattack even in the face of the Death God army. All of these made one's scalp tingle. If this person was not eliminated now, he would be a greater threat in the future. Boom! Killing intent surged in Dong Yuming's eyes. The 3-foot-long sword in his hand burst out with dazzling 5-colored divine light. Streaks of terrifying light swept across the world. Qin Feiyong's more than 20,000 ultimate ultimacies actually all collapsed in an instant. Little bastard, even if I have to go to heaven or hell today, I will kill you and destroy your soul. You won't even have the chance to reincarnate. He roared and did not activate the ultimate ultimacy. He directly held the 3-foot-long sword and charged toward Qin Feiyong. Because of the origin energy, there was no need to activate the ultimate ultimacy. The power of the origin source could crush everything. Qin Feiyong's pupils shrank. Looking at the 3,000 clones, he said to himself, "Run." At that moment, the 3,000 clones activated the instant time and dual Heavendao wills and fled in all directions. Qin Feiyong was also mixed in with the 3,000 clones. Because the 3,000 clones, regardless of height or appearance, were exactly the same as him. As long as he did not utter a word and mixed in with the 3,000 clones, no one would know who was his real body. Trying to escape again? But now, Madman Mo and Golden Wing Wolf King aren't here, and Qin Feiyong himself hasn't spoken either. With so many clones, which one is his real body? The members of the Death God army gathered in the distance looked at Qin Feiyong and his 3,000 clones in surprise. As expected, for a moment, they couldn't tell which one was Qin Feiyong's true body. Who cares which one of them is the real body? Kill them all. Dong Yuming sneered. With a slash of his sword, more than a dozen incarnations were annihilated on the spot. Following closely, he did not stop and continued to attack the other incarnations. Dong Yuming watched as his clones were destroyed one after another, only to discover that none of them were Qin Feiyang's true body. Dong Yuming gradually started to feel a little restless. As for the members of the Death God army, they did not dare to help. First, the 3-foot-long sword formed from the power of the origin was too powerful. It would affect them as well. Secondly, they did not have the power of origin, so they were no match for Qin Feiyang. Most importantly, right now, they did not dare to activate the ultimate profound. Because once the ultimate profound was activated, Qin Feiyang and his 3,000 clones would immediately activate the Eye of Heaven. Their strongest method was the ultimate profound. Now that they did not even dare to activate the ultimate profound, they naturally did not have the courage to help. Chasing after the 3,000 incarnations made the restless Dong Yuming not realize that he was getting further and further away from the members of the Death God army. Let's quickly follow. Let's see if we can find an opportunity to help the commander. Moreover, Madman Mo and Golden Winged Wolf King did not appear. Perhaps there is a conspiracy. A middle-aged man from the Death God army said. Everyone nodded. But at this time, the sea below set off huge waves that covered the sky. Accompanied by 2 terrifying auras, 2 figures soared high into the sky. More than 8,000 people were shocked as they looked down. If it was not the madman and the white-eyed wolf, who else could it be? You guys are quite smart. We do have a conspiracy. But this conspiracy is not targeted at Dong Yuming, but at you guys. The madman laughed. The power of all evil surged, as if it was the incarnation of evil, causing people to be unable to help but feel terrified. Targeting us? With just the 2 of you? Don't tell me you guys think you are Qin Feiyang. Grasping 3,000 incarnations, the law of life and death, the Eye of Heaven, and dual will of heaven. You guys are overestimating yourselves. With the strength of our 10th team, killing you 2 trash is as easy as killing a dog. The 8,000 people of the Death God army sneered. These were the stupidest people they had ever seen. Facing more than 8,000 people, not only did they not run for their lives, but they actually took the initiative to send themselves to death? Since they wanted to die so much, they would fulfill their wish. Killing you guys, I believe Qin Feiyang will definitely be in pain. Trash, go to hell. The group of people laughed contemptuously as they prepared to activate their ultimate profound. If they really activated their ultimate profound, the white-eyed wolf and the madman would definitely be doomed. After all, more than 8,000 people meant that there were more than 48,000 ultimate profound meanings. And they all contained the will of heaven. This was also the reason why these people were so confident. However, the madman and the white-eyed wolf looked at this scene without any panic. They were very calm. There was even a hint of mockery at the corner of their mouths. Who is the one overestimating themselves? Who is the stupid one? Who is the real trash? Let's wait and see. Swoosh! Just as the group's ultimate profound was about to take shape, another 3 figures swept out from the sea below. That's right. It was Lin Yi, the demon ancestor, and Mu Tianyang. The Eye of Oblivion, the Eye of Despair, and the Eye of Evil were instantly activated. Some people's minds instantly went blank, and their memories were forcibly deprived. Some people also directly fell into the abyss of despair, unable to extricate themselves. The remaining people were dominated by the Eye of Evil and fell into a state of madness. At this moment, more than 8,000 people of the Death God army were all dominated by the 3 strongest battle souls. The ultimate profound that was about to take shape also collapsed on the spot. Now they, especially those who were dominated by the Eye of Despair and the Eye of Oblivion, it was equivalent to losing the consciousness of self-protection and standing there waiting to be beaten. Hurry up! They all have the will of heaven. We can't control them for long. Mu Tianyang urged. Don't worry. Even an instant is enough. The madman smiled. With a wave of his big hand, the all-evil sword appeared out of thin air, exuding a sharp edge that wasn't very terrifying. But It was more than enough to kill these people who were dominated by the three battle souls and couldn't activate their ultimate profound clang. Like a divine sword unsheathed, the all-evil sword turned into a flash of light and killed in an instant. The peerless edge directly drowned the group of people. Ah! Screams also sounded. In an instant, more than 8,000 people's bodies were all shattered by the all-evil sword. Even their souls were mostly obliterated by the edge of the all-evil sword. You didn't expect that you would fall in the hands of idiots like us. The white-eyed wolf laughed loudly and leaped, not giving these people any chance to self-destruct their souls. The power of law surged out and suppressed the remnant souls of this group of people. How could this be? What exactly happened just now? The group of people was terrified to the extreme. They thought that they could easily kill these two people, but they didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, they would become prisoners of the other party. The biggest mistake you have made is that you only have Qin Feiyang in your eyes, the madman, the white-eyed wolf, thus ignoring our existence. Our eye of evil, eye of despair, and eye of oblivion are not to be trifled with. Mu Tianyang looked at the group of people and sneered. Eye of despair, eye of oblivion, eye of evil. The group of people trembled. They had heard of the eye of despair and eye of evil, but they didn't expect that even the eye of oblivion had evolved. As expected, the real idiots were them. They even ignored these few strongest fighting souls. In the blink of an eye, Dong Yuming, who was chasing after Qin Feiyang and his 3,000 incarnations, felt the aura of the all-evil sword and immediately stopped, turning his head to look at the void behind him. Therefore, he saw with his own eyes that the all-evil sword killed more than 8,000 people. And he also saw with his own eyes that the white-eyed wolf suppressed more than 8,000 people's souls. This scene caused him to almost go mad. He had never expected that Qin Feiyang and the others' targets were actually the members under his command. If he still didn't understand by now, then he would be hopelessly stupid. This was obviously a trap set by Qin Feiyang and the others. Qin Feiyang took action and lured him away. Madman Mo, the golden-winged wolf king, and the demon ancestor took the opportunity to attack his subordinates. What a good plan. At this moment, Qin Feiyang finally stood up and looked at Dong Yuming with a smile. You even forgot about the safety of your subordinates. It seems that you really want to kill me. Dong Yuming clenched his fists and turned to stare at Qin Feiyang. If his eyes could kill, at this moment, his eyes would definitely have turned Qin Feiyang into ashes. But don't be angry. Because even if it was someone like Dong Qingyuan, he wouldn't have thought that we would dare to do this. After all, in our current situation, most people would choose to run for their lives. Who would dare to set a trap and scheme against you? Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Hearing this, Dong Yuming was both angry and scared. What kind of monsters were they? They were already in a life-and-death situation, but they could still do something so unexpected. Was this the opponent that the Central Dynasty was about to face? Chapter 44:16. Just as Dong Yuming was distracted, Qin Feiyang activated Dual Will of Heaven and Instant Time, instantly passing over Dong Yuming's head. Let's meet again if fate allows. Following closely, he rushed toward Madman and the others without looking back. As for the other 3,000 clones, they activated their ultimate meanings and swarmed toward Dong Yuming. Go to hell! Dong Yuming roared. The 3-foot-long sword in his hand tore in all directions. The 3,000 incarnations and their ultimate meaning were annihilated on the spot. Immediately, he turned around and stared at Qin Feiyang's back. His eyes flashed with strong murderous intent as he murmured, "If I don't kill you, Dong Yuming, swear I'm not human." Swoosh. At that moment, he activated the momentary time and chased after them madly. Still not giving up? Qin Feiyang frowned. After falling into his hands twice, this person had obviously lost his mind. Because a slightly rational person would choose to give up directly. After all, he had mastered Dual Will of Heaven. How could he catch up with him with only one level of Will of Heaven? Soon, he met up with Madman and the others. Let's go! Qin Feiyang waved his hand and sent Mu Tanyang, Demon Ancestor, Lin Yi, and more than 8,000 sealed remnant souls to the Black Tortoise world. Then he rolled up the white-eyed wolf and madman and escaped with lightning speed. Is this person crazy? He's still chasing us? White-eyed wolf turned his head and looked at Dong Yumming, who was like a madman, and couldn't help but frown. It doesn't matter. Soon we can get rid of him. Qin Feiyang shook his head. However, if they meet again in the future, he had to be careful. Because a crazy person could do anything. Don't run. Stop right there. If you have the guts, stop and fight to the death with me. Looking at Qin Feiyang's group getting farther and farther away, Dong Yumming was mad with hatred. But at the same time, he was helpless in his heart. Although he had tried his best, he couldn't catch up with these three people. I won't let you go, I won't. The angry him seemed to be possessed by the devil. He roared at the sky as the 3-foot-long sword madly slashed around. The void here and the sky were collapsing. The waves rose tens of thousands of feet high. It was like the scene of the end. Half an hour later, Qin Feiyang's group stopped above an island. It's safe now. Madman looked at the void behind him and couldn't help but exhale deeply. Even if he has 2 pairs of wings, he won't be able to catch up with us. White-eyed wolf had a look of disdain. Wings. Qin Feiyang and Madman were stunned. Speaking, they thought. They remembered the wingses. Wings. These wings hissed these wingses. But they didn't, it? Wolf asked. Frenzy asked curiously, Brother Wolf, do the wings on your back have any other uses other than increasing your speed? What? Wolf immediately looked at Madman warily. I'm not going to steal your swings. Why are you looking at me like I'm a thief? Madman glared at him angrily. Wolf laughed and shook his head. These wings have no other use but to increase my speed. You've seen it yourself. This is something you can't be envious of. Who's envious? Madman pursed his lips. But to be honest, he was a little envious. Because Wolf's wings could increase his instant time's speed. Moreover, it could be fused with the real instant time. In other words, he could activate his instant times and wings at the same time. Although this speed couldn't be compared to Qin Feiyang's dual will of the heavens, it was basically an unsurpassable existence for others. Qin Dage, there's something I need to report to you. At this moment, Fire Lotus's voice sounded in Qin Feiyang's mind. What's the matter? Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback. Did you not persuade your sister-in-law to accept the inheritance of the laws of light and darkness? It's not about that. Sister-in-law has already accepted the inheritance of the laws of light and darkness. Fire Lotus said. Then what's the matter? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Fire Lotus said, Long Chen received a piece of news when he robbed the members of the Death God Army. News? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Everyone who came this time left their divine souls in the Central Dynasty in advance. Fire Lotus said. What? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. That was really unexpected. What's wrong? Frenzy and White-Eyed Wolf saw Qin Feiyang's abnormality and couldn't help but ask. Qin Feiyang said, Fire Lotus said that the members of the Death God Army all left their divine souls in the Central Dynasty. No way. They are members of the Death God Army. Why would they do such a thing? The two were stunned. They thought that they could destroy a small team, but they didn't expect that not a single one of them died. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and calmed down. Actually, it doesn't matter if you think about it. Anyway, these people have already been robbed of their ultimate divine souls. Even if they are still alive, they can't do anything. Frenzy was slightly taken aback and nodded. That makes sense. Being robbed of their ultimate divine souls was equivalent to being crippled. In fact, it was equivalent to being wiped out. Speaking of which, the 1,000 people who died in our hands at the beginning were really lucky. Although they died the earliest, at least they kept their ultimate divine souls. White-Eyed Wolf bared his teeth. Indeed. Qin Feiyang and Frenzy both nodded. The 1,000 people who died at the beginning could be considered a blessing in disguise. Otherwise, they would have been robbed of their ultimate divine souls. The 10th team of the Death God Army had 10,000 members. Now, there are only 1,000 left. This is good news for us. Next, are we going to continue to the Central Dynasty? White-Eyed Wolf asked. Of course. However, whether we can succeed or not will depend on our luck. Qin Feiyong whispered and asked, Fire Lotus, did the members of the Death God army lose their ultimate divine souls? Fire Lotus replied. So fast? Qin Feiyong was surprised. It had only been an hour. An hour outside is many years in the Black Tortoise world. Fire Lotus smiled. Did Long Chun say anything? Qin Feiyong asked with a smile. Fire Lotus replied. That's good. Since their ultimate divine souls have been robbed, there's no need to keep them alive. Let's get rid of them. Qin Feiyong said. Fire Lotus replied and headed to the soul-sealing valley. Let's continue. Qin Feiyong waved his hand and swept up Frenzy and White-Eyed Wolf. He then activated 2 wills of the Great Path and headed deeper into the ocean. Do we still need to activate 2 wills of the Great Path? White-Eyed Wolf frowned. Of course. We have to reach the entrance of the Central Dynasty before Dong Yumming. Otherwise, with him blocking the way, it will be harder for us to get in. Qin Feiyong's eyes flashed. Although Dong Yumming had grasped 8 ultimate divine souls, it was nothing in front of them. However, they had to be wary of the origin energy in his hands. Actually, I'm not that worried about Dong Yumming. I'm most worried about the sea beasts in the taboo ocean. If these sea beasts continue to report to the Central Dynasty, the chances of us entering the Central Dynasty will be even lower. Frenzy frowned. This kind of thing can't be avoided. We can't kill all the sea beasts in the taboo ocean, right? Moreover, we don't have the energy or time. Let's just take it one step at a time. Qin Feiyong shook his head and sighed. Several days later, after traveling at lightning speed, a floating island appeared in the sky of the sea region ahead. Qin Feiyong and company stopped and looked up at the island. This island in the void was not big, only about a few miles in size. One could clearly see the towering trees on the island, and it was lush green. Look below. White-Eyed Wolf suddenly pointed below the island. Qin Feiyong and Frenzy looked down and saw a stone door standing on the sea below the island. This stone door was several hundred feet tall and was completely black. It gave off an ancient aura. Could this be the entrance to the Central Dynasty? Frenzy was surprised. It's possible. Qin Feiyong nodded. This was because there was a stone door standing on the surface of the sea. No matter how one looked at it, it was a little out of place. Then what's the use of the floating island? White-Eyed Wolf looked up at the floating island with suspicion in his eyes. Frenzy thought for a while before a cold light flashed in his eyes. There can't be someone hiding on the island, right? Why don't we go up and take a look? Qin Feiyong stepped out and headed straight for the floating island. Halt, intruder! But at this moment, the voice of an old man rang out. It came from the floating island in the sky. There really is someone. Qin Feiyong and the other 2 exchanged glances. Without any hesitation, they continued flying towards the floating island. With their current strength, as long as it wasn't the Lord of the Divine Kingdom, they weren't afraid. Boom! The existence on the island seemed to be a bit angry. A terrifying aura exploded and turned into an invisible wave that rolled toward Qin Feiyong and company. You overestimate yourselves. Frenzy snorted coldly. His aura roared and collided with that aura. However, Frenzy spat out a mouthful of blood. That aura is stronger than mine? It seems that the other party has mastered at least 7 ultimate profundities of ultimate laws. Frenzy wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at White-Eyed Wolf. Boom! In the next moment, White-Eyed Wolf's aura also exploded. The aura of the 2 joined forces and blasted toward the floating island. Chapter 44:17. The White-Eyed Wolf and the Madman both grasped the ultimate meaning of the 6 strongest laws. Facing the joint attack of the 2, the other party was naturally no match for them and easily crushed them. Humph! The existence on the island also let out a muffled sound. Obviously, it also suffered some injuries. You actually dare to stop us? You're courting death. The madman chuckled. just as the three were about to step into the floating island. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying aura surged out. Following closely, a light screen appeared at the edge of the island. This light screen was multicolored and dazzling to the eyes. Looking at this light screen, Qin Feiyang and the other two retreated like they were facing a great enemy. Their expressions were filled with fear. Looking at the entire divine kingdom, the only thing that could make them so terrified was the origin source. That's right. The barrier that appeared at the edge of the island was formed by the origin source of the divine kingdom. There's origin source. It seems that this place is really the entrance to the central dynasty. The madman glanced at the island and then stared at the stone gate below. His eyes flickered. That's right. This is the entrance to the central dynasty. But don't even think about stepping into the central dynasty. Accompanied by a hoarse voice, an old man with blood-red hair walked out from the floating island. Standing behind the barrier, he looked down at Qin Feiyang and the other two. Qin Feiyang and the other two looked up. The blood-haired old man gave them a cold feeling, like a ruthless death god. Old thing, you're the one guarding the entrance? The madman asked. Are young people nowadays so rude? The blood-haired old man's eyes turned cold. So rude? What do you mean? Could it be that there are other young people coming here? The madman was surprised. It couldn't be that mysterious young man, right? The blood-haired old man didn't answer and said coldly, if you know what's good for you, scram immediately, otherwise. Otherwise what? The madman chuckled. Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf also pursed their lips into a smile. Was he trying to threaten them? Young man, don't be too arrogant. This old man knows your origins. Qin Feiyang, madman Mo, golden-winged wolf king. However, there is a barrier formed by the origin energy here. Can you break in? The blood-red clothed old man sneered. Who are you looking down on? Madman was furious. All kinds of ultimate profound meanings were activated. Together with the power to destroy the heaven and earth, they attacked the stone gate below the island. Boom! A barrier also appeared on the stone door. It was also colorful and emitted an astonishing aura. Clearly, it was formed from the origin energy. The various ultimate mysteries struck the barrier. However, they did not even cause the slightest ripple. The madman's eyes darkened and he activated his power of law. It turned into a huge wave that smashed into the void on both sides of the stone door. But, no matter where he attacked, there was a barrier formed by the origin energy. Don't waste your energy. The entire central dynasty is under the protection of the origin power. You can think of it as the central dynasty being an iron bucket. Without this old man's permission, no one can step into the central dynasty. The blood-haired old man looked down at the three with a sneer on his face. Madman frowned and was about to attack again. Qin Feiyang stopped the madman and shook his head. If the entire central dynasty is really under the protection of the origin energy, then we can't break in with our strength. Yes. In comparison, Qin Feiyang is more rational. The blood-haired old man nodded. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and looked up at the blood-haired old man. He mocked. However, is it true that no one can enter the central dynasty? If I'm not wrong, my ancestor, Qin Batin, should be in the central dynasty right now. He was only probing with these words. He really wanted to know if the mysterious young man had entered the central dynasty or not. Hearing Qin Feiyang's words, the blood-haired old man clenched his fists and a trace of anger could be seen on his face. These abnormal changes were all clearly captured by Qin Feiyang. He sighed inwardly, "Senior martial brother, you ingrate. It looks like we can only stand here and watch." Because the blood-haired old man's reaction was enough to prove that the mysterious young man had entered the central dynasty. Why didn't he call us? The madman was a bit annoyed. Without the mysterious young man's origin energy, they couldn't break the barrier at all. Doesn't this person always do things alone? White-eyed Wolf shook his head helplessly. To be honest, sometimes he was quite envious of the young man. No matter where it was, he would go whenever he wanted to, just like a wild crane that was free to roam. Most importantly, no matter how terrifying the place was, no one could stop him. Give up while it's still early. The blood-haired old man sneered and turned to leave. It seemed that he was very confident in the barrier here. What a cocky old man. The madman was very unhappy. Suddenly, he rolled his eyes and said playfully, "Don't you want to know the situation of the Death God Legion's 10th team? You guys met them?" The blood-haired old man paused and turned to ask the madman. "Not only did we meet them, but we also fought them." The madman bared his teeth. "Fought them?" The blood-haired old man was shocked. How did he manage to come to the Central Dynasty unscathed after fighting the 10th Squad? You're surprised, right? Because you must have thought that if we met them, we would have been in a sorry state. But now, we appeared in front of you without any injuries. The madman laughed and the playful look on his face became even stronger. The blood-haired old man was silent, but his face was extremely gloomy. "I'm sorry that it didn't go as you wished. In this encounter, not only did they fail to kill us, they were completely annihilated." The madman laughed wildly. "What?" The blood-haired old man's eyes trembled. "What the? How was that possible?" This time, the entire 10th team went. Including the commander, there were a total of 10,001 people. Furthermore, at that time, when Dong Yumming had passed by this place, he had personally told him that he had a strand of source energy. Such a lineup was actually completely annihilated by these 3 people? If that was true, then it was too exaggerated. You're surprised by this? Then if this daddy told you that I robbed them of their ultimate meaning, wouldn't you be unable to stand still? The madman laughed. Being arrogant in front of this daddy? Do you have the strength and capital to do so? You're just relying on your origin force. If you have the ability, then come out from behind the barrier and see how this daddy will kill you. Rob them of their ultimate meaning, as expected. Hearing the madman's words, the blood-haired old man trembled. Death wasn't scary, because these people from the Death God Legion had left their divine souls in the Central Dynasty. But robbing them of their ultimate meaning was worse than death. Impossible. Dong Yumming has his origin force. No matter how strong you are, you can't compete with his origin force. You're trying to anger this old man. Let this old man come out and fight with you. Don't be so naive. This old man isn't that stupid. The blood-haired old man shook his head. Ha! The madman laughed and mocked. You really think too highly of yourself. You don't believe me, right? Don't worry, Dong Yumming will be back soon. At that time, he will tell you whether this is true or not. Dong Yumming isn't dead? The blood-haired old man was surprised. He's indeed not dead. But now, I'm afraid he's in a pain worse than death. After all, we kidnapped more than 8,000 members of the Death God Legion right under his nose. The madman laughed. Looking at the blood-haired old man's face that kept changing, his heart was filled with joy. More than 8,000 members? Could it be that this matter is true? The blood-haired old man muttered. He really didn't dare to believe this fact. If even the entire 10th squad of the Death God army, together with the origin energy, could not do anything to these people, then who else could? Could it be, were they really going to mobilize the entire Death God Legion? One had to know. In the history of the Divine Kingdom, not to mention the entire Death God Legion, even a small team was something that had never happened before. Why don't we have a talk? The madman's eyes flashed as he looked at the blood-haired old man and said, "Talk about what?" The blood-haired old man frowned. The madman smiled and said, "Let us enter the Central Dynasty and we'll give you a good fortune." "Let you enter the Central Dynasty?" The blood-haired old man laughed angrily and said, "Do you think this old man is stupid? If these people were to enter the Central Dynasty, wouldn't they stir up chaos in the Central Dynasty? Don't be in a hurry to refuse. The good fortune that we'll give you is very tempting." The madman laughed. When the blood-haired old man heard this, he couldn't help but laugh hoarsely. As an important figure in the Central Dynasty who also controlled the will of heaven, he had everything he wanted. Even the inheritance of the ultimate profound. As long as he asked the emperor would give it to him without hesitation. This person actually said that he would give him a good fortune? What a shameless boast. Don't be in a hurry to laugh. The gate of potential, you should know about it. The madman raised the corner of his mouth slightly. The gate of potential? The blood-haired old man was stunned and said with a frown, "Aren't you talking nonsense? Who in the world doesn't know about the gate of potential?" Yes. As long as you're human, you will know about the gate of potential. But how many people in the world have opened the gate of potential? It just so happens that we have a way to open the gate of potential in our hands. The madman laughed. What? The blood-haired old man was surprised. A way to open the gate of potential? You must be kidding. Chapter 44:18. Do you know why we're so outstanding? Do you know why old Qin was able to comprehend the ultimate meaning of the law of life and death? Actually, it's because we've already opened the gate of potential. And it's the gate of potential. Madman laughed loudly, his expression filled with arrogance. Impossible. The blood-haired old man shook his head. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old kid? That easy to fool? You don't believe me? Madman bared his teeth and took off his clothes, revealing his sturdy chest. The potential mark on his chest appeared in front of the blood-haired old man's eyes. This is really a potential mark. The blood-haired old man stared at the potential mark on Madman's body with disbelief. This couldn't have been painted on, right? The ingrate also grinned and tore open the clothes on his chest, revealing the potential imprint. There's actually a potential mark. The blood-haired old man's eyes trembled. Madman smiled and said, "If you suspect that we drew it, you can come over and wipe it to see if it can be erased." At this moment, Madman's words seemed to have a magical power. When the blood-haired old man heard this, he walked over to the barrier and took out a token. The command medallion was the size of an adult's palm. It was multicolored and contained a trace of origin energy. Looking at this token, Qin Feiyang and the other two's eyes lit up. Without a doubt, this token must be the key to opening the barrier. In other words, as long as they could obtain this token, they could freely enter and exit the Central Dynasty. Yes. Quickly come out. Madman laughed. As long as the blood-haired old man stepped out of the barrier, the token would be theirs. Seeing the blood-haired old man grabbing the token and preparing to open the barrier, he suddenly came back to his senses. Looking at the token in his hand, he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. He had almost ruined everything. It could only be said that the charm of the potential mark was too great. Damn you! Madman looked at this scene and almost went berserk. Pooh! The blood-haired old man took a deep breath and calmed the lingering fear in his heart. He put away the token in his hand and sneered, "What a few cunning little foxes, I almost fell for your trick. Fool! Do you really think that these potential imprints were drawn by us?" Madman sneered. "So what if it's true? This old man has mastered 9 supreme laws. I don't care at all. As for the law of life and death, aside from Qin Feiyang, have any of you comprehended it? I don't think so. Doesn't this mean that even if you open all the doors of potential, you might not necessarily be able to comprehend the law of life and death?" The blood-haired old man looked at the madman and the white-eyed wolf and sneered, then he turned and left. This old fart is really stubborn. Madman was a bit annoyed. He could even resist the temptation of the gate of potential. It seemed that he had underestimated this person's mentality. From beginning to end, Qin Feiyang didn't say anything. Because he had long expected that Madman's method wouldn't work, he had been thinking of other methods. Suddenly, his expression froze. It was as if he had overlooked someone. This person was Lin Yi. In the past, it was indeed difficult to enter the Central Dynasty, but it was different now. Lin Yi's battle soul had evolved. Even if the other party had mastered the will of Heavenly Tao, she could forcibly deprive a moment of memory. A moment of effort was enough for them to control the blood-haired old man, open the barrier, and enter the Central Dynasty. I remember your eyes of oblivion. Not only can you deprive others of their memory, but you can also control others? Qin Feiyang immediately transmitted his voice to Lin Yi in the Black Tortoise world. After depriving the memory, the other party's mind will be blank. Taking advantage of this blank opportunity, I can control the other party. Lin Yi responded. Get ready. I need your help. Qin Feiyang was overjoyed. He quickly looked at the blood-haired old man who turned and left and shouted, "Wait!" The madman and the white-eyed wolf were taken aback and looked at Qin Feiyong suspiciously. What is this kid trying to do? The blood-haired old man frowned, turned to look at Qin Feiyong and sneered, "Don't waste your time. This old man will not betray the divine kingdom for the gate of potential. Don't worry. I have prepared a gift for you." Qin Feiyong opened his mouth and smiled. As his voice fell, Lin Yi appeared. Moreover, she had activated the Eyes of Oblivion in advance. With her appearance, the Eyes of Oblivion directly locked onto the blood-haired old man. The blood-haired old man's mind went blank in an instant, and he stood there sluggishly. The madman and the white-eyed wolf looked at each other. Lin Yi's Eyes of Oblivion had evolved. She could forcibly deprive the other party of their memory. Although there was a barrier between them and the blood-haired old man, the Eyes of Oblivion would work as long as the gaze locked onto the other party. Why didn't I think of this before? How stupid! Lin Yi looked at the blood-haired old man and said, "I am your master, and you are my servant. Open the barrier for me now." This was equivalent to fabricating another memory in the blood-haired old man's blank memory. Although these memories were fake, the blood-haired old man would believe it without the original memory. Yes. The blood-haired old man responded respectfully, took out the token again, and pressed it on the barrier. Buzz. Immediately, the barrier bloomed with dazzling divine light. Immediately after, the barrier cracked quickly. But at this moment, there was a hint of struggle in the blood-haired old man's face. Not good. He is about to break free from the control of the Eyes of Oblivion. Quickly grab the token. The madman shouted. There was no need for the madman to say this. Looking at the blood-haired old man's struggle, Qin Feiyong immediately activated the dual will of heavenly Tao and momentary time. He instantly landed in front of the barrier, stretched out his big hand from the crack, and grabbed the token. It was at this moment. The blood-haired old man completely woke up. Looking at the cracked barrier, looking at Qin Feiyong in front of him, and seeing that Qin Feiyong had already grabbed the token, his face changed drastically, and he quickly blasted a punch. Even if this token was destroyed, it couldn't fall into the hands of Qin Feiyong. Sorry, the owner of this token is already me. Qin Feiyong firmly grasped the token. Not only did he not retreat, but he also stepped into the floating island through the crack and landed in front of the blood-haired old man. Damn it! Return the divine kingdom token to me! The blood-haired old man roared. The 9 ultimate mysteries were activated, crazily pouncing on Qin Feiyong. Not bad. And the ultimate mysteries of the law of light and darkness. Qin Feiyong smiled coldly. Before this old man was arrogant, he didn't retreat. Because there was a barrier between them. But now, he had already crossed the barrier and entered the floating island. He had already entered the floating island, and the old man still dared to attack him? Wasn't this courting death? Boom. The ultimate mysteries of the law of life and death, the ultimate mysteries of the 6 ultimate laws were activated at the same time. The dual will of heavenly Tao erupted, directly crushing over. Immediately. Accompanied by a scream, the blood-haired old man's body shattered on the spot, and blood splattered in the sky. I can't die. I must immediately inform the emperor about the token being stolen. The blood-haired old man's soul roared in his heart, turned around, and began to flee frantically. His face was full of anxiety. Escape! At this time, Frenzy, White-Eyed Wolf, and Lin Yi also rushed into the floating island. Frenzy smiled ferociously. Activating Moment of Time, he instantly caught up with the blood-haired old man and slapped him. It turned out that the blood-haired old man's soul was still intact, but with Frenzy's slap, it immediately turned into a remnant soul. You deserve to die 1,000 times. The blood-haired old man roared. We deserve to die 1,000 times? Are you fucking talking in your sleep? Frenzy slapped again. With a wail, the remnant soul dissipated, leaving behind only a wisp of soul. Don't torture him, lest he self-destructs his soul. We still need his law of light and darkness. Moreover, with him here, he definitely won't be like the members of the Death God Legion, leaving behind their souls in advance to save their lives. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. The floating island was protected by the barrier of the origin power. No place was safer than here, so no matter who it was, they would definitely not split their soul in advance to save their lives. Yes. The law of light and darkness can't be wasted. Frenzy slapped his head and immediately suppressed the last wisp of the blood-haired old man's soul. Qin Feiyang looked at the token in his hand with a smile on his face. He turned to look at Linny next to him and smiled. "Girl, you have made a great contribution this time. Tell me, what reward do you want? I will give it to you." Frenzy and White-Eyed Wolf also looked at Linny with a smile. Without Linny's eyes of oblivion, they would never have the chance to grab this token, let alone enter the Central Dynasty. "I don't lack anything now. What reward do I want?" Linny shook her head and laughed. If it were in the past, she might ask for the ultimate esoteric inheritance or the elixir to open the door of potential. But now, the door of potential had already been opened. The ultimate esoteric inheritance, Qin Feiyang had already given it to her. She really couldn't think of anything else she wanted. "I'll record this credit for you here first. Wait a minute. Doesn't this person master the ultimate esoteric of the law of light and darkness? Or, this ultimate esoteric of the law of light and darkness is your reward?" Qin Feiyang chuckled. Linyi was taken aback slightly and hesitated. "Why don't you give it to Mu Tunyang first, because they want it more than me?" "Little girl, are you stupid? They are always outsiders. How can you give it to them first?" White-Eyed Wolf glared at Linny. After this little lass lost her memories, she had become a little too naive, hadn't she? "It's decided. This ultimate esoteric of the law of light and darkness is yours. You take this person's soul to the Black Tortoise world and let Long Chen help to extract it. Let me tell you, if you dare to give it to Mu Tunyang in private, I will not spare you," White-Eyed Wolf said. But Lin Yi nodded repeatedly and took the blood-haired old man's remnant soul from Frenzy. Then, Lin Yi was sent to the Black Tortoise world by Qin Feiyang. Chapter 44:19. The Divine Kingdom Token. The madman stretched out his hand and bared his teeth. "Let me have a look." Qin Feiyang threw it to the madman. The madman grabbed the Divine Kingdom Token and carefully observed it for a moment before nodding. It wasn't an illusion. It contains the aura of origin power. In other words, this Divine Kingdom Token might have been tempered by the origin power? The White-Eyed Wolf was surprised. "Most likely." The madman nodded. The White-Eyed Wolf's eyes were filled with curiosity. He stretched out his hand and said, "Let me have a look. I'll see if I can crush it." If it was really tempered by the origin power, this Divine Kingdom Token would definitely be as hard as the Divine Kingdom Gate. "Are you kidding me?" The madman rolled his eyes when he heard this. He even specially came to see if he could crush the Divine Kingdom Token? Was there something wrong with his brain? What if it really did break? Qin Feiyang was also speechless. This damn wolf cub really dared to think of anything. Let's see if there are any treasures on this floating island. If there aren't, let's quickly enter the Central Dynasty. The madman released his divine sense and instantly enveloped the entire island. The full appearance of the island immediately appeared in front of them. This island was indeed not big, but the vegetation was very dense. There were no other creatures on the island. It was dead silent. However, in the center of the island, there was a 100-meter-tall mountain. At the foot of the mountain, the madman saw a cave abode. However, the cave abode was also empty. They could only feel the aura of a time array. In short, after searching the entire island, they didn't find any rare treasures. It seems that this island is purely that old man's cultivation place. It's just a place of cultivation, yet it's protected by a barrier of source energy. How extravagant! The madman pouted. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. The barrier here isn't protecting the island, but the old man's personal safety. After all, it's still very risky for him to guard this place. Speaking of this old man, we can't kill him yet, right? The White-Eyed Wolf frowned. But madman was suspicious. The White-Eyed Wolf said, "If we kill this old man, Won't Dong Yumming be able to guess that we have already entered the Central Dynasty when he returns and sees that the old man is gone? Qin Feiyang chuckled. You're not expecting us to sneak into the Central Dynasty, are you? In any case, no one will see this old man fall into our hands. As long as we keep him here, who will know that we've already entered the Central Dynasty? The white-eyed wolf sneered. Naive. Look at the sea below. Qin Feiyang said. The white-eyed wolf was slightly taken aback. He looked around and his expression froze. It turned out that there were already many sea beasts lurking in the water, staring at them. In other words, everything they had done had been seen by the sea beasts. Sigh. Looks like I was too naive. It's impossible to sneak into the Central Dynasty without anyone noticing. White-eyed wolf could not help but shake his head and sigh. Let's go. Enter the Central Dynasty. I'm really looking forward to seeing how the Central Dynasty people will react when they know that we have broken in. The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth lifted. He took the Divine Kingdom token from Madman's hand and stepped onto the edge of the island. He activated the barrier and the three of them jumped down and landed in front of the stone door. The stone gate was as tall as a mountain. Qin Feiyang and the other two stood below the stone gate and could not help but feel small. The mad scientist said, with the Divine Kingdom token, we don't have to specially enter through this stone gate. We can enter from other places. Logically speaking, that should be the case. Qin Feiyang nodded and pressed the Divine Kingdom token into the space between the stone gate. Buzz. A 5-colored light screen appeared out of nowhere. The mad scientist and the white-eyed wolf were looking forward to it. They were about to enter the Central Dynasty and were somewhat excited. However, as time passed, the light screen between the stone gates did not break. What's going on? Why can't it open? Qin Feiyang and the other two were confused. If the barrier of the island above could be opened, why couldn't the stone gate to the Central Dynasty? Could it be that the Divine Kingdom token can only open the barrier of the island above? The mad scientist was surprised. Hearing this, Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf looked at each other. If that was the case, wouldn't they have done all this for nothing? I don't believe it. The white-eyed wolf took the Divine Kingdom token from Qin Feiyang and ran to the two sides of the stone gate and pressed the Divine Kingdom token into the air. A 5-colored light screen also appeared in the air. However, just like the stone gate, the 5-colored light screen did not show any signs of opening. What's going on? The three frowned. The stone gate could not be opened. The 5-colored light screen on the two sides of the stone gate could not be opened either. Could it be that the Divine Kingdom token could only open the barrier of the island above? Wait. Qin Feiyang suddenly seemed to notice something and looked up at the top of the stone gate. In the center of the door frame above, there was a palm-sized groove. A groove? Qin Feiyang observed carefully and found that the shape and size of the groove were similar to the Divine Kingdom token. Could it be that I have to insert the Divine Kingdom token into the groove to open the door? Thinking of this, Qin Feiyang hurriedly looked at the white-eyed wolf and urged, "Give me the Divine Kingdom token." The white-eyed wolf ran over and threw the Divine Kingdom token to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang grabbed the Divine Kingdom token and jumped into the air. He landed in front of the door frame above and gently inserted the Divine Kingdom token into the groove. Sure enough, the size matched perfectly. As the Divine Kingdom token entered the groove, it immediately emitted a dazzling light. The colorful light between the stone gates slowly dissipated. So the mechanism is here. The madman and the white-eyed wolf suddenly understood. The Divine Kingdom token was equivalent to a key, and the groove was equivalent to a keyhole. They needed to be combined to open the door. You guys go in first, Qin Feiyang said. The madman and the white-eyed wolf looked at each other and stepped through the stone gate and landed in the sky above the sea. Seeing this, Qin Feiyang also took out the Divine Kingdom token. The moment the Divine Kingdom token was taken out, the light curtain between the stone gate quickly reappeared. Qin Feiyang rushed in and landed beside the white-eyed wolf and the madman. He turned around and saw that the light curtain had completely recovered and the stone gate was sealed again. We finally entered the Central Dynasty. The air here is no different from the 4 great continents. The white-eyed wolf scanned the endless sea and grinned. Qin Feiyang and the madman looked at each other speechlessly. They were all on the same continent. How much difference could there be? From what they had seen so far, the biggest difference was that the energy of the crystal veins and soul veins in the Central Dynasty was stronger than in the four great continents. The madman looked up at the door and said, "Old Qin, look, there is also a groove on the door frame here. Both sides. Looks like this stone gate is really the only way between the Central Dynasty and the four great continents." Qin Feiyang whispered. Although both sides of the stone gate led to the Forbidden Ocean, the Divine Kingdom token could only open the barrier between the stone gates. So this was the only way out. Now that the old man is in our hands and there is no one else on the floating island, when Dong Yuming comes back, he won't be able to return to the Central Dynasty? The white-eyed wolf asked. No one will open the gate for him, so he won't be able to return to the Central Dynasty for now. But there must be more than one Divine Kingdom token. When the news gets out, the Emperor of the Central Dynasty will definitely send someone to guard it. Maybe then this Divine Kingdom token will lose its effect. Qin Feiyang played with the Divine Kingdom token in his hand and smiled. Lose its effect? The white-eyed wolf and the madman paused. Think about it. If it were you and someone took the key to your house, wouldn't you immediately change the key and lock? Qin Feiyang smiled. The madman was shocked. So if we come in now, we won't be able to leave the Central Dynasty in the future? That is indeed what I mean. But don't worry too much. That's because they don't know how we managed to obtain the Sacred Country badge. The next time we need to leave the Central Dynasty, we can just grab the new Divine Kingdom token. Qin Feiyang chuckled. With Lin Yi here, what are we afraid of? Even if the other party is prepared, it will be difficult to escape the domination of the Eye of Oblivion. The madman laughed. Qin Feiyang put away the Divine Kingdom token and turned to look at the sea in front of him. Although the Emperor might change the lock and key, it was still necessary to keep this Divine Kingdom token. What if they didn't change it when the time came? Let's go. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, rolled up the madman and the white-eyed wolf, and rushed toward the sea in front without looking back. For the three of them, as long as they successfully entered the Central Dynasty, it was equivalent to a wild horse with wings. They could soar freely in the vast sky. Who are they? They are so strong. They can even easily defeat Dong Kunshan, who is guarding the entrance and has mastered the ultimate meaning of the 9 strongest laws. I heard Dong Kunshan say before that they are called Qin Feiyang, Madman Mo, and Golden Winged Wolf King? Are they the 3 rumored to be doing evil in the 4 great continents? It might be them. They are amazing. These people are too bold. They dare to trespass into our Central Dynasty? Go and inform the Siren King. The sea beasts lurking in the water couldn't help but secretly communicate with each other as they watched the 3 leave. Although Qin Feiyang, Madman, and Madman had just entered the Central Dynasty, they had been fighting against the people of the Central Dynasty in the 4 great continents for many years. So, they were now famous in the Central Dynasty. Half a day passed. This sea is so big? Above a small island. Looking at the boundless sea before them, Qin Feiyang and the other 2 couldn't help but stop and frown. The madman looked up at the sky and said, "The sky is also dark. Is this sea the same as the Forbidden Sea?" I haven't tried to open a space-time passage yet. The white-eyed wolf slapped his head and waved his hand, and the law of space-time appeared. Chapter 44:20. However, there was no space-time tunnel in front of them. I can't open it. The white-eyed wolf was stunned. He took out a voice transmission stone and tried to send a message to Qin Feiyang and Madman. There was no response. It's really the same as the taboo ocean. The white-eyed wolf was stunned. Let me think. The inner demons and Lu Jijin said that it would take about 3 months to reach the 4 great continents from the Central Dynasty. Although it didn't take long for us to reach the Central Dynasty, it seems to be because we activated 2 wills of the heavens. According to the normal speed, without activating the wills of the heavens and split time, it would take about 1.5 months to cross the taboo ocean, which is 45 days. In other words, now that we have entered the Central Dynasty, It would still take 1.5 months to cross this ocean. Madman frowned. I'll go. That means we still need 45 days to truly enter the Central Dynasty? The white-eyed wolf was stunned. Of course. If old Qin activated 2 wills of the heavens and split time, it wouldn't take so long. Madman said. Let's not talk about this first. Go capture a sea beast and read its memory to see the situation of this ocean. Qin Feiyang looked at the white-eyed wolf and said. The white-eyed wolf nodded and leaped, disappearing into the ocean below. Boom. Flash. Terrifying ripples could be felt in the sea. Huge waves also appeared on the surface of the ocean. Not long later, the white-eyed wolf grabbed a mountain-sized walrus and rushed out of the ocean. What are you doing? This is the Central Dynasty, not a place where you can behave atrociously. The walrus roared angrily. Its voice was like a bell, deafening everyone's ears. Seems like you already know our identity. Madman laughed. This walrus only had the cultivation of a perfect ruler. Even if it wasn't trash, it was easy to control. A moment later, Qin Feiyang roughly read the walrus's memory and released it. How is it? Madman and the white-eyed wolf asked. This ocean is called the Kunpeng Ocean region. The situation is indeed the same as the Taboo Ocean. But the strength of the beasts in the Kunpeng Ocean is Qin Feiyang's introduction. Far. The two were surprised. According to this walrus memory, the Kunpeng Sea region is ruled by a divine beast, the Kunpeng. Qin Feiyang said. Kun, Madman and Madman looked at each other. Of course, they knew about the divine beast Kunpeng. The Kunpeng could also transform into a bird. Its wings were like the clouds in the sky. Qin Feiyang and the ingrates still remembered that Luo Qingzhu and the others also had a Kunpeng by their side. But that Kunpeng was weak. It wasn't even an adult yet. It is said that this Kunpeng is extremely powerful. It has mastered the ultimate meaning of the 9 strongest laws. The most terrifying thing is that it has a pinnacle dominator weapon. Qin Feiyang said solemnly. What? Pinnacle dominator weapon? Madman and Madman's eyes trembled. After fighting with the Central Dynasty for so long, they had only seen a pinnacle dominator weapon on Dong Qingyuan. Now, this pinnacle dominator weapon had fallen into the hands of the inner demons. In other words, this Kunpeng's status in the Central Dynasty was similar to Dong Qingyuan. That's right. Kunpeng is one of the most loyal subordinates of the emperor. His status in the Central Dynasty might not be as important as Dong Qingyuan in the eyes of the emperor, but it won't be much worse. Qin Feiyang nodded. No way. We just came to the Central Dynasty and we are already facing such a strong enemy? Madman's mouth twitched. Kunpeng is not only strong, but it also has a group of demon emperors under its command. These demon emperors are all experts that have mastered the will of the heavenly Tao. The demon emperor that rules this area is called the Sea Python Demon Emperor. Its true form is a sea python and it seems to have mastered the ultimate meaning of the 8 strongest laws. There is also bad news. The sea beasts here have already gone to inform the Sea Python Demon Emperor. Qin Feiyang said. 8 strongest laws. This means that the Sea Python Demon Emperor doesn't have the laws of light and darkness. It seems that it is not worth hunting. The white-eyed wolf bared his teeth. He didn't care about this bad news at all. You are so careless. Madman rolled his eyes and looked at Qin Feiyang. How many demon emperors like the Sea Python Demon Emperor does Kunpeng have under its command? 10 demon emperors. Qin Feiyang said. 10 demon emperors? That's good. Madman let out a sigh of relief. 10 demon emperors were nothing to worry about. Don't worry. I'm not done yet. There are also a large number of demon kings under the 10 demon emperors. Qin Feiyang said. Demon kings? Madman was stunned. That's right. Each of the 10 demon emperors has 1,000 demon kings under their command. And each demon king has mastered the ultimate meaning of 6 strongest laws. There are even some demon kings who have mastered the ultimate meaning of 7 strongest laws. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice. So many? Why didn't the inner demons and Lu Jiajin mention these demon emperors and demon kings? Madman frowned. Each demon emperor has 1,000 demon kings under their command. Then wouldn't all the demon kings under the 10 demon emperors add up to a total of 10,000? In other words, the strength of these sea beasts in the Kunpeng Sea region is comparable to a small team of the Death God army. Qin Feiyang said, maybe at that time, they thought that we were only asking about the strength of the Central Dynasty's humans. If that's the case, there must be beasts in the Central Dynasty. As long as there are beasts, there must be beasts. If the sea beasts are so strong, then the strength of the Central Dynasty's beasts must be extraordinary. The white-eyed wolf asked. There are indeed beasts. However, this walrus doesn't know much about the specific situation of the beasts. But there is one thing that is clearly described in the walrus memory. The person who rules the Central Dynasty's beasts is called the Dragon God. His true form is a sky dragon. And this Dragon God's status in the Central Dynasty is similar to the Kunpeng. Qin Feiyang said. Sky dragon? Madman and the white-eyed wolf looked at each other. Isn't the true form of Long Zun and Long Qin also a sky dragon? Moreover, Long Chen's divine soul is also a sky dragon soul. And the Dragon God also has a peak dominator divine weapon. Qin Feiyang said. Damn! Madman exclaimed. The overall strength of the Central Dynasty was beyond his imagination. As expected, he still needed to personally enter the Central Dynasty to fully understand the foundation of the Central Dynasty. Although this walrus memory isn't very valuable, there is one thing that can be confirmed. Dong Qingyuan, the Kunpeng, and the Dragon God are all the Emperor's most trusted people. Qin Feiyang smiled as his eyes flashed. What do you want to do? The madman and the white-eyed wolf looked at him suspiciously. What do I want to do? Since Dong Qingyuan, the Kunpeng, and the Dragon God are the Emperor's right-hand men, then let's start with them. Qin Feiyang sneered. Good idea. The white-eyed wolf's eyes lit up as he bared his teeth. The Kunpeng and the Dragon God both have peak dominator divine weapons. As long as we kill them and get their weapons, our strength will increase exponentially. Since that's the case, let's go find the Kunpeng before the news of us entering the Central Dynasty reaches the Emperor's ears. Since it's our first time here, let's give the Emperor of the Central Dynasty a gift. The madman chuckled. To kill the Kunpeng, we first need to meet the demon emperors of this area. Because only the 10 demon emperors know the whereabouts of the Kunpeng. Qin Feiyang said. Then do you know where the nest of the sea python demon emperor is? The madman asked. The sea python's sacred island. It's about half a day's journey from here. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and swept up the two. He then activated the will of the heavens and the instant of time and flew across the sky like lightning. The so-called half-a-day's journey was calculated according to his current speed. If he calculated according to his normal speed, it would take at least a few days to reach the sea python's sacred island. Half a day later, a huge island stood on the surface of the sea. The island was long and curved. From afar, it looked like a giant python lying on the surface of the sea. This was the sea python's sacred island. On one of the mountains, there was a clean and tidy courtyard here. In the courtyard, a feminine-looking young man was sitting on a stone bench. In front of him was a round stone table with an exquisite wine pot on it. The young man was about 20 years old. He was wearing a golden robe. His eyes were long and narrow. His gaze was as sharp as a blade. There was only the young man on the entire island. This place was like a forbidden area. Lord Demon Emperor. Suddenly, a sea beast flew over in a hurry. What? Why are you in such a hurry? The young man in golden robe raised his head and looked at the sea beast with dissatisfaction. Lord, bad news, bad news. A subordinate reported that Qin Feiyang, Madman Mo, and the Golden-Winged Wolf King are coming to our sacred island. The sea beast said in fear. Qin Feiyang, Madman Mo, and the Golden-Winged Wolf King? The young man in golden robe was stunned. Suddenly, as if he thought of something, he suddenly stood up and said in surprise, You mean Qin Feiyang, Madman Mo, and the Golden-Winged Wolf King from the Sky Cloud Domain? That's right. It's us. Before the sea beast could speak, a loud laughter rolled over. The young man and the sea beast were startled. They hurriedly looked up and saw 3 figures streaking across the sky at an incredible speed and descending on the island. That's right. It was Qin Feiyang, Madman, and the white-eyed wolf. Madman glanced at the island and locked his gaze on the sea python demon emperor. He asked curiously, "You are one of the 10 demon emperors under Kun Peng, the sea python demon emperor?" "That's right. That's me." The young man nodded. Chapter 44:21. The madman looked at the young man for a moment, then looked at the sea beast next to him and laughed. "Your subordinates are quite fast at delivering information. We can't even compare to them when we activate the dual will of the heavenly path and momentary time." "You flatter me. We sea beasts are a little special. We can deliver information through the sea." The sea python demon emperor slowly put down the wineglass and looked at Qin Feiyang and the other 2. Although he had heard of the 3 of them, it was the first time he saw them in person. He asked, "Are you really Qin Feiyang, Madman Mo, and Golden-Winged Wolf King? How can this be fake?" In the entire Divine Kingdom, other than Lu Yuntian, who also has dual will of the heavenly path, who else can come to your sea lion's sacred island from the entrance of the central dynasty so quickly? The white-eyed wolf sneered. The sea python demon emperor's pupils shrank and he said in surprise, "How did you enter the central dynasty?" One had to know. The entrance of the central dynasty was protected by a barrier formed by the power of origin. The only key that could open the passage was the Divine Kingdom token in Dong Kunshin's hand. Moreover, since the history of the Divine Kingdom, no one had ever been able to break into the central dynasty. Could it be Dong Kunshin had died in the hands of these people? But that was impossible. The floating island where Dong Kunshin was also protected by the barrier of the power of origin. No matter how powerful Qin Feiyang and the others were, they couldn't break this barrier. Why was that? Wait, could it be that Dong Kunshin betrayed his master and joined Qin Feiyang and the others? Your question is a little stupid. How else can we enter the central dynasty? We must have walked in openly. The white-eyed wolf laughed. "Don't joke with me. Was it Dong Kunshin who let you in?" The sea lion demon emperor said angrily. "More or less." The white-eyed wolf grinned. "This damn thing, how dare he betray our divine kingdom?" The sea lion demon emperor clenched his hands. Betrayal? The white-eyed wolf was stunned. Then, a playful smile appeared on his face. He did not explain. Instead, he bared his teeth and said, "One of the 10 great fiend monarchs of the Kunpeng Sea region. Let this big brother experience it." The sea lion demon emperor looked at the white-eyed wolf contemptuously. "Still looking down on us? Don't you know that even Dong Qingyuan, Dong Tianchen, Dong Ping, and Lu Yuntian were killed by us?" The white-eyed wolf laughed mockingly. The sea lion demon emperor's eyes darkened. Of course he knew. He had long heard of these things. However, he also knew that the strongest of the 3 was Qin Feiyang. "Make your move." The white-eyed wolf took a step forward, and his aura surged out. The sea lion demon emperor glanced at Qin Feiyang, and his eyes flashed slightly. He stared at the white-eyed wolf and said, "I never do meaningless things." The white-eyed wolf was taken aback and asked suspiciously, "You mean to raise the stakes?" "That's right. If I lose to you, you can do whatever you want with me. But if you lose to me, please get the hell out of the central dynasty immediately. Do you dare?" The sea lion demon emperor shouted. "So confident? All right. As long as you can defeat me, not to mention getting the hell out of the central dynasty, you can even chop off my head and kick it like a ball." The white-eyed wolf sneered. "You are actually more confident than me?" The sea lion demon emperor was shocked. "Cut the crap, let's start." The white-eyed wolf's eyes turned cold. The 6 ultimate laws were activated, and the will of heaven erupted. "Go and inform the other demon emperors. And the demon kings below, hurry and come over to support me." The sea lion demon emperor secretly instructed the sea beast next to him and activated his ultimate law. When the sea beast heard this, it looked at Qin Feiyang and the other 2 in fear before turning around and fleeing frantically. "Are you going to find reinforcements?" Seeing this, Killing intent surged in Madman's eyes. He took a step forward and instantly landed in front of the sea beast, slapping it with his palm. Roar! With a shrill scream, the sea beast's blood splattered across the sky, and its body was destroyed. You guys, looking at this scene, the sea lion demon emperor was furious. He took a step into the sky and roared, "Hurry and inform the 9 demon emperors to come and support me." Immediately, loud and clear roars of beasts could be heard from the sea around them. This was a response to the sea lion demon emperor. It's not enough to inform the 9 demon emperors. It's better to let the emperor personally lead the death god army to kill us. The white-eyed wolf grinned, and the 6 ultimate laws charged toward the sea lion demon emperor. Don't worry. There will be such a day. The sea lion demon emperor smiled sinisterly. As the power of law surged out, the 8 ultimate laws appeared, and the will of heaven erupted, exuding the power of destruction. Boom! In an instant, 14 ultimate intents collided. A terrifying wave of destruction surged out in all directions. The island below was turned into ashes on the spot. The white-eyed wolf spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated continuously. 6 Tao Ultimates were no match for 8 Tao Ultimates. You dare to challenge me with this little strength? Who gave you the courage? The sea lion demon emperor laughed angrily and waved his hand. The remaining ultimate laws charged toward the white-eyed wolf. The white-eyed wolf took a step forward and stabilized his footsteps. He grinned at the sea lion demon emperor, and a golden light rushed out from his back. Following that, a pair of golden wings appeared on his back. What the hell is this? The sea lion demon emperor was stunned. Despair. As his voice fell, the white-eyed wolf spread his wings, and a golden light flickered. The next moment, he disappeared into the void. What? The sea lion demon emperor's expression changed drastically. This speed was too fast, wasn't it? He couldn't even catch a trace of this person. That's right. These were the white-eyed wolf's wings. His wings were equivalent to a moment of time. In addition, he activated the moment of time. The two overlapped and his speed skyrocketed. In other words, his current speed was equivalent to 2 flashes of time. Courage, of course, comes from my strength. Suddenly, the white-eyed wolf's voice sounded behind the sea lion demon emperor. The sea lion demon emperor quivered. He didn't even dare to hesitate and threw a punch behind him. However, just as he was about to throw a punch, the white-eyed wolf disappeared again. Why is he so fast? This speed is far beyond the moment of time. Could it be related to the wings on his back? The sea lion demon emperor's face was full of disbelief. You're smart this time. It is indeed related to my wings. The white-eyed wolf's voice sounded again, and it was right next to the sea lion demon emperor's ears. The sea lion demon emperor could even feel the heat from the white-eyed wolf's mouth when he spoke. He didn't even dare to look and threw another punch. However, the fist appeared in front of him and landed directly on his face. Of course, the sea lion demon emperor screamed. His entire face was lacerated and blood flowed out. If you have the ability, don't hide. This situation of being beaten almost drove him crazy. Before his voice fell, the white-eyed wolf appeared behind him again and slapped him. Accompanied by a cracking sound, in an instant, the bones in the sea lion demon emperor's body were shattered. Bastard! I won't forgive you! The sea lion demon emperor roared. Rays of dazzling golden light roared out of his body like a torrent. The next moment, a monstrous ferocious aura swept through the world. A huge golden sea serpent appeared in the shattered void. This was the sea python demon emperor's body. Its body was more than 10,000 feet long and covered with golden scales. Any one of the scales was bigger than a millstone. Its ferocious aura was monstrous, especially its eyes. Like 2 large lanterns, they flickered with a cold and gloomy light. A few days later, Dong Yuming came to the entrance. Chapter 44:22. Do you think you can turn the tables just by changing back to your original form? The white-eyed wolf was filled with disdain. It spread its golden wings and activated moment of time. It instantly landed behind the sea serpent. It stretched out its hands and grabbed the sea serpent's tail before smashing it down onto the broken island below. Accompanied by a scream, the sea serpent's head fell to the ground and shattered one peak after another. Its head was bleeding profusely. "I'm going to swallow you alive." The sea serpent roared hysterically. It suddenly raised its head and bent its huge body. It opened its bloody mouth and revealed its sharp fangs as it pounced on the white-eyed wolf. "Swallow me alive? I'm afraid your appetite won't be able to handle it." The white-eyed wolf laughed. Its body emitted a golden light and instantly turned into a giant wolf. Its body was more than 10,000 feet long. Its fur looked as if it was cast from gold. Its pair of golden eyes were like two suns. This was a battle between giant beasts. The white-eyed wolf that had changed back to its original form was even more terrifying. When it spread its wings, it was enough to cover half the sky. Golden-winged Wolf King. This is its original form, the sea serpent was shocked. Although it had mastered more ultimacy than the white-eyed wolf, the pressure that the white-eyed wolf exuded made it almost unable to breathe. This was because the white-eyed wolf had the aura of a supreme beast. Any beast that stood in front of it would have the urge to kneel down and worship it. This aura came from its fighting soul. Sky-swallowing beast. Crush. Rumble. The sacred island below had completely collapsed and was swallowed by the huge waves. The white-eyed wolf's body was like a towering mountain. Although its body had become bigger, its speed was not affected at all. It was even faster than when it was in its human form. This was because regardless of whether it was a beast or a sea beast, its strength would be limited when it was in its human form. As long as it changed back to its original form, it would be able to exert its full combat strength. Bang, bang, bang. The two beasts continued to collide in the sky above the sea. Every time they collided, there would be an earth-shattering sound. The destructive aura swept out in all directions. After several hundred breaths of fighting, the white-eyed wolf seized an opportunity and slashed down with its claws. With a cracking sound, the sea python's head was crushed on the spot. Blood sprinkled down, dyeing the sky red. "I've grasped 8 ultimate profundities of supreme laws, yet I'm still not his match." A golden sea python that was several meters long floated in the collapsed void, its eyes filled with disbelief. This was the sea python's divine soul. From afar, it looked like a baby dragon that had just been born. "Don't you know? In a one-on-one battle, speed is the key to victory." The white-eyed wolf sneered. With a shake of its body, it transformed back into its human form. The clothes on its body were transformed from its golden fur, and its wings were retracted back into its body. These words were not false at all. In a one-on-one duel, the faster one would be able to completely suppress the opponent. Of course, there was a prerequisite to this. They needed to be on par with each other. Although the white-eyed wolf's ultimate enlightenment was less than the sea serpent's, he still controlled the will of the heavenly Tao. No matter how many ultimate enlightenment one had grasped, as long as it was not the ultimate enlightenment of the law of life and death, the strength of the will of the heavenly Tao would be the same. Furthermore, the white-eyed wolf's speed was much faster than the sea serpent's. With the golden wings, it was equivalent to having 2 instant times. This speed was completely crushing. Even if the sea serpent had 9 ultimate profundities of supreme laws, the white-eyed wolf would still be able to win, let alone 8 ultimate profundities of supreme laws. This was because no matter how many ultimate profundities one had, the white-eyed wolf could easily avoid them. If one's ultimate profundities could not hurt the white-eyed wolf, how could one win? On the other hand, the white-eyed wolf relied on his overwhelming speed to slowly torture one until one was covered in bruises and exhausted. In short, to defeat the white-eyed wolf, 2 people had to join forces. Of course, if the white-eyed wolf activated his battle soul, it would be a different story. "Speed," the sea serpent's divine soul muttered as it stared at the white-eyed wolf and roared unwillingly, "How can your speed be so fast?" "Ha, don't you understand that I'm gifted?" The white-eyed wolf laughed proudly. "I can't accept this." The sea serpent was hysterical. To think that he, one of the top 10 demon emperors of the Kunpeng Sea region, had actually lost to a wolf cub? It's not shameful for you to lose to Brother Wolf, because his strength is enough to crush anyone who has mastered the will of the heavenly Tao. Frenzy laughed. What a joke. It's just that his speed is a little faster. If you have the ability, let him fight with Lord Kunpeng. The sea serpent mocked. Kunpeng? Qin Feiyang and the other two looked at each other and couldn't help but reveal a smile on their faces. The sea serpent was bewildered. Why was it laughing? You still don't know that we came to you for Kunpeng. Now that you've lost to the white-eyed wolf, you should answer our questions truthfully. Where's Kunpeng now? Qin Feiyang said. What? They came for Lord Kunpeng? The sea serpent was shocked and asked, why are you asking about Lord Kunpeng's whereabouts? It's none of your business. If you don't want us to control you, hurry up and answer. The white-eyed wolf said impatiently. The sea serpent definitely couldn't split his divine soul in advance to save his life because he didn't expect that Qin Feiyang and the others could break into the central dynasty. The sea serpent's eyes flickered and sneered. I can tell you, but I'm afraid that you won't dare to go. Don't dare to go? We even dare to break into the central dynasty. Is there any place that we don't dare to go? The white-eyed wolf laughed proudly. All right. Lord Kunpeng went to Imperial Capital Mountain. If you have the ability, go. The sea serpent sneered. Imperial Capital Mountain? Frenzy and the white-eyed wolf were stunned. Imperial Capital Mountain. Qin Feiyang pondered a bit and looked at the Frenzy and the white-eyed wolf. There is information about Imperial Capital Mountain in the sea elephant's memory. It seems to be where the emperor of the central dynasty lives. What? Where the emperor lives? The two were dazed. What? Are you scared? If you have the ability, go. The sea serpent laughed. So noisy. A trace of anger crept up between the white-eyed wolf's eyebrows. With a slap, the sea python immediately let out a blood-curdling scream. More than half of the sea python's originally complete divine soul was annihilated in an instant. It was already in their hands and it still didn't know what to do? Wasn't it looking for trouble? The white-eyed wolf looked at Qin Feiyang and said, send it to the Black Tortoise world and let Long Chen take away its ultimate intent. Take away my ultimate intent? Hearing this, the sea serpent couldn't help but choose to destroy its divine soul. But would Qin Feiyang and the others give it the chance? Of course not. This person had mastered 8 ultimate intents. How could it be wasted? At this moment, the white-eyed wolf sealed the sea serpent's divine soul and then Qin Feiyang sent it to the Black Tortoise world for Long Chen to deal with. However, Qin Feiyang had told Long Chen not to kill the sea serpent. It was still useful. The frenzy frowned and looked at Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf. He said hesitantly, I'm afraid we can't just kill our way to Imperial Capital Mountain. Definitely not. Maybe the Death God army is also at Imperial Capital Mountain. If we go there directly, it will be like sending a sheep to the tiger's mouth. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. Then what should we do now? Should we go find that unreliable young man first or continue to hunt the other monster emperors and monster kings in the Kunpeng Sea region? The white-eyed wolf asked. This young man, we don't have to look for him. Anyway, when it's time to appear, he will naturally appear. Let's hunt the monster emperors and monster kings in the Kunpeng Sea region first. After all, these monster emperors and monster kings will become a threat to us in the future. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. Kunpeng was not here, so it was a good opportunity to hunt the monster kings and monster emperors here. There's also that second direct family clan. Should we also go and meet them? The white-eyed wolf bared his teeth. Of course. It's impolite not to reciprocate. Qin Feiyang chuckled. Have you forgotten a few people? Dong Tianchen, Dong Ping, Dong Xen, Dong Hanzong, should we also go and take care of them? The frenzy smirked. Qin Feiyang looked at the frenzy in shock. What was this guy thinking? Dong Tianchen, Dong Ping, Dong Xen, they must think that they can avoid us as long as they return to the central dynasty. Now, I'm really looking forward to seeing how they will react when they know that we have broken into the central dynasty. The white-eyed wolf bared his teeth, his face full of playfulness. They will probably cry. The frenzy smirked. Dong Tianqian and the other two had all made a blood oath, so as long as the ruler of the Divine Kingdom did not return, there was no need to worry about them disobeying. As for Dong Hanzong, this person must be taken good care of. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Let's talk about this later. Now, let's think about how to hunt the monster emperors and monster kings here." "Do you still need to think about it?" "Didn't the sea python monster emperor ask the nearby sea beasts to inform them? We will just sit here and wait." The frenzy smirked. "Wait for the hare to appear?" The white-eyed wolf was slightly stunned and frowned. "Even the 10th team of the Death God army was killed by us. Will these monster emperors and monster kings come to us?" "That's true." The frenzy mumbled. The members of the 10th team all left their divine souls in the Central Dynasty. They must have reported the complete annihilation to the emperor. And the Kunpeng was now at the imperial capital mountain, so it probably already knew about it. Perhaps, these people were already gathering their army and preparing to come to the Kunpeng Sea region to encircle them. Although they might already know about the annihilation of the 10th team of the Death God army, they definitely don't know that we have already entered the Central Dynasty. As for these sea beasts, although they can spread the news very quickly, it will take some time for them to spread the news that we have entered the Central Dynasty to Emperor Capital Mountain. So, we still have time. But we can't just sit here and wait. We must take the initiative to attack. Kill as many as we can. Qin Feiyang said. Hearing this, the frenzy and the white-eyed wolf nodded. It was impossible to kill all the monster emperors and monster kings here. They could only kill as many as they could. Chapter 44:23. At the same time, Imperial Capital Mountain. The mountain peaks were towering, and purple clouds were rising. Auspicious beasts were galloping in the mountains. One could tell at a glance that this was not an ordinary place. In the middle of the mountain range, there was a giant mountain that was tens of thousands of feet tall. It towered into the sky like a sharp sword. At the top of the mountain, there was a magnificent palace surrounded by clouds. From afar, it looked like a celestial palace. At this moment, 4 figures were sitting in the main hall. Their faces were blurry, but the aura they exuded was very strong. The void in the main hall was constantly twisting and trembling. "Your Majesty, why did you call us all here? Is there something important?" The person who spoke was a man in white. His voice was ethereal and gentle, with a hint of elegance. "Yes." The emperor sitting above nodded, then looked at another person and said, "Dong Qingyun, tell them." The emperor's voice sounded a little gloomy and terrifying. Dong Qingyuan took a deep breath, looked at the man in white, and said, "The members of the 10th team that we sent to the 4 great continents were all wiped out in the Taboo Ocean a few days ago." What? The man in white was shocked. Sitting next to the man in white was a man in green. Hearing Dong Qingyuan's words, he could not calm down. "That's impossible. There are 10,000 members of the 10th team. Moreover, Dong Yuming has the origin energy in his hands. Who has the ability to wipe them all out?" The man in green said in disbelief. "I know you won't believe it, but it's the truth," Dong Qingyuan said. "Who did it?" The man in white frowned. "Qin Feiyang, Golden-Winged Wolf King, and Madman Mo." Dong Qingyuan gritted his teeth as if he wanted to swallow the 3 of them alive. "It's really them." The man in white and the man in green looked at each other in shock. They had already thought of it before. Because in the 4 great continents, except for Qin Feiyang and the other 2, no one had the guts to go against the Death God army. The 10,000 members of the 10th team. More than 1,000 of them were ambushed by Qin Feiyang and the other 2 and died on the spot. Fortunately, they left their divine souls in advance to save their lives. Dong Qingyuan said, "Leaving behind a divine soul in advance? That's fine. I won't die anyway." The white-robed man smiled. "They are indeed lucky, but the remaining 8,000 people are not so lucky. They were all captured by Qin Feiyang and the other 2. Long Chen used his soul manipulation technique to strip them of all their ultimate profundities." Dong Qingyuan clenched his fists tightly. "What?" The 2 of them suddenly stood up. If all his ultimate profound meanings were taken away, wouldn't that be the same as becoming a cripple? For an existence at this level, Losing their ultimate profound was no different from being a cripple. Dong Qingyuan continued, "Furthermore, I heard from them that Qin Feiyang and the other two intend to barge into our central dynasty." Barging into our central dynasty? They must be dreaming. Do you think that the barrier formed by the origin energy is just a facade? Although the expressions on their faces could not be seen clearly, the mockery in their words could be heard clearly. It's not too early to say. Think about it. How did Qin Badian barge into our central dynasty back then? The emperor finally spoke, and his tone became gloomier. The two of them heard this and their hearts sank. When Qin Badian barged into the central dynasty, it was also far beyond their expectations. Most importantly, they had been looking for Qin Baishan's whereabouts, but there was no news at all. It was as if he had suddenly disappeared from the face of the earth. Right now, there's already Qin Badian who makes people feel like they're sitting on pins and needles. If Qin Feiyang and the other two barge into our central dynasty, wouldn't they turn our central dynasty upside down? That will never be allowed to happen. The emperor's tone was firm. The white-robed man and the young man took a deep breath and returned to their seats. They asked, "Then what do you plan to do?" "That's why I called you here. I plan to mobilize the entire Death God army to encircle them, and you and Dong Qingyuan will personally lead the team." The emperor said, "The entire Death God army? Is that necessary?" The white-robed man was shocked. "Sky Dragon, don't tell me you are still underestimating them? Don't be fooled by their small numbers. Each of them has a heaven-defying method." According to the members of the 10th team, not only Mu Tianyang and the demon ancestors' Eye of Despair and Eye of Evil, but even the Eye of Oblivion has appeared. Dong Qingyuan said in a deep voice. "Eye of Oblivion." The white-robed man fell silent. In the past, it was because we underestimated them that we fell into their hands again and again. So this time, we must go all out and kill them in the cradle as soon as possible. Dong Qingyuan said. "Okay." Just as the emperor said. The white-robed man nodded. Also, the Taboo Ocean and the Kuanping Ocean border. If Qin Feiyang and the other two really barge into the central dynasty, the Kuanping Ocean will definitely become a battlefield. Kuanping, you have to let the monster emperors and monster kings down there prepare in advance. The emperor looked at the azure-robed man and said, "Understood." The azure-robed man nodded. "All right, you all get ready and set off immediately. This time, I hope to hear good news from you," the emperor said. The repeated defeats almost made him lose confidence. "What about Qin Badian? Are we still going to continue tracking his whereabouts?" The white-robed man asked. "Let's ignore Qin Badian for now. It's more important to deal with Qin Feiyang and the other two." The emperor waved his hand. There was a trace of helplessness in his expression. If he could find Qin Badian, he would definitely look for him. But the key was that he couldn't find him now, so he could only deal with Qin Feiyang and the other two first. Several days passed in a flash. In the sky above the ocean, 3 figures streaked across the sky like lightning, heading towards the exit of the central dynasty. These 3 people were Dong Qingyuan, the white-robed man, and the azure-robed man. They had been in the Kuanping Ocean for several days and dared not delay the slightest along the way, so they were now deep in the ocean. However, they didn't see anyone from the Death God army. Suddenly, a sea beast jumped out of the water and ran to the azure-robed man, shouting, "Lord Kuanping, I finally found you." "What's wrong?" The Kuanping was shocked. Dong Qingyuan and the dragon god also looked at the sea beast suspiciously. The sea beast hurriedly said, "Qin Feiyang, Madman Mo, and the golden-winged wolf king have broken into our Kuanping Ocean." What? Dong Qingyuan and the other two stiffened. Did they really break in? When did this happen? Dong Qingyuan said in a deep voice. "A few days ago." The sea beast said. The Kuanping frowned and said, "How did they break in?" The sea beast said, "According to the news from the sea beast at the exit, they got Dong Kunshin's divine kingdom token and walked in openly." "How is that possible?" Dong Kunshin is on the floating island, and the floating island is protected by the barrier of the origin force. No matter how powerful Qin Feiyang and the others are, they can't break the barrier and snatch the divine kingdom token. Dong Qingyuan said angrily. It's true. The sea beast looked at Dong Qingyuan in fear. The dragon god frowned and said, Did Dong Kunshan betray our divine kingdom? No. Dong Kunshan didn't. According to the sea beast at the exit, it seems that a woman used the Eye of Oblivion to control Dong Kunshan. The sea beast said, The Eye of Oblivion, it's the Eye of Oblivion again. Damn it, I won't forgive him. Dong Qingyuan roared. What about Dong Kunshan? The Kuanpeng asked. The sea beast said, It said that he has been captured by Qin Feiyang. The Kuanpeng's pupils shrank and sighed. Dong Kunshan is definitely hopeless. After falling into Qin Feiyang's hands, how could he possibly survive? The sea beast urged, My lord, don't worry about Dong Kunshan. Hurry up and save the Monster King and Monster King. What do you mean? The Kuanpeng was stunned and looked at the sea beast in surprise. When these three people entered our Kuanpeng Sea region, they immediately found the Sea Python Monster King. I heard that the Sea Python Monster King has fallen into their hands. And these days, they have been crazily hunting down the Monster Kings and Monster Emperors of our Kuanpeng Sea region. Now, at least hundreds of Monster Kings have become souls in their hands. The sea beast said in a deep voice. What? These three little bastards, they're courting death. The Kuanpeng was furious. We can't let them continue, and we can't let them step into the continent of our central dynasty. We must surround them in the Kuanpeng Sea region. Dong Qingyuan said. The dragon god nodded. If these three people really left the Kuanpeng Sea region and stepped into the continent of the central dynasty, the central dynasty would definitely be in chaos. After all, they even dared to kill the monster kings and monster emperors here. What else did they not dare to do? The Kuanpeng's eyes flashed and looked at the sea beast. Immediately pass down my order. Tell the monster kings and monster emperors not to confront Qin Feiyang and the other two. Yes. The sea beast nodded and immediately sank into the sea, disappearing without a trace. Immediately, the Kuanpeng looked at Dong Qingyuan. Dong Qingyuan understood. He waved his old hand and a group of people appeared in the void in front of him. There were men and women, old and young. But without exception, there was a sword pattern on the chest of their clothes. That's right. They were the members of the Death God Army. Obviously, the Death God Army was hidden in Dong Qingyuan's space divine object. Dong Kuan, Dong Qian, you two lead the 9th team and the 8th team to block the coastline of the Kuanpeng Sea region. You must not let Qin Feiyang and the others leave the Kuanpeng Sea region. Dong Qingyuan ordered. The two middle-aged men bowed and then looked at the others behind them and shouted, Let's go! There were about 20,000 people in this group. As Dong Kuan and the other two gave the order, they immediately turned and swept toward the coast. Phew! Watching the group leave, Dong Qingyuan took a deep breath and looked at the Kuanpeng and the dragon god. He said in a deep voice, This time, we must kill them. The two nodded. Both of them were murderous. Especially the Kuanpeng. His whole body was emitting a murderous aura that could not be dissipated. As soon as they came, they killed the monster emperors and monster kings under his command. Was this a show of strength? Just wait. The Kuanpeng Sea region will be your burial ground. Chapter 44-24. At the same time, Taboo Ocean. A black figure broke through the air like lightning and landed below the floating island. Dong Kunshan. This person was Dong Yumming. With a gloomy face, he looked at the floating island and shouted. However, there was no response from the island for a long time. Dong Yumming frowned, swept to the top of the void island, and scanned the island. Why is there no one? The small island could be seen at a glance. But he couldn't even find a shadow. Are you from the Central Dynasty? Suddenly, a timid voice sounded below. Dong Yumming looked down and saw a seal emerging from the water, looking at him in fear. Yes. I am the commander of the Death God Legion's 10th team, Dong Yumming. Dong Yumming nodded. The seal immediately prostrated and said respectfully, Sir, I know where Sir Dong Kunshan is. Where is he? Dong Yumming quickly landed in front of the seal and asked. The seal said, he was captured by Qin Feiyang, Madman Mo, and Golden Wing Wolf King. He may have met with an accident. What? Dong Yuming's eyes trembled. Dong Kunshan was captured by Qin Feiyang and the other two. How is this possible? This is what I saw with my own eyes at that time. It seems that a woman named Lin Yi opened the eyes of oblivion and controlled Dong Kunshan. The seal said, Lin Yi, eyes of oblivion, this damn woman. As soon as Dong Yuming heard this, he was furious. Because more than 8,000 of his subordinates were captured, it was also related to Lin Yi. Feeling Dong Yuming's anger, the seal trembled. Dong Yuming said in a deep voice, Where are Qin Feiyang and the others now? The seal said truthfully, they got the Divine Kingdom token from Sir Dong Kunshan and then entered the Central Dynasty. I don't know where they are now. Damn it. The Divine Kingdom token fell into their hands. Dong Yuming clenched his hands. Without the Divine Kingdom token, how could he enter the Central Dynasty now? And now, he couldn't contact the people of the Central Dynasty. Could they only stand here and stare? The grievance and anger in his heart almost caused him to collapse. Kunpeng Sea region. In the sky above a sea. More than 10 sea beasts fled for their lives. His entire body was drenched in blood. His eyes were also filled with fear. These dozen or so sea beasts were extremely powerful, because they were all demon kings, grasping the will of the heavenly Tao. However, at this moment, they were in an extremely sorry state. The reason was that there were 3 people chasing after them. These 3 people were undoubtedly Qin Feiyang, the madman, and the white-eyed wolf. Qin Feiyang and the other 2 were also covered in blood. However, it was not in their blood. This was because their blood was different from that of ordinary people. Qin Feiyang had purple gold dragon blood. The white-eyed wolf had golden blood. The madman's blood, on the other hand, contained an extremely evil aura. But now, the bloodstains on their bodies were the same as those of ordinary people. The blood was undoubtedly from the demon kings they had killed in the Kunpeng Sea region. With dual wills of the heavenly Tao, coupled with split time, in just a few blinks of an eye, Qin Feiyang and the other 2 blocked in front of the dozen or so demon kings. What do you want? The dozen or so demon kings stopped and roared in horror and anger. What else can we do? Of course we want to kill you. The madman laughed. You'd better restrain yourselves. Otherwise, there will be no place for you in the Central Dynasty. Lord Kunpeng will not let you go either. The dozen or so demon kings roared in despair. They had already tried their best to escape, but facing Qin Feiyang, who had dual wills of the heavenly Tao, no matter how hard they tried to escape, they would be caught. Are you still counting on Kunpeng? It's not that we look down on him, but when he meets us, he can only run for his life. The white-eyed wolf sneered. Clang. The all-evil sword appeared, its sharpness peerless. The dozen or so demon kings were disheartened, and a destructive aura suddenly rushed out from their bodies. Self-destruction. The dignified demon kings who had grasped the will of the heavenly Tao were actually forced to self-destruct, showing how desperate they were at this moment. The madman bared his teeth. The all-evil sword was like a flash of light as it instantly arrived. The bodies of the dozen or so demon kings were shattered on the spot. The white-eyed wolf immediately took action and suppressed their divine souls. The entire process was done in one go without any hesitation. Because they had encountered too many similar situations these days, and at the beginning, a few demon kings had succeeded in self-destructing, causing them to suffer quite a bit, so they definitely would not let such a situation happen again. How many? Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. The white-eyed wolf lowered his head and thought for a while, then looked at the sealed divine souls of the dozen or so demon kings and grinned. Including them, it's exactly 750 demon kings. Not bad. Qin Feiyang nodded. 750 demon kings were equivalent to 750 inheritances of ultimate profundities of supreme laws. Unfortunately, we haven't even found a single demon emperor these days. The madman shook his head. They had been to the lairs of a few demon emperors, but the lairs were already empty. Obviously, they had already heard the news and fled. Suddenly, the divine soul of one of the demon kings looked at Qin Feiyang and the other 2 and said in horror, "Don't kill us, we have a piece of news that we can tell you." "What news?" Qin Feiyang and the other two were stunned and looked at the Demon King suspiciously. What are you doing? Are you going to betray everyone? When the other Demon Kings heard this, they immediately looked at the Demon King and shouted. The Demon King said gloomily, "Now, we can't even save our own lives. Why do we still care so much?" "You!" The other Demon Kings glared at him. "Shut up. Do you believe that I will deprive you of your ultimate mysteries right now and destroy your souls?" The white-eyed wolf glared fiercely, and the group of Demon Kings were instantly terrified. Then, the white-eyed wolf looked at the Demon King and asked, "Speak, what news? You have to promise me to let us go first." The Demon King said, "Do you think you are still qualified to negotiate with us now?" The white-eyed wolf sneered. The Demon King's gaze trembled. "If you don't say it now, after you are controlled by Long Chen's soul-controlling technique later, you will still say it. So I advise you to be sensible. Maybe we will really let you go when we are in a good mood." The white-eyed wolf bared his teeth. Okay, I'll say it. These days, we have received news from the 9 Demon Kings one after another. They asked all the Demon Kings to gather at Kunpeng Divine Island. The Demon King said, "Kunpeng Divine Island?" Qin Feiyang and the other two were stunned. Kunpeng Divine Island is where Lord Kunpeng lives. It is located in the northwest of the sea. The Demon King said, "Why do they want you to gather at Kunpeng Divine Island?" The white-eyed wolf was puzzled. Because they all know that no one is your match in a one-on-one fight, so they want everyone to go to Kunpeng Divine Island. This way, even if we are found by you, we can join forces to deal with you. The Demon King finished in one breath and looked at the 3 of them pitifully, asking, "Can you let me go now?" "Yes, of course." The white-eyed wolf nodded and grinned. "However, you have to bring us to Kunpeng Divine Island first." These Demon Kings were quite smart. They knew how to team up. "What? You still want to go to Kunpeng Divine Island?" The Demon King's eyes trembled. These 3 people were too bold, weren't they? They knew that the 9 Demon Kings and Demon Kings were gathered at Kunpeng Divine Island, but they still wanted to go there. Were they really not afraid of death? Calm down, calm down. Isn't it exactly what we want them to gather at Kunpeng Divine Island? We can catch them all in one go. The white-eyed wolf laughed. "What?" The Demon King's eyes trembled. Catch all the Demon Kings and Demon Kings in one go? Wasn't this tone a little too arrogant? You should know that there are only 3 of you. There were a total of 10,000 Demon Kings in the Kunpeng Sea region. Even now, you have killed 750 Demon Kings and there are still more than 9,000 Demon Kings. This was not including the 9 Demon Kings. You want to catch all of them in one go with such a terrifying lineup? Are you dreaming? The other Demon Kings also looked at the white-eyed wolf in shock. He really dared to say that? You've never seen the world. The white-eyed wolf looked at the Demon Kings in disdain and turned to Qin Feiyang. He urged, "Little Qin Zi, hurry up. There are more than 9,000 Demon Kings and 9 Demon Kings. This is another rich treasure." Treasure? The Demon Kings were dumbfounded. These people really wouldn't stop until their words shocked people to death. Demon Kings and Demon Kings were actually treasures in their eyes. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. He sent the other Demon Kings to the Black Tortoise realm and handed them to Long Chen. The remaining demon monarch's true form was a sea lion. Seeing that his companions were sent to the Black Tortoise realm, the sea lion Demon King couldn't help but tremble. Fortunately, he cooperated obediently. Otherwise, he would definitely be like the other Demon Kings. "Lead the way." Qin Feiyang smiled. Over there. The sea lion Demon King shuddered and hurriedly pointed in the northwest direction. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and swept up the madman and the white-eyed wolf. He activated the dual will of the heavenly Tao and tore through the sky like lightning. As for the sea lion Demon King's soul, it had been suppressed by the white-eyed wolf. Chapter 44-25. On the way, they soon encountered another group of monster kings. These monster kings were all rushing to Kunpeng Divine Island. Their bodies were comparable to mountains, especially a seahorse with wings. When it spread its wings, it was like a giant beast that covered the sky. "Hello!" The white-eyed wolf began to greet them from afar. The group of monster kings was taken aback. When they turned their heads, their expressions changed. Why did they encounter these 3 murderous stars? Run! There were a total of 30 monster kings. But none of them dared to stop and fight. They fled frantically, almost using all their strength. Are we demons? Running when you see us? The white-eyed wolf was puzzled. You guys are scarier than demons, okay? The remnant soul of the sea lion demon king couldn't help but curse. With the crazy behavior of the 3 of you, if I wasn't afraid of you, would I stay and wait for death? Do you have a problem with us? The white-eyed wolf glanced at the sea lion demon king. Although he didn't hear the sea lion demon king's curse, he could guess something from his eyes. No. The sea lion demon king shook his head. You better not, otherwise I will destroy you. A cold light flashed in the white-eyed wolf's eyes, scaring the sea lion demon king. With 2 wills of the heavenly Tao, the speed of Qin Feiyang and the others was naturally faster than those monster kings. Don't come over! The group of monster kings roared in horror, almost crying. You guys told us not to go over, so we won't go over. Is that giving you face? Madman laughed. After a few breaths, they finally caught up with the group of monster kings. We can't run away. Everyone, get ready to fight. The seahorse roared. Although he didn't want to face Qin Feiyang and the others, he had no choice now. If he couldn't run away, he could only fight. Boom. Ultimate profound meanings appeared out of thin air, and the will of the heavenly Tao erupted. There were more than 30 demon monarchs, and there were close to 200 ultimate profundities of ultimate laws. If this was in the Sky Cloud realm, just these 30 monster kings could raise the entire Sky Cloud realm to the ground. Because in the Sky Cloud realm, except for Long Zun, there was no one who had mastered the will of the heavenly Tao. The group of monster kings roared in unison. Nearly 200 ultimate mysteries shattered the sky and charged towards Qin Feiyang and the other 2. The suppressed divine soul beside the golden-winged wolf king seems to be the sea lion demon king under the sea python demon emperor. It is indeed him. Never would I have thought that even he had fallen into the hands of these 3 people. When the group of demon monarchs saw demon monarch sea lion soul, they became even more terrified. Just this? The white-eyed wolf laughed disdainfully. He activated his heaven-devouring battle soul and opened his mouth. Under the horrified gazes of the demon kings, he swallowed all the ultimate mysteries in one gulp. In the end, there was not even a ripple. No way! This is too abnormal. Are you still human? The group of demon kings trembled. He had devoured close to 200 ultimate profundities of supreme laws in one go, and he even possessed the will of the heavenly Tao. This was simply unheard of. He was simply a monster. There was no doubt about it. Finally, these 30-odd demon monarchs were all captured by Qin Feiyang and the other 2. They couldn't even do anything to the white-eyed wolf's battle soul, let alone Qin Feiyang and Lunatic's 3,000 incarnations and the all-evil sword. Therefore, no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't turn the situation around. Old Qin, if we go to Kunpeng Divine Island so blatantly, will we scare away those demon emperors and demon kings? Half a day later, Lunatic frowned. In this half a day, they encountered many demon monarchs. Until now, they had captured a total of 900 demon monarchs. Scare them away? The white-eyed wolf was taken aback. He patted his head and said, yes, they spread the news very quickly. If they know that we are going to Kunpeng Divine Island, we might really scare them away. Then what should we do? Qin Feiyang asked. Lunatic rolled his eyes and suddenly looked at the sea lion demon king. Why are you looking at me? The sea lion demon king immediately panicked. Looking at Lunatic's eyes, it was definitely not a good thing. Lunatic laughed and said, little lion, do you really want to live? Yes. The sea lion demon king was taken aback. When he came back to his senses, he nodded repeatedly. Who didn't want to live? Then now, listen to our arrangements. As long as you bring us to Kunpeng Divine Island, we will let you go. Lunatic said. You mean it? The sea lion demon king was overjoyed. If you don't believe me, I can make a blood oath. When we reach Kunpeng Divine Island, if I don't let you go, I will be struck by lightning. Lunatic pointed to the sky and swore. There really was an oath imprint descending. Seeing this scene, the Sea Lion Demon King was overjoyed. With a blood oath as guarantee, what was there to be afraid of? Basically, his life was saved. What are you doing? The white-eyed wolf looked at Lunatic suspiciously. It didn't seem like Lunatic's character to make a blood oath so easily. Lunatic moved closer to the ears of Qin Feiyong and the white-eyed wolf and whispered a few words. So that's how it is. The two of them suddenly understood. Immediately, Qin Feiyong took the two of them and the Sea Lion Demon King and disappeared without a trace. Black Tortoise World. With the help of the Mermaid Princess, the Sea Lion Demon King quickly reconstructed a complete divine soul and body. This is the Eye of Life? So strong. As a Demon King of the Kunpeng Sea region, he could be considered experienced and knowledgeable, but when he saw the terrifying healing ability of the Eye of Life, he couldn't help but be shocked. Lunatic smiled and said, "Turn back to your human form." The Sea Lion Demon King was taken aback. What did he mean? Hurry up, Lunatic urged. The Sea Lion Demon King quickly nodded and transformed into a middle-aged burly man. He then looked at Lunatic and asked, "And then?" "Then you also make a blood oath to successfully bring us to Kunpeng Divine Island. You can't have any evil intentions on the way, especially secretly revealing our identity to other Demon Kings," Lunatic said. The Sea Lion Demon King nodded and quickly made a blood oath. However, when he made the blood oath, he felt a faint sense of unease in his heart. It was as if there was a trap waiting for him. Not bad, very sincere. Lunatic chuckled. Qin Feiyong and White-Eyed Wolf also had a smile on their faces. Looking at the smiles on their faces, the Sea Lion Demon King's uneasiness grew stronger. Could there really be a trap? Under the Sea Lion Demon King's bewildered gaze, Qin Feiyong and the other two took out the illusion form pill and turned into three middle-aged burly men, suppressing their cultivation. Subordinate greets Lord Demon King. The three of them bowed to the Sea Lion Demon King. What do you mean? Looking at the three of them, the Sea Lion Demon King was dumbfounded. Lunatic smiled and said, "Now, we are your trusted subordinates." Trusted subordinates? The Sea Lion Demon King was taken aback. If you meet other Demon Kings on the way, you will introduce us like this. Lunatic nodded. The Sea Lion Demon King frowned. But suddenly, he quivered and his face was instantly filled with anger as he roared, "You guys actually set a trap for me." Set a trap? What do you mean? Qin Feiyong and the other two pretended to be puzzled. You guys pretended to be my trusted subordinates and asked me to take you to Kunpeng Divine Island. Once you make a move, everyone will definitely think that I am with you guys. The Sea Lion Demon King roared. He knew that this matter wasn't that simple. He was the one who brought them to Kunpeng Divine Island. At that time, how would he explain it to the other Demon Kings and Demon Emperors? Even if he had 100 mouths, he wouldn't be able to explain it clearly. Even if he explained, the other Demon Kings and Demon Emperors wouldn't easily believe him. So, even if Qin Feiyong and the other two let him go, the other Demon Kings and Demon Emperors wouldn't let him go. In the end, he would still have to die. You're not stupid. You reacted so quickly. But it's too late to regret now because you've already made a blood oath. Don't worry, when we reach Kunpeng Divine Island, we will definitely fulfill our promise and let you go. Lunatic chuckled. What's the point of letting me go? At that time, everyone will definitely think that I'm a traitor. Will they let me go? The entire sea region is Lord Kunpeng's territory. If everyone thinks that I'm a traitor, where else can I go? The Sea Lion Demon King roared. He was too cunning. Sure enough, there was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Whether there's a place for you here or not is your own business. Anyway, we will definitely fulfill our promise. Lunatic said. What a bastard. The Sea Lion Demon King wanted to cry but had no tears. He fell into the trap of these three bastards for no reason. Scold as you wish. It's only right and proper for Lord Demon King to scold me. Lunatic bared his teeth. The sea lion demon king looked up at the sky in self-pity. Why was he so unlucky to meet these three scammers? Another half a day passed. Because he needed to hide his identity, Qin Feiyang couldn't activate the dual will of heaven, so his speed was greatly reduced. However, although his speed was slower, the journey became much smoother. After all, the sea lion was a demon king. No matter where he went, the sea beasts he encountered would definitely be respectful. Late at night, they met another group of demon kings. There were more than 50 of them. Although these demon kings came from different places in the sea area, they all knew each other. After all, they all lived in the same sea area. Sea lion, who are these three? A demon king looked suspiciously at Qin Feiyang and the other two. They are this king's confidants. They are one step away from grasping the will of heaven, so I was afraid that they would encounter an accident, so I brought them with me. The sea lion demon king braced himself and said, "So that's the case. Not bad, even your confidants have almost grasped the will of heaven. It seems that in the future, your status in our Kunpeng Sea area will be greatly improved." The group of demon kings smiled and complimented. No. The sea lion demon king hurriedly waved his hand. His heart was about to die from worry. He really wanted to tell these demon kings that these three people were Qin Feiyang, Madman Mo, and the Golden-Winged Wolf King. However, because of the restriction of the blood oath, he didn't dare to do so. "Greetings, Lord Demon Kings." Qin Feiyang and the other two also behaved very sensibly and bowed to the group of demon kings. No need to be so polite. When you grasp the will of heaven, you will also become the demon kings of our Kunpeng Sea area. At that time, everyone's status will be the same. The group of demon kings chuckled. The sea lion demon king couldn't laugh at all and kept a worried face. Chapter 44:26. Sea lion, what are you doing? Why are you frowning? Some monster kings looked at him suspiciously. The sea lion monster king was stunned and sighed. It's all because of Qin Feiyang, Madman Mo, and the Golden-Winged Wolf King. Speaking of this, he couldn't help but glance at Qin Feiyang and the other two. He said angrily, "These three bastards have caused chaos in the Kunpeng Sea region. I'm really worried." Qin Feiyang and the other two looked at each other. This guy must be scolding them on purpose. Because now, even if he scolded them badly, they wouldn't dare to retort. Hearing Qin Feiyang and the other two, the other monster kings also fell silent, their faces extremely gloomy. "Don't be afraid. As long as we reach Kunpeng Island and meet up with everyone, we will organize a counterattack. They are very strong, but we have more people. As long as we work together, we will definitely be able to kill them." The group of monster kings spoke one after another, their eyes flashing with killing intent. Hearing this, the sea lion monster king felt inexplicably sad. More people? Working together? You don't know, this is what Qin Feiyang and the other two want. If we all gather at Kunpeng Island, it will be easier for them to kill us all. However, he didn't dare to say it out loud. The next morning, the number of monster kings they encountered had already reached 500. Every time the white-eyed wolf saw these monster kings, he couldn't help but swallow his saliva. It was as if he was looking at a delicious cake. The third day, the number of monster kings gathered from all directions had already reached 900. At noon on the third day, "Greetings, monster kings." A perfected sovereign sea beast rushed out of the sea and prostrated in front of the monster kings. Qin Feiyang and the other two looked at each other with a trace of suspicion in their eyes. Why would there be a sea beast blocking their way? "What's the matter?" the monster king walking at the front asked. The sea beast said, "Lord Kunpeng has sent an order, telling you all not to fight Qin Feiyang, Madman Mo, and Golden-Winged Wolf King head-on. Lord Kunpeng has received the news that Qin Feiyang and the others have entered the Central Dynasty." The demon kings were overjoyed. That's right. Moreover, Lord Kunpeng has returned. It's said that the dragon god, Dong Qingyuan, is also traveling with them. The sea beast said, "Dragon god and Dong Qingyuan are here too?" Upon hearing this, the group of demon monarchs looked at each other. "There's one more thing. Dong Qingyuan has ordered the Death God Legion's 9th and 8th teams to seal off the coastline of the Kunpeng Sea area. It is said that they want to trap Qin Feiyang and the other two in the Kunpeng Sea area. The sea beast said. The 9th team, the 8th team? How many people are there in these two teams? A monster king asked in surprise. I think there are 20,000 of them. The sea beast said. So many. The Death God army is indeed terrifying. The group of demon kings was shocked. Obviously, they didn't know much about the Death God army. Damn, they really think highly of us. They actually sent out 2 teams. Lunatics secretly said. I think it's more than that. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice, his eyes flickering. More than that? Lunatic and the white-eyed wolf were stunned. Think about it. If Dong Qingyuan really only brought 2 teams, would he send them to seal off the coast of the Kunpeng Sea area? He would definitely leave a small team by his side so that he can kill us when the time comes. Qin Feiyang secretly analyzed. Makes sense. Lunatic and the white-eyed wolf mumbled. This was because the demon kings of the Kunpeng Sea area alone were not enough to kill them. Qin Feiyang secretly said, I think Dong Qingyuan brought at least 4 teams this time, or even more. What should we do? The white-eyed wolf was shocked. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed slightly as he looked at the sea beast in front of him and asked, Where is Lord Kunpeng now? The sea beast said, Lord Kunpeng is taking the dragon god and Dong Qingyuan to the Kunpeng island. They should be there soon. That's great. With Lord Kunpeng, the heavenly dragon god, and Lord Dong Qingyuan overseeing the place, even if Qin Feiyang and the other 2 bastards were given 100 guts, they would not dare to go to the Kunpeng sacred island. If they rush there, they will definitely die. The group of demon kings was excited and continued to rush to the Kunpeng island. The sea beast that came to report also hid in the sea and disappeared. Damn it. They actually went to the Kunpeng island too. The white-eyed wolf secretly cursed. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while, looked at the sea lion demon king in front of him and transmitted his voice. How long will it take for us to reach the Kunpeng island? So, about 2 hours. The sea lion demon king secretly replied. So long? Then when we rush to the Kunpeng island, won't we bump into Kunpeng, Dong Qingyuan, and the dragon god? The lunatic was shocked. Because the sea beast had also said that before. Kunpeng, Dong Qingyuan, and the dragon god were about to reach the Kunpeng island. Why don't we go? The sea lion demon king thought to himself, feeling uneasy. Let's go. I want to see how many teams Dong Qingyuan has brought this time. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered. Moreover, if Kunpeng, Dong Qingyuan, and the dragon god arrived at the Kunpeng island later than them, they could still act according to the original plan. There were more than 9,000 demon kings and more than 50,000 ultimate profundities. It would be a pity if they missed it. The lunatic and the white-eyed wolf looked at each other. It seemed that they would have to experience danger again. Time passed. A few hours passed. A huge island gradually appeared in front of them. It stretched as far as the eye could see. Mountains overlapped and ancient trees towered into the sky. This was the Kunpeng Island. At this moment, many figures had already gathered on the island. They were the demon kings of the Kunpeng Sea region. Every demon king's aura was as unfathomable as the ocean. Qin Feiyang and the other 2 followed behind the sea lion demon king. No demon king suspected anything and directly entered the Kunpeng Island. Sea lion, you're here too. A group of demon kings greeted the sea lion. These demon kings seemed to be very familiar with the sea lion demon king. Because they were the same as the sea lion demon king, the sea python demon king's subordinates. Yes. The sea lion demon king also braced himself and responded. Who are the 3 of them? Why haven't I seen them before? Very soon. Some demon kings noticed Qin Feiyang and the other 2 standing behind the sea lion demon king. They are my trusted subordinates. The sea lion demon king briefly introduced them. Not bad. It's only been a few decades since we last met and you've already taken in 3 talented subordinates. A demon king chuckled. In fact, there was also competition between demon kings. The stronger the sea beast under their command, the higher their status. Not bad. The sea lion demon king chuckled and asked, "What about the 8 demon kings?" "They are the Kuanpeng mountain." A demon king turned around and pointed to the center of the island. Qin Feiyang and the other 2 looked up and saw a huge mountain standing in the center of the island. It was tens of thousands of feet tall. From afar, it looked like a heavenly rock spreading its wings and flying high. "Lord Kuanpeng, Dragon God, has Dong Qingyuan returned?" The sea lion demon king asked again. "Not yet." The demon king shook his head. Phew. Hearing this, the sea lion demon king secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Qin Feiyang and the other 2 looked at each other and a smile appeared in their eyes. "Didn't come back? That's good. They could act according to the original plan." Madman secretly smiled and said, "Sea lion, we will keep our word. We will let you go now and give you freedom." The sea lion demon king's expression stiffened. "Now that all the demon kings on the island know that you are my subordinates, what's the point of letting me go now? If you don't want to die, leave quickly." Madman said. "Where can I go?" The sea lion demon king wanted to cry but had no tears. "Anywhere is fine. It has nothing to do with us anyway." Madman responded indifferently and looked at Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf. A trace of killing intent flashed in the eyes of the 3 at the same time. However, at this moment, boom! Wisps of terrifying auras surged toward them. Qin Feiyang and the other 2 were shocked and hurriedly looked up. The surrounding demon kings also looked up and their faces were instantly filled with joy. However, Qin Feiyang and the other 2 frowned and a trace of anger flashed across their faces. In the sky above the sea in the distance, a group of people broke through the air like lightning. The 3 people in the lead had blurry faces and powerful auras. One of the auras was particularly familiar to Qin Feiyang and the other 2. It was Dong Qingyuan. Since Dong Qingyuan was here, there was no doubt that the other 2 must be the Kuanpeng and the Dragon God. They came back at the right time. If they came a little later, we could have successfully hunted them. Madman secretly transmitted his voice. "I can only say that these demon kings are not destined to die." Qin Feiyang sighed inwardly. Since Dong Qingyuan was here, he would definitely not let go easily. This was because they did not know if Dong Qingyuan had anyone from the Death God army with him. Behind Dong Qingyuan and the other 2, there were hundreds of people. These people were not from the Death God army because they were all wearing all kinds of clothes and had strong auras. They should be the demon kings that Dong Qingyuan and the other 2 encountered on the way. "Lord Kuanpeng." Accompanied by a shout, 9 figures rushed out from the peak of the Kuanpeng mountain and welcomed Kuanpeng. These 9 people were the other 9 demon kings. "You're all here." Kuanpeng entered the island and said to the 9 of them. The 9 of them nodded and then looked at Dong Qingyuan and the Dragon God. They bowed and said, "Greetings, lords." The 2 of them nodded and scanned the demon kings on the island. One of the demon kings said, "Almost all the demon kings under us are here. Those who didn't come might have already met with misfortune." Kuanpeng said, "I heard that many demon kings have already fallen into the hands of Qin Feiyang and the others?" The 9 demon kings nodded, their eyes filled with anger. The Kuanpeng Sea region had never suffered such a blow. "What about the Sea Python Demon King? Are you sure it has fallen into the hands of Qin Feiyang and the others?" Kuanpeng asked. At that time, many sea beasts saw it with their own eyes. The 9 demon kings clenched their hands, their faces full of hostility. "Damn it, I won't forgive them." Kuanpeng was furious. Its aura surged into the sky and shook the earth. A demon king asked carefully, "Lord, I heard that the 10th team of the Death God army has been wiped out in the Taboo Ocean. Is this true?" Kuanpeng did not answer. Because this was a matter of the Death God army and Dong Qingyuan was also present, it was not appropriate for him to say anything. Chapter 44:27. Yes. 10,000 people, almost all annihilated. Dong Qingyuan nodded. His voice was low and hoarse, showing that he was trying his best to control the anger in his heart. As soon as these words came out, the 9 monster emperors and all the monster kings felt a storm in their hearts. Although they weren't very clear about the specific situation of the Death God Legion, there was one thing that everyone in the Central Dynasty knew. Every member of the Death God Legion had mastered the will of Heavenly Tao. The 10th team had a total of 10,000. In their Kunpengsi region, all the monster kings added up were only 10,000. In other words, the combat power of a small team was comparable to their entire Kunpengsi region. But, even so, the 10th team was still annihilated in the Taboo Sea. Lord Dong, could it be that Qin Feiyang and the other two also have many powerhouses with the will of Heavenly Tao? A monster king asked. Just the three of them? Dong Qingyuan's eyes were spewing fire as he roared in a low voice. If Qin Feiyang and the other two really had powerhouses with the will of Heavenly Tao, then he could still figure out why the 10th team was annihilated. But the other party only had 3 people. There were also Mu Tianyang, Mu Qing, and Lin. But even with these 3 people, there were only 6 of them. Just 6 people annihilated a small team. This was simply the greatest shame in the history of the Death God Legion. No way. Just a few of them annihilated 10,000 members of the Death God Legion? When the Monster Kings heard this, they couldn't help but look horrified. Just how strong were these people? It was simply unimaginable. This is what I'm going to tell you next. Facing Qin Feiyang, Madman Mo, and Golden Wing Wolf King, you must not underestimate them. It's no exaggeration to say that if given enough time, they can wipe out all of you monster emperors and monster kings in one fell swoop. Dong Qingyuan said in a deep voice. Hearing this, the 9 monster emperors and thousands of monster kings couldn't help but tremble. So this time, we must eliminate them. Don't worry. This time, I have brought the entire Death God army with me. As long as we find Qin Feiyang and the other 2, they will definitely die. Dong Qingyuan sneered. I'll go. You brought the entire Death God army? When Qin Feiyang and the other 2 heard this, it was as if a bolt from the blue had struck their minds. What a joke. Even if the 10th squad suffered heavy casualties, the Death God army still had 9 other squads. Even if the 9th and 8th teams went to block the coastline, there were still 7 teams left. 7 teams? How shocking was this? And don't forget, the Dragon God and Kunpeng both needed Pinnacle Dominator divine weapons. Someone would definitely say that. Qin Feiyang's 3,000 clones could replicate all of the opponent's ultimate profundities. Furthermore, each clone could replicate thousands or even tens of thousands of ultimate profound meanings. With 3,000 clones, wouldn't they be able to fight against the Death God army? But one had to know. Dong Qingyuan and the others also knew that Qin Feiyang had 3,000 clones. Could they let Qin Feiyang successfully activate the 3,000 clones and Eye of Heaven to replicate their ultimate profundities? Definitely not. Although the 3,000 clones and Eye of Heaven were powerful, they had to be successfully activated and replicated. If they were interrupted midway, they would die. Therefore, facing the Death God army, they absolutely couldn't take such a risk. This central dynasty really hates us to the bone. Madman secretly sighed. There's no other way. Who asked us to be so awesome? White-eyed Wolf laughed. You are still proud? Madman was speechless. Now he was almost worried to death. Because, since the Emperor had sent this Death God army to follow Dong Qingyuan and the other 2 to kill them, it was enough to prove the Emperor's killing intent. In the future, their situation in the Central Dynasty would be quite bad. In the sky, Dong Qingyuan was full of murderous intent. Kunpeng, Dragon God, also had bone-chilling cold currents on his body. When the 9 demon emperors heard that Dong Qingyuan had brought the entire Death God army, they couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. Now, pass down my order. Let the sea beasts of the Kunpeng Sea domain track the whereabouts of Qin Feiyang and the other 2 with all their might. Dong Qingyuan looked at the 9 demon emperors and ordered. The 9 demon emperors nodded respectfully. Following closely, Kunpeng, Dragon God, and Dong Qingyuan flew towards Kunpeng Mountain. The 9 demon emperors watched the 3 of them leave, then looked down at the demon kings below and ordered, take action immediately, but remember, don't go too far from Kunpeng Divine Island. Thousands of demon kings nodded and immediately rushed towards the surrounding sea. The 3 of you, can we discuss this? Sea Lion Demon King retracted his gaze and secretly sent a message to Qin Feiyang and the other two. Discuss what? Qin Feiyang and the other two were suspicious. Take the opportunity to leave Kunpeng Divine Island now. In the future, we will pretend that we have never met. I also beg you not to leak the fact that I brought you to Kunpeng Divine Island. Sea Lion Demon King secretly said with a hint of pleading in his tone. Because only in this way could he be completely safe. About this, it's not impossible. Madman bared his teeth. Sea Lion Demon King was overjoyed. But there is a condition. Madman said again. I knew it wouldn't be so easy. Sea Lion Demon King almost collapsed. Madman secretly said, take us out of Kunpeng Sea Domain. What? Sea Lion Demon King was shocked and secretly said angrily, are you planning to completely drag me onto your pirate ship? If he really sent Qin Feiyang and the other two out of Kunpeng Sea Domain, then there would be no chance of saving them in the future. In other words, at that time, he would be completely tied to Qin Feiyang and the other two. Why are you in such a hurry? As long as we don't expose our identities, who will know that you are the one who took us out of Kunpeng Sea Domain? Don't worry. As long as we leave Kunpeng Sea Domain, we will definitely not pester you. And I promise to keep this matter a secret. Madman solemnly transmitted his voice. Promise? Why do I find it so hard to believe? The corner of Sea Lion Demon King's mouth twitched. Don't keep standing here. The other Demon Kings have already left. If we don't leave, it will be too eye-catching. Let's talk as we walk. Madman secretly laughed. Sea Lion Demon King's face was full of helplessness. He led Qin Feiyang and the other two out of Kunpeng Sea Domain. Don't doubt it. We have been together for so many days, you still don't believe in our character? Madman patted Sea Lion Demon King's back and laughed. I have already brought you to Kunpeng Sea Domain, which can be considered as fulfilling my promise. I will not take any more risks with you. Sea Lion Demon King shook his head. Not only Sea Lion Demon King, but the oath mark in Madman's body had also disappeared. Because now, they had indeed released Sea Lion Demon King. So stubborn? Believe it or not, I will go find Dong Qingyan and tell them that you have betrayed the Divine Kingdom. Madman threatened. Sea Lion Demon King was startled, but suddenly his eyes rolled and he laughed. Sure, go find them as long as you are not afraid of death. Still so arrogant? Fine. At most, we will die together. We have two wills of the heavenly Tao. If we can't beat them, can't we run? It will be difficult for us to die even if we want to. But you might be so lucky. As long as we insist that you've already sided with us, do you think Dong Qingyuan and the others will let you go when the time comes? Madman had a smirk on his face. I have never seen someone as shameless as you. Sea Lion Demon King stared at Madman angrily, almost going crazy. Didn't you see it now? Madman didn't care about Sea Lion Demon King's insults at all. Sea Lion Demon King wanted to cry but had no tears. This was really 8 lifetimes of bad luck. Let's go. You can't run away. It's easy to get on a pirate ship, but it's difficult to get off. White-eyed Wolf laughed. Sea Lion Demon King sighed helplessly and looked at the three of them. Keep my word? If I take you out of the Kunpeng Sea region, you will let me go? And help me keep it a secret? Of course. Madman nodded. I don't believe you. I want Qin Feiyang's answer. Sea Lion Demon King snorted coldly and stared at Qin Feiyang. Your sister? Am I so untrustworthy? Madman was very unhappy. Sea Lion Demon King rolled his eyes. Only a fool would believe you. Qin Feiyang laughed as he looked at the madman. He looked at the Sea Lion Archfiend and said, I'll keep my word. I believe you. Let's go, but be careful not to be seen by others. Sea Lion Demon King swept up the three of them and disappeared into the sea, avoiding the sea beasts and breaking through the waves like lightning. Now, the 9th and 8th teams have blocked the coastline. Without the help of Sea Lion Demon King, it would be difficult for them to get away. Because the Death God Army will definitely strictly check everyone who enters and leaves the Kunpeng Sea region. And with Sea Lion Demon King leading the way, it was different. As a demon king, Sea Lion had a certain reputation in the Kunpeng Sea region. If the Death God army saw him, they might not check him. In the blink of an eye, a few days passed. These days, the Kunpeng Sea region was unprecedentedly lively. There were sea beasts everywhere looking for the whereabouts of Qin Feiyang and the other two. Fortunately, Sea Lion Demon King was there. Otherwise, Qin Feiyang and the other two would have been caught before they reached the coastline. Above a small island, Sea Lion Demon King suddenly stopped and looked at the sea ahead with a hesitant expression. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang and the other two also stopped and looked at the sea ahead suspiciously. There was nothing. We will reach the coastline in half an hour, Sea Lion Demon King said. Isn't this pretty good? You will be able to completely get rid of us in half an hour. Madman was taken aback for a moment and laughed. I'm worried that it won't be so easy to get past the Death God army. Sea Lion Demon King was worried. Don't be afraid. Madman patted his shoulder and comforted him. The number of people in the two teams is indeed terrifying. But as long as we are determined to escape, they won't be able to stop us. You guys can escape, but what about me? I still have to survive in the Kunpeng Sea region. When the Death God army finds out that I am with you guys, won't I be dead? How about this? You guys go by yourselves, I will send you here. The Sea Lion Monster King looked at Qin Feiyang and the other two with a pitiful expression, as if he had been wronged. Chapter 44:28. Send someone to the end, send Buddha to the west. How can you give halfway? The white-eyed wolf bared his teeth. Can I beg you? I really can't take this risk. The Sea Lion Demon King's face was bitter, and he was extremely depressed. What are you afraid of? If you want to do this, I think you can only be a demon king for the rest of your life. The white-eyed wolf's face was full of disdain. If not a demon king, what should I be? Should I be a demon emperor? I don't have the strength. The Sea Lion Demon King pursed his lips. You're useless too. A mere demon king is already satisfied. The white-eyed wolf sneered. Contentment is bliss. The Sea Lion Demon King snorted coldly. Good attitude. I admire you. But what if there's this opportunity? The white-eyed wolf bared his teeth. The Sea Lion Demon King looked at the white-eyed wolf in shock. Was there really a way to make him a demon emperor? The white-eyed wolf asked, what are the conditions to become the demon emperor of the Kunpeng Sea region? The Sea Lion Demon King pondered for a while and said, one is to be appreciated by Lord Kunpeng, and the other is to master 8 ultimate mysteries of the strongest laws. The first condition depends on you. But the second condition, we can help you. You now master 6 ultimate mysteries of the strongest laws, right? We'll give you 2 more inheritances, and when you integrate them, won't you master 8 ultimate mysteries of the strongest laws? Besides, now that the Sea Python Demon Emperor has fallen into our hands, there's a vacancy. The white-eyed wolf chuckled. Hearing this, the Sea Lion Demon King's eyes lit up. Don't say it. This was really a good opportunity. He looked at the 3 of them and asked, will you give me the inheritances? As long as you can safely take us out of the Kunpeng Sea region, let alone 2 inheritances, even if we give you a dozen or 20 inheritances, what's the problem? The white-eyed wolf laughed. The Sea Lion Demon King's heart thumped. If he could get 2 inheritances, it was worth the risk. However, he was worried that the white-eyed wolf was bluffing him. Worried? Tell us, what law do you lack? We'll give it to you right now. The white-eyed wolf said. Really? The Sea Lion's eyes lit up. If he gave it to him now, he wouldn't have to worry about the white-eyed wolf going back on his word. My words carry enormous weight. The white-eyed wolf nodded. The Sea Lion Demon Monarch said, I'm missing the law of destruction and the law of karma. Then he grinned at the white-eyed wolf and said, it would be best if there was the law of light and darkness. Who was the one who said that contentment brings happiness? Now you're shamelessly asking for the laws of light and darkness? White-eyed wolf had a look of disdain on his face. Huh? The Sea Lion Demon King laughed dryly. We definitely don't have the laws of light and darkness. We still lack them ourselves. However, the laws of destruction and the laws of karma are minor issues. After White-Eyed Wolf finished speaking, he turned to look at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. He secretly instructed Fire Lotus and quickly took out the inheritance of the laws of destruction and the ultimate profundity of the law of karma. Looking at these two inheritances, the Sea Lion Demon Monarch's heart was filled with joy. The inheritance of the ultimate profundity of the strongest laws was nothing to Qin Feiyang and the others. It was just a number. But for others, every ultimate profundity of the strongest laws was a priceless treasure. Just like the Sky Bell Divine Treasure back then. Not to mention the ultimate profundity of the strongest laws, even if it was an ordinary ultimate profundity of the laws, everyone would risk their lives to fight for it. Take it. The White-Eyed Wolf grabbed the two inheritances and directly threw them to the Sea Lion Demon Monarch. Thank you, thank you. The Sea Lion Demon Monarch held the two inheritances with a face full of gratitude. He really didn't expect to be able to obtain such a fortune. The White-Eyed Wolf asked with a smile, "Can you send us out of the Kunpeng Sea region now?" "Leave it to me." The Sea Lion Demon Monarch put away the inheritance and patted his chest as he vowed. "You're really realistic." The White-Eyed Wolf was speechless. Previously, he even said that his mouth was dry, but this guy was unwilling. Now, after giving him two inheritances, his attitude immediately changed 180 degrees. The Sea Lion Demon Monarch laughed awkwardly and lowered his head to ponder for a while. He looked at the three of them and said, "I'll take you to a place where you might be able to avoid the Death God Army's inspection." "There's such a place?" The three of them were surprised. "I'm just saying that it's possible. Because this place is relatively remote. They might have missed it." The Sea Lion Demon Monarch said. "So that's the case." Qin Feiyang suddenly came to a realization. He shook his head and said, "Then your hopes will be dashed. Since Dong Qingyuan has already given the order to seal off the entire coastline of the Kunpeng Sea region, the Death God Legion will definitely not let go of any place." "That's true." The Sea Lion Demon Monarch nodded, his brows tightly knitted together. The White-Eyed Wolf said, "Why don't we take a detour and take a look? Maybe we'll be lucky and there won't be anyone guarding it." If they could avoid trouble, they would naturally try their best to avoid it. Yes. It won't waste much time anyway. The Sea Lion Demon Monarch nodded repeatedly. "All right." Qin Feiyang nodded. "Follow me." After saying that, the Sea Lion Demon Monarch took a detour and flew to the west side of the coastline. Qin Feiyang and the other two followed closely behind. Originally, it would only take half an hour to travel straight. But now that they took a detour, it took them more than 4 hours to see the coastline. The coast in front of them was a cliff that was hundreds of feet high. Above the cliff was an endless dense forest. Rumble. The waves rolled over and slammed against the rocks, creating a deafening sound. "Follow me down quickly." Suddenly, the Sea Lion Demon Monarch secretly shouted and immediately turned into a stream of light, rushing toward a small island below. Qin Feiyang and the other two looked at each other and hurriedly followed. The four of them landed on a mountain peak and concealed their aura. They used the vegetation in front of them to conceal their whereabouts and then looked up at the coast again. They saw more than a dozen figures standing at the edge of the cliff. These people were all dressed in black. Their bodies were straight and exuded a shocking sharpness. If one looked closely, one would find that there was a sharp sword pattern on their chest. This was the symbol of the Death God Army. "There are really people here?" The Sea Lion Demon Monarch frowned. "They didn't even let go of such a remote place. I told you, they will definitely seal off the entire coast and won't ignore any place." Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. "You can still laugh?" The Sea Lion Demon Monarch looked bitter. It seemed that it was impossible to avoid the Death God Army and enter the Central Dynasty without being noticed. "It doesn't matter. It's just a dozen people. Just kill them." The White-Eyed Wolf sneered. "Don't do it. It's different outside the Kunpeng Sea region. You can't open a space-time tunnel in the Kunpeng Sea region, and you can't send voice transmissions, so reinforcements are very slow. But it's different outside. Once you make a move, they will definitely call for reinforcements immediately. At that time, the rest of the Death God Army will come here in minutes." The sea lion demon monarch hurriedly grabbed the white-eyed wolf, afraid that the white-eyed wolf would rush out on impulse. The white-eyed wolf frowned and asked, "Then what do you think we should do?" The sea lion demon monarch lowered his head and pondered. The madman suddenly said, "Why don't we activate the concealment art and enter stealth mode and sneak out quietly? You have such a method?" The sea lion demon monarch was stunned and looked at the three of them in surprise. The madman nodded and glanced at the coast. He frowned and said, "But I'm afraid that they used the power of law to seal off the coast. This way, even if we enter stealth mode, we won't be able to get out." "Why don't we take a closer look?" Qin Feiyang asked. They were still a little far away and couldn't sense any aura. The white-eyed wolf and the madman nodded. Qin Feiyang immediately activated the concealment art and led the three of them away from the mountain peak and silently flew toward the coast. "Can we really become invisible?" The sea lion demon monarch glanced around and was a little frightened. "Look at you. And you said you can take care of it?" "In the end, we still have to rely on ourselves." The white-eyed wolf snorted secretly. "I thought there was no one guarding this place. Who would have thought that they would be so strict?" The sea lion demon monarch smiled embarrassedly. "Don't explain. Anyway, we can't count on you. I think you should return the 2 inheritances to us." The white-eyed wolf said, "Don't. How can you take back what you've given out?" The sea lion demon monarch hurriedly protected the interspatial ring, afraid that the white-eyed wolf would snatch it away. The white-eyed wolf was speechless. So, they were close to the coast. At this time, they were only a few hundred meters away from the coast. To them, a distance of several hundred meters was only a step away. "Can we really become invisible?" The sea lion demon monarch cursed. If they couldn't become invisible at such a close distance, the members of the death god army on the cliff would have already seen them. But now, these people all acted as if there was no one else around. "There's the aura of a boundary." The white-eyed wolf glanced at the void on the coast, and his pupils shrank slightly. Although he couldn't see the boundary with his naked eyes, he could vaguely feel the aura of the law. It was obvious. The coast was not only guarded by the death god army but also blocked by the law-healing skin. It seemed that sneaking out with the concealment technique would no longer work. "We can only rely on you." Qin Feiyang turned to look at the sea lion demon monarch and smiled. "Okay. I'll try my best." The sea lion demon monarch nodded and said in a deep voice, "Let's retreat first and fly over openly later, lest they see us suddenly appear and say that we're sneaking around, which will arouse their suspicion." Since they had already accepted the inheritance, they could only bite the bullet. Quite smart. Qin Feiyang heard this and looked at the sea lion demon monarch in surprise. "Nonsense. I'm a demon monarch after all." The sea lion demon monarch smiled proudly. As a demon monarch, how could he not have a brain? When they retreated to the previous island, Qin Feiyang turned off the concealment technique and followed behind the sea lion demon monarch, flying towards the coast. Not long after, the 4 of them approached the coast again. The members of the death god army on the cliff also immediately noticed them, and their eyes were suddenly filled with strong murderous intent. "Everyone, don't misunderstand, I'm the demon monarch of the Kunpeng Sea region." The sea lion demon monarch quickly said. "Demon monarch?" More than a dozen people were taken aback and looked at the sea lion demon monarch suspiciously. Obviously, they didn't know him. Chapter 44:29. "Yes. I'm the Sea Lion Demon King." After saying that, the Sea Lion Demon King transformed into a sea lion that was hundreds of feet tall. And there was a dazzling divine light between his eyebrows. Qin Feiyang and the other 2 looked at the Sea Lion Demon King's eyebrows with a hint of suspicion in their eyes. What's with this divine light? It's really a demon king. More than a dozen people looked at the Sea Lion Demon King's eyebrows, and the killing intent in their eyes gradually disappeared. This can prove the identity of the Sea Lion Demon King? What the hell? Qin Feiyang and the other 2 were very surprised and didn't understand what was going on at all. The Sea Lion Demon King transformed into his human form again, then pointed at Qin Feiyang and the other 2 and explained, "They are my subordinates." More than a dozen people glanced at Qin Feiyang and the other 2, but they didn't intend to verify their identities. Because in their opinion, since they had already verified the identity of the Sea Lion Demon King, Qin Feiyang and the other two, as his subordinates, naturally wouldn't have any problems. I seem to have heard that the 9 demon emperors have asked you demon kings to gather at Kunpeng Divine Island, but why are you here now? One of them looked at the Sea Lion Demon King suspiciously. The Sea Lion Demon King smiled and said, I'm going to visit a few old human friends. You have human friends? More than a dozen dark guards were surprised. What do you mean by that? I'm a demon king who has mastered the will of the heavenly Tao. Is it strange to know a few human friends? Besides, you can ask around. Which demon king in the Kunpeng Sea region doesn't have a few human friends? The Sea Lion Demon King looked at the dozen people unhappily. Hearing this, the dozen people were quite embarrassed. Indeed, although humans and sea beasts were not the same race, there were still many who had a good relationship. Some humans, sea beasts, or beasts were so close that they called each other brothers. Hurry up, don't waste my time, the Sea Lion Demon King urged. Although the other party was a member of the Death God army, he was also a demon king. Everyone had mastered the will of the heavenly Tao, so there was no need to bow to these people. More than a dozen people looked at each other. Then, they looked at the Sea Lion Monster King with a hint of mockery in their eyes. What is the meaning of this? The Sea Lion Demon King frowned. If it's any other time, we definitely won't meddle in your business when you visit your human friends. But this is a special time. It's a bit unreasonable for you to choose to visit your friend at this time. Now, Qin Feiyang, Madman Mo, and Golden-Winged Wolf King have entered the Kunpeng Sea region. As the Demon King, shouldn't you stay in the Kunpeng Sea region to help? I think you're just pretending to visit your friends. Your real intention is to run away from your responsibilities and seek refuge. One of them snorted. What nonsense are you talking about? The Sea Lion Demon King was furious on the spot and said, I just went to visit an old friend, and you put such a big label on me? May I ask what your intentions are? Then why didn't you go earlier or later, but now? More than a dozen people looked at him mockingly. You humans really like to meddle in other people's business. Fine. I'll tell you. In fact, I've already made an appointment with them to visit them today. Unfortunately, Qin Feiyang and the other two just happened to enter the Kunpeng Sea region at this time. The Sea Lion Demon King sighed. Don't make such excuses. A dignified demon king actually ran away. After killing Qin Feiyang and the other two, we will definitely tell Lord Kunpeng about this. More than a dozen people mocked and ridiculed. Although their attitude was very unfriendly, at least they didn't suspect Qin Feiyang and the other two. Do as you wish. The Sea Lion Demon King sneered. Fine. Do as we wish. Today, don't even think about opening the barrier for us. The group of people smiled coldly. Although everyone had grasped the will of the heavenly Tao, as members of the Death God army, they felt superior from the bottom of their hearts, so they didn't put the Demon King in their eyes at all. You don't want to open it? Fine. Then don't blame me for not giving you any face. The Sea Lion Demon King hesitated for a moment, and finally his face sank. His aura surged out as he prepared to break the barrier by force. How dare you! This barrier is to prevent Qin Feiyang and the other two from escaping the Kunpeng Sea region. If you destroy it by force and allow Qin Feiyang and the other two to escape, I'm afraid you won't be able to bear the responsibility. More than a dozen people shouted angrily. Don't use this to scare me. This prince is not someone who can be scared. The Sea Lion Demon King's eyes turned cold as he activated his 6 ultimate laws and blasted towards the barrier with a destructive aura. This beast is really difficult to deal with. More than a dozen people panicked and hurriedly stretched out their hands and shouted, Wait, we will open it for you. Wouldn't it be better if you did this earlier? Why did you have to hurt the harmony? Hearing this, the Sea Lion Demon King's attitude changed instantly. He looked at the dozen people and laughed. Then, with a wave of his hand, the 6 ultimate laws dissipated. More than a dozen people heard this and a trace of contempt flashed in their eyes. A mere demon king was qualified to talk about harmony with them? If it weren't for the big picture, they would have killed him today. One of them waved his hand, and a barrier appeared in the void. Then, a crack appeared in the void. Let's go. With a wave of his hand, the Sea Lion Demon King led Qin Feiyang and the other two out of the crack and landed on the cliff. When the four of them came out, the person who opened the barrier waved his hand again and the barrier quickly closed. We've finally stepped into the land of the Central Dynasty. It's really not easy. Qin Feiyang, frenzied one, and the white-eyed wolf glanced at the endless mountains in front of them with a smile in their eyes. Now they could soar freely in the vast sky and high land. The white-eyed wolf glanced at the dozen people from the Death God army and secretly laughed. Old Qin, should we take this opportunity to get rid of them? Forget it, don't complicate things. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. At the same time, the Sea Lion Demon King also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, he successfully left the Kunping Sea region with the three people. Although he offended the dozen people from the Death God army, when he thought of the two inheritances Qin Feiyang gave him, it was worth it. Thank you. The Sea Lion Demon King looked at the dozen people and smiled. He waved his hand and opened a space-time tunnel, leading Qin Feiyang and the other two into it without looking back. Isn't it just a beast? What's there to be arrogant about? The dozen people stared at the back of the Sea Lion Demon King and cursed in their hearts. In the sky above a mountain, with the appearance of a space-time tunnel, four figures walked out one after another. It was Qin Feiyang and the other three. Qin Feiyang, frenzied one, and the white-eyed wolf curiously glanced at the mountains below. The mountains were majestic and magnificent. In the mountains, ferocious beasts were everywhere, exuding a terrifying aura. Outside the mountain, a huge city could be vaguely seen. The Sea Lion Demon King led Qin Feiyang and the other two to a valley below. Seeing that there were no ferocious beasts around, he looked at Qin Feiyang and the other two and said, "Let's part here and never see each other again." After saying that, he opened a space-time tunnel and turned to leave. "You're leaving just like that?" The white-eyed wolf looked at him playfully. "If I don't leave, should I accompany you to die?" The Sea Lion Demon King snorted coldly. "Are you sure?" The playful look in the white-eyed wolf's eyes became stronger. The Sea Lion Demon King turned to look at the white-eyed wolf and asked suspiciously, "What do you mean by that?" The white-eyed wolf said, "Returning to the Kunping Sea region is the real suicide." Returning to the Kunping Sea region is suicide? The Sea Lion Demon King was taken aback. If Qin Feiyang and the other two's identities were exposed, he would definitely die if he returned to the Kunping Sea region. But now, Qin Feiyang and the other two's identities were not exposed. Why did the Golden-Winged Wolf King say that? "It's okay. Don't worry. Think about it carefully." The white-eyed wolf laughed sinisterly, looked at Qin Feiyang and frenzied one, and asked, "There seems to be a city outside the mountain. Shall we go and take a look?" The two nodded. Just as the three turned to leave, the Sea Lion Demon King hurriedly shouted, "Wait, can you make it clear? Don't just say half of it, it's making me anxious." He took a step forward and stood in front of the three, looking as if he would not let them go if they didn't make it clear today. Chapter 44:30. You're really stupid. Madman sighed helplessly. Speak properly, others will attack you. Sea Lion's face darkened. You can't even speak the truth? Madman rolled his eyes and looked at Sea Lion. Brother Wolf means that Dong Qingyuan and the others will be found out sooner or later that you took us out of Kunping Sea region. When you were on the coast, you didn't expose your identity. How can you find me? Sea Lion was surprised. Madman looked at the sky speechlessly and pondered for a while before looking at Sea Lion. Let me ask you, will our whereabouts be exposed sooner or later? Definitely. None of you are good people. Sooner or later, you will cause chaos in the Central Dynasty. Sea Lion said. What did you say? Who's not good? White-eyed Wolf stared angrily. How dare he scold them so blatantly? Sorry. My tongue slipped and I accidentally spoke the truth. Sea Lion smiled flatteringly. White-eyed Wolf's mouth twitched and he kicked Sea Lion on the spot, causing Sea Lion to grimace in pain. Madman was also speechless. They didn't know each other for long, and this guy became so unscrupulous in front of them? Continue. Sea Lion looked at Madman and laughed dryly. Sorry, I'm not in the mood to talk now. Madman said indifferently. Don't be like this. Okay. I apologize to you. I'm not good, okay? The Sea Lion Demon King looked gloomy. Madman rolled his eyes and said helplessly, in the future, when Dong Qingyuan and the others find out that we have left Kunpengsi region, will they think that Kunpengsi region has been sealed by the Death God army, so why can we still leave Kunpengsi region? And without anyone knowing? Not only will they think, they will definitely investigate the reason. Sea Lion nodded. That's right. Not only will they investigate the reason, but they will also investigate the people, beasts, and sea beasts that left Kunpengsi region during this period. Madman said. The Sea Lion Demon King nodded thoughtfully. The Madman continued, now is a special time. The Kunpengsi region has been sealed off. The Death God Legion that bears the heavy responsibility will definitely remember every living being that enters or exits the Kunpengsi region. The Sea Lion Demon King nodded again. Especially you. I think the Death God army has a special impression of you. Because you are a Demon King. With your status and strength in the Kunpengsi region, it would be difficult for them to forget you. And most importantly, you offended them before, so they will definitely remember you for the rest of their lives. When the time comes, once Dong Qingyuan and the others start investigating who has left the Kunpengsi area during this period of time, the Death God army will definitely think of you. This way, you will naturally become the target of investigation. The Madman smirked. The Sea Lion Monster King's eyes trembled when he heard this. You should be clear now. Once they find you, it'll be useless no matter how you quibble. Because the Death God army has seen with their own eyes that you indeed left the Kunpengsi region with 3 people today. Although we are pretending to be your subordinates, you have to know that Old Qin, Brother Wolf, and I happen to be 3 people. Today, you just happen to leave the Kunpengsi region with 3 subordinates. If they don't find you, they won't be suspicious. But once they have their eyes on you, they will definitely think that the 3 so-called subordinates beside you might be us. The Madman finished speaking in one breath and then looked at the Sea Lion Demon King mockingly. The Sea Lion Demon King's face turned pale. How is it? Do you still dare to return to the Kunpengsi region now? The white-eyed wolf grinned. The Sea Lion Demon King came back to his senses and looked up at the 3 of them with a face full of anger. He thought that he had already gotten off the pirate ship, but he didn't expect that not only did he not get off, he was tied up even tighter. Do you think we will give you 2 inheritances for no reason? We are not such generous people. The white-eyed wolf laughed. You are human. How can humans be so shameless? The Sea Lion Demon King roared, almost going crazy. You still blame us? It's your own greed, okay? If you were more resolute when we were about to reach the coast and would rather die than send us out of the Kunpengsi region, we wouldn't have been able to scheme against you. If that was the case, as long as we kept our mouths shut, they really wouldn't have found out about you because the Death God army didn't see you. But you just had to be greedy for these 2 inheritances. How is it? Are you regretting it now? You really want to throw away these 2 inheritances? The white-eyed wolf chuckled. The Sea Lion Demon King glared at Qin Feiyang and the other 2 angrily. Don't wait for me. I didn't scheme against you. It was Senior Brother and the white-eyed wolf who schemed against you. Qin Feiyang expressed his innocence. Although he had already seen through the white-eyed wolf and the madman's thoughts, he really didn't participate. You guys are simply too much of a scam. The Sea Lion Demon King was so angry that he squatted on the ground and cried bitterly. Qin Feiyang and the other 2 looked at each other in dismay. Why was he still crying? No matter what, he was still a demon king who had grasped the will of the heavens, yet he was crying like a brat. How wronged was he? What should I do now? What demon emperor are you talking about? You can't even keep your life now. If Dong Qingyun Kunpeng and the dragon god really find out about me, even if I have 10 lives, it won't be enough. A middle-aged burly man was really like a brat, crying loudly. This made Qin Feiyang and the other 2 feel a sense of guilt in their hearts. Suddenly, the Sea Lion Demon King raised his head and looked at Qin Feiyang and the other 2 with tears in his eyes, saying, You guys have to be responsible for me. This aggrieved look in his eyes caused Qin Feiyang and the other two to instantly have goosebumps. Responsible for you? Brother, you're just making things difficult for yourself. Hurry up and leave. Anyway, you've also obtained 2 inheritances, so it's not too bad. The white-eyed wolf quickly took a few steps back and waved his hand. What's the use of having more inheritances? The entire central dynasty is Kunpeng, Dragon God, and Dong Qingyuan's people. Where can I hide? No, if you guys don't take responsibility for me, I won't let go. The Sea Lion Demon King shook his head and hugged the madman's thigh, acting shamelessly. The corner of the madman's mouth twitched as he said speechlessly, "No matter what, you are still a demon king. Can you not be so shameless? We have already fulfilled our promise to let you go and give you the inheritance. What else do you want? Do you think I want to do this? I was forced by you guys. Think of me, a demon king who dominates a region, commanding billions of sea beasts. How impressive is that? Now, I've been cheated by you guys to the point where I don't even have a place to stay. I shouldn't have believed your nonsense from the beginning. So, I'm still too kind." The Sea Lion Demon King sighed. The madman shuddered as goosebumps appeared all over his body. Another shameless guy. How about this? You want to find a place to hide and fuse with the inheritance in seclusion. At the same time, you want to see if they will trace it back to you? Qin Feiyang comforted with a smile. If I hide, they will definitely suspect me even more. Don't. If they find me, I won't even have a chance to ask for help. The Sea Lion Demon King kept shaking his head like a rattledrum. The madman said angrily, "Then what do you want? Do you believe that I won't kill you? I've done so much for you guys and you still want to kill me? You are too inhumane. Doesn't your conscience hurt? Touch your conscience and ask yourself, are you still a human for doing this?" The Sea Lion Demon King said angrily. The corner of the madman's mouth twitched. This eloquence was quite amazing, cursing without using any vulgarities. All right, you can just follow us." The white-eyed wolf waved his hand impatiently. "You want to kill him, but this guy is crying and snot like a wronged little wife. You can't bear to kill him. But if you don't kill him, he is like a dog's skin plaster, you can't get rid of him." Really? You can't just say it. If you want to be responsible, you have to be responsible until the end. The Sea Lion Demon King looked up at the 3 of them. Damn it, I really want to beat you up. The white-eyed wolf clenched his hands. How is this a demon king? He is simply a scoundrel. The Sea Lion Demon King grinned and finally let go of the madman's thigh. The madman wiped the snot and saliva on his pants in disgust. Since you want to follow us, you have to be mentally prepared in advance. Because you know our situation. The entire Central Dynasty is our enemy, and we can lose our lives at any time. Qin Feiyang said. Then what can I do? At least there is hope if I follow you guys. But if I return to the Kunpeng region, I will die. Let's talk about it later. Do you want to die? Of course not, you will definitely try your best to survive. As long as you can survive, won't I be fine? The Sea Lion Demon King chuckled. Qin Feiyang and the other 2 looked at each other, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. This guy is smart, but he has been schemed against by them several times, and he doesn't even know it. But if this guy is stupid, how can he say such smart words? His intelligence is a bit incomprehensible. Let's go. Qin Feiyang smiled and flew out of the mountain with the 3 of them. The madman and the white-eyed wolf looked at the Sea Lion Demon King with disdain. What do you 2 mean? I am a demon king. Do I have to be so disdainful? Go to the Kunpeng region and ask around. How many sea beasts are licking my face all day long to curry favor with me? I can't be bothered with them. The Sea Lion Demon King could bear it at first, but in the end he couldn't help it and said angrily, Demon King? The 2 of them sneered. I have never seen such a shameless demon king. There is a question. I am a little puzzled. The white-eyed wolf looked at the Sea Lion Demon King's glabella and asked suspiciously, why did a divine light appear on your glabella when you changed back to your true form on the coast? And when the people of the Death God army saw this divine light, they recognized your identity as a demon king? I'm not telling you. The Sea Lion Demon King raised his head with a proud look. Can you not be so pretentious at such an old age? It's disgusting, you know? The white-eyed wolf was speechless. I am happy to. The Sea Lion Demon King snorted and moved to Qin Feiyang's side. He bared his teeth and said, Do you want to know too? I will tell you secretly, but don't tell those two bastards. Bastards? Qin Feiyang couldn't help but laugh. This Demon King is getting more and more interesting. Chapter 44:31. It turned out that the mark between the Sea Lion Demon King's eyebrows was called the Demon King Mark. The sea beasts of the Kunpeng Sea region, as long as they became Demon Kings, would go to the Kunpeng Island to find the ruler of this sea region, Kunpeng, and plant a Demon King mark between their eyebrows. This mark was hidden between the eyebrows and would not appear unless necessary. And once it was planted, it would never dissipate unless the Demon King died. It could be said that the Demon King mark was something that the sea beasts of the Kunpeng Sea region dreamed of obtaining because it represented extraordinary status and glory. In other words, the Demon King mark was the identity token of the Demon King. The white-eyed wolf asked curiously, Do all the creatures of the Central Dynasty recognize your Demon King mark? You actually eavesdropped? The Sea Lion Demon King glared at the white-eyed wolf angrily. Get lost. Do I need to eavesdrop when you speak so loudly? The white-eyed wolf's face darkened. Even if it's loud, it's not for you to hear. The Sea Lion Demon King snorted coldly. Are you looking for a beating? The white-eyed wolf's eyes turned cold. More and more? Was he challenging his limit? Seeing this, the Sea Lion Demon King's attitude immediately changed. He laughed and said, It's just a joke. You took it seriously. Are you bored? The white-eyed wolf's mouth twitched. He was really a guy who knew how to take advantage of the situation. The Sea Lion Demon King shook his head and said, Actually, not all creatures recognize the Demon King mark. After all, most of the creatures of the Central Dynasty are not qualified to come into contact with these things. So, only those with a little strength and a little status can recognize it? The white-eyed wolf asked. The Sea Lion Demon King nodded and then said, I don't dare to say anything else, but those who have mastered the ultimate profound of the strongest law will definitely recognize the Demon King mark. It seems that your Demon King mark can be our pass to enter the city. The ingrate raised his head to look ahead and chuckled. While they were talking, the city outside the mountain had already appeared clearly in their line of sight. The city was very big. It was equivalent to tens of millions of people. Countless powerful auras could also be sensed within the city. Furthermore, it could be seen that the city gate was heavily guarded. Every single person that entered or exited the city had to be interrogated by the guards. There were a total of 10 guards in front of the city gate. Every one of them was serious in speech and manner, and their expressions were extremely cold. Why is there an interrogation? When I came here in the past, there wasn't any. The Sea Lion Demon King looked at the crowd standing at the city gate, waiting to be interrogated. His face was full of suspicion. Not in the past? Madman was slightly taken aback as he turned to look at the Sea Lion Demon King. That's because no outsiders have ever invaded the Central Dynasty other than you, so there's no need for such tight security. As the Sea Lion Demon King spoke, he suddenly thought of something and shook his head. No, someone is invading. Who is it? Madman was bewildered. Who else could it be other than them? Qin Badian. The Sea Lion Demon King enunciated each word clearly. Qin Feiyang and the other two looked at each other and suddenly realized that they were talking about this mysterious young man. However, he really had to admit that this young man was really powerful. Because all the creatures in the Central Dynasty were considered the eyes of the Emperor. If it was someone else, they would have been caught by the Emperor long ago and chopped into pieces. However, this young man had been in the Central Dynasty for so long and still hadn't been found. The Sea Lion Demon King suddenly seemed to have thought of something. Looking at Qin Feiyang, he asked in a low voice, There are rumors that this Qin Badian is your ancestor, is this true? What do you think? Qin Feiyang asked back. How would I know? The Sea Lion Demon King was speechless. If he knew, why would he ask? Qin Badian is indeed my ancestor, but this Qin Badian, At this point, Qin Feiyang's face was filled with helplessness. What's wrong with this Qin Badian? The Sea Lion Demon King was suspicious. Don't just say half the words, isn't this deliberately leaving people hanging? Nothing. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and smiled. Seeing that they had reached the city gate, he turned his head to look at the Sea Lion Demon King and said respectfully, "Sir Demon King, please wait here, I will open the way for you." The Sea Lion Demon King's mouth couldn't help but twitch when he heard this. He said it as if it was true. Qin Feiyang pinched his throat, cleared his throat, looked up at the people in front of him, and shouted, "Get out of my way." As soon as these words came out, Qin Feiyang immediately became the focus of the crowd. The 10 guards couldn't help but be taken aback. They looked up at Qin Feiyang, and a cold light flashed in their eyes. "What are you still standing here for? Didn't you hear? Hurry up and get out of our way." Frenzy and the white-eyed wolf looked at each other and shouted at the top of their lungs. "For you? How dare you be arrogant in our Green Wind City?" The others didn't say anything, but the 10 guards were extremely unhappy. "Who did you say was arrogant? Try saying it again." The white-eyed wolf stared at the 10 people, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. The 10 of them felt a sense of danger. Migway. Qin Feiyang, the white-eyed wolf, and Frenzy walked in front with a cold face. They arrogantly pushed the people in front of them and opened a path for the Sea Lion Demon King. "Presumptuous!" The 10 guards shouted, and killing intent surged in their eyes. "You are the presumptuous ones. Do you know who is standing in front of you?" The white-eyed wolf snorted, full of arrogance. The 10 guards looked at the Sea Lion Demon King with a trace of suspicion in their eyes. One of the guards said with a sullen face, "No matter who you are, you have to follow the rules and line up at the back." "Line up? You want our Demon King to line up?" The white-eyed wolf laughed angrily. "What? Demon King?" The onlookers were shocked and looked at the Sea Lion Demon King. The 10 guards did the same. The corner of the Sea Lion Demon King's mouth kept twitching. "You sure know how to act. Why don't you become an actor?" Since they had already flattered him to this extent, he could only cooperate with the 3 of them and show a proud expression. "Are you really a Demon King?" A guard carefully stepped forward and looked at the Sea Lion Demon King. The Sea Lion Demon King nodded. Boom! The next moment, a dazzling golden light rushed out from his forehead. Immediately after, a thumb-sized mark appeared. It was golden as if it was cast from gold leaf, and the shape was like a young Kunpeng. This is the mark given by the divine beast Kunpeng to the Demon King of the Kunpeng Sea region. He really is a Demon King. The 10 guards' eyes trembled, and they hurriedly bowed and said, "Greetings, Demon King. We didn't mean to offend you, please forgive us." No need for formalities. The Sea Lion Demon King waved his hand, and the mark between his eyebrows also disappeared. In the eyes of the humans of the Central Dynasty, Demon Kings also had a pivotal position. After all, they were existences that controlled the will of the heavenly Tao. "Thank you, Demon King." The 10 guards secretly heaved a sigh of relief. The white-eyed wolf looked at the 10 of them arrogantly and sneered, "Do you still dare to say that we're arrogant now?" No. The 10 of them hurriedly shook their heads and smiled flatteringly. "Pumph." The white-eyed wolf snorted, looked at the people in front of the city gate, and shouted, "Why aren't you getting out of here?" As soon as he said this, the people in front immediately scattered and retreated to the sides. The white-eyed wolf nodded in satisfaction, turned to the Sea Lion Demon King, and bowed, "My lord, please." The Sea Lion Demon King nodded and strode toward the city gate. Qin Feiyang and the other 2 followed closely behind the Sea Lion Demon King. Seeing this, a guard hurriedly looked at his companion and said, "They haven't been interrogated yet, shut up. The other party is a Demon King, what are you still investigating?" Yes, after all, a Demon King is not someone we can offend. For an existence like him, even if he kills us in public, the city lord won't say anything. The other 9 guards said one after another. Soon, Qin Feiyang and the other 2 followed behind the Sea Lion Demon King and smoothly entered Green Wind City. Is he really a Demon King? Didn't you see those 10 guards? They were all respectful to him. How could it be fake? But why would a demon king come to our Green Wind City? For an existence like him, if he wants to go, he would definitely go to Tianxian City, Tianyue City, Tianyang City, and other large cities. Along the way, the pedestrians on the street all looked at the sea lion demon king with suspicion. Now this is great. Although we escaped the guards' interrogation and successfully entered Green Wind City, we also became the focus of attention. The sea lion demon king looked at the crowd around him and speechlessly transmitted his voice to Qin Feiyang and the other two. Isn't this the only way to show your prestige? The white-eyed wolf bared his teeth. The sea lion demon king smiled bitterly. Awe-inspiring? What was the difference between him and a stray dog now? He really knew how to tell jokes. Now, shouldn't we be more low-key? He didn't understand why Qin Feiyang and the other two dared to be so high-profile. Were they not afraid of their identities being exposed? Chapter 44-32. Low profile? Madman was taken aback for a moment before asking suspiciously, "Why do we need to keep a low profile?" "Because Dong Qingyuan and the others are chasing after you," Sea Lion said. But so what? The white-eyed wolf sneered. He didn't take it to heart at all. Sea Lion had a bitter look on his face. Why was he so unlucky to encounter these three lawless people? "If you want to follow us, you have to learn our style." The white-eyed wolf chuckled. "Learn from you?" Sea Lion smiled bitterly. He didn't dare to learn this style of courting death. Because if he learned it, he might lose his life one day. When those guards saw your Demon King mark, they no longer doubted your identity. It seems that they have grasped the ultimate law and have seen a lot of things. Madman said. Sea Lion nodded. However, the guards of a city have mastered ultimate profundities of ultimate laws. Aren't the people from the Central Dynasty a little too terrifying? Also, I seem to have heard someone say something about Tianxian City, Tianyu City, and Tianyang City. What's the difference between these cities? Madman looked at Sea Lion suspiciously. Of course they're different. Sea Lion nodded. His expression became serious as he secretly explained, there are a total of 10 super-large cities in the Central Dynasty. Tianxian City, Tianyu City, and Tianyang City are one of them. Super-large cities, Madman murmured, his eyes filled with curiosity. It can even be said that the status of these 10 super-large cities in the Central Dynasty is only second to Emperor City Mountain. Although I'm the Demon King of the Kunpengsi region, once I enter these 10 cities, I won't dare to act presumptuously. Sea Lion said. Why are the status of these 10 cities so high? Madman was puzzled. Because in these 10 super-large cities, there is a direct descendant family. Sea Lion said. Direct descendant family. Qin Feiyang and the other two looked at each other. The brothers Dong Xian and Dong Tianxian came from a direct descendant family. Moreover, the family behind them had no less than 500 powerhouses who grasped the will of heaven. One could imagine. How terrifying were these direct descendants? But now, the Sea Lion Demon King told them that there was a direct descendant family in each of these 10 cities. That was to say, there were a total of 10 clans in the Central Dynasty. Was the population so prosperous? The 10 great clans are actually the rulers of the 10 great super cities. They control all the resources in the city. It's also because the 10 main families are all close relatives of the emperor. Even the Kunpeng and the dragon god have to give them some face. Sea Lion thought to himself. I see. Madman nodded. In short, the 10 great lineal clans are all powerful existences. Even the 10 great demon emperors of the Kunpengsi region dare not provoke them, let alone a demon king like me. The Sea Lion Demon King shook his head. His eyes were filled with awe towards the top 10 families. Covering the sky with one hand? I think they're just relying on the backing of the sovereign of the divine kingdom to intimidate others. The white-eyed wolf sneered. The Sea Lion Demon King looked at the white-eyed wolf in astonishment. Intimidating others? How dare they say that? Which of the top 10 clans didn't have hundreds of powerhouses with the will of the heavenly Tao? Although they did have the backing of the sovereign, the strength of the major clans couldn't be denied. What about the lineal clans? The white-eyed wolf asked. There are many lineal clans. There are a total of 56. They each control a city and are very powerful. The Sea Lion Demon King smiled. What about the side clans? The white-eyed wolf asked again. There are naturally more side clans, but no one has specifically counted them. Like now, the people we see on the street all belong to the side clans. The Sea Lion Demon King said. The madman and the white-eyed wolf scanned the pedestrians coming and going on the street. They were extremely incredulous. This Dong family actually had such a large clan. Even if these people were only side clans, they were still clans under the Dong family. They had seen many clans with large populations. But it was hard to accept that the people of the entire continent were all from the same clan. This made them wonder if the Dong family was a breeding machine that specialized in giving birth to children. The Divine Kingdom has a long history and has existed for countless years. It's actually not a big deal for the Dong family to have so many clans. After all, the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan, which we are familiar with, also has many clans. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. He was still relatively calm. Alright, just take it as an eye-opener. The white-eyed wolf smiled bitterly. The madman chuckled and turned to Qin Feiyang. He joked, it seems that the Qin family still has to work hard. The true direct descendants of the Qin clan, including Emperor Hong, Emperor Qin, Emperor Xian, Qin Feiyang, Qin Haoyan, and Qin Feiyang's 7 younger brothers and sisters, even if Qin Batian and the Feather Emperor were counted, there were only 14 of them. After tens of thousands of years of reproduction, there were only 14 direct descendants left. No one would believe this if they told others. If it were any other family head, they could have at least tens of thousands of people or even hundreds of thousands of clans. It was no wonder that Emperor Hong and Emperor Chen were so anxious, urging Qin Feiyang to give birth to a child, urging Qin Haoyan to get married, and even wanted to set up a harem for Qin Haoyan. This was because the Qin clan had too few people, and they were anxious. Hearing the madman's words, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but smile bitterly. Compared to the Dong family of the Central Dynasty, the people of the Qin bloodline were pitifully few. Little Qin Zi, since you don't want to carry on the family line, why don't you give birth to a son first, and let him make babies every day, every night? I believe that sooner or later, your Qin family will catch up with the Dong family here. The white-eyed wolf bared his teeth. Get lost. Qin Feiyang's face darkened. How could he give birth to a son just to make babies? Besides, he didn't want to carry on the family line. He didn't have the energy to take care of children now. The Sea Lion Demon King looked at Qin Feiyang, then suddenly looked at the madman and the white-eyed wolf and asked, from what you said, are there very few people in the Qin clan? I can count them with 2 hands. How many do you think there are? The madman chuckled. The Sea Lion Demon King was stunned and asked again, how many years has the Qin clan existed? The madman said, counting from their ancestor, Qin Batian, it's been more than 10,000 years. No way. More than 10,000 years, and there are only so few clansmen. The Sea Lion Demon King was stunned. He couldn't help but look at Qin Feiyang and asked seriously, is the Qin family weak in that aspect? What aspect? Qin Feiyang didn't understand. It's this aspect. The madman and the white-eyed wolf pointed at Qin Feiyang's lower body, their faces already flushed red. When Qin Feiyang heard this, his veins suddenly bulged, gritting his teeth and staring at the Sea Lion Demon King. Don't be angry. In fact, this kind of thing can't be forced. After all, some people are born weak and nothing works. The Sea Lion Demon King waved his hand. He had thought that it was because he had guessed correctly that Qin Feiyang was enraged from embarrassment. He even started to comfort Qin Feiyang, causing Qin Feiyang to nearly go berserk. Who can't do it? Do you want to let one of your sisters try? See my man's manliness? Ha! Looking at Qin Feiyang who was about to collapse, the madman and the white-eyed wolf couldn't help but laugh. This Sea Lion Demon King was really the best. He could even say such words. Wasn't he deliberately trying to attack Qin Feiyang? The pedestrians around couldn't help but look at the madman and the white-eyed wolf suspiciously. Why did these two suddenly laugh so happily? I'll endure it. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath, calmed the anger in his heart, glared fiercely at the Sea Lion Demon King, and walked towards a restaurant not far away. Why is he so unreasonable? I'm just comforting him. The Sea Lion Demon King looked at Qin Feiyang's back and sighed helplessly. Who told you to guess his sore spot? He must be angry. The white-eyed wolf bared his teeth. So, I guessed right? The Sea Lion Demon King was stunned. He's just born weak. If you have the chance, you can help him. I believe that when the time comes, he will definitely thank you for a lifetime. The white-eyed wolf held back his laughter and patted the Sea Lion Demon King's shoulder. Remember to help him. The madman also patted the Sea Lion Demon King's shoulder and laughed. Then, the two turned around and chased after Qin Feiyang. When they turned around, they couldn't help but laugh. This Sea Lion Demon King was really too interesting, making them laugh until tears came out of their eyes. The Sea Lion Demon King looked at the madman and the white-eyed wolf, and then looked at Qin Feiyang's back. He shook his head with sympathy and sighed. Sigh, how pitiful. As a man, how can he be weak? Don't worry, for the sake of the two inheritances, this king will help you solve this problem and let you regain your manliness. The Sea Lion Demon King murmured and followed them to the restaurant. Chapter 44-33. In the restaurant. In the hall. Qin Feiyang and the other three were sitting around the table. As soon as the waiter of the restaurant brought the food and wine, a young man in luxurious clothes rushed in. Isn't this the young city lord of our Green Wind City? Everyone was surprised. The young city lord had a noble status. Why would he come to such a small restaurant? This restaurant was indeed very small. There were only a dozen tables in the hall. And it was very shabby. The only gratifying thing was that although the place was small, it was very clean. The young man in luxurious clothes glanced at the people in the hall, and his eyes were directly locked on the Sea Lion Demon King. He then walked to the side of the Sea Lion Demon King and bowed. Greetings, Lord Demon King. So he's here for the Demon King. Everyone murmured. You are? The Sea Lion Demon King turned his head and looked at the young man in luxurious clothes suspiciously. The young man in luxurious clothes said, Lord Demon King, this junior is Ji Xiaowu, the young city lord of Green Wind City. Ji Xiaowu? Qin Feiyang and the other two were taken aback. How could there be a different surname in the Central Dynasty? Shouldn't the people here all have the surname Dong? However, the Sea Lion Demon King seemed to be used to it and asked faintly, What's the matter? I received a message from the guards saying that Lord Demon King has entered my Green Wind City, so Lord Father immediately asked this junior to come and invite you to his mansion. Ji Xiaowu smiled. The Sea Lion Demon King was taken aback and asked suspiciously, What do you mean? Why did he invite him to the City Lord mansion when he was not related to him? Lord, don't misunderstand, Lord Father just wants to be a good host. Ji Xiaowu said. So he's here to curry favor with me. The Sea Lion Demon King smiled secretly, looked at Qin Feiyang and the other two, and asked, What do you think? Since he has personally invited us, how can we refuse? But I don't think the father and son want to be a good host. Qin Feiyang laughed secretly. The Sea Lion Demon King was surprised. Look carefully, there's a trace of worry between his eyebrows. Qin Feiyang said. When the Sea Lion Demon King heard this, he looked up at Ji Xiaowu. Seeing the Sea Lion Monster King look over, Ji Xiaowu immediately put on a flattering smile. But even so, he was unable to conceal the worry between his eyebrows. That's true. The Sea Lion Demon King mumbled. He hadn't noticed it before. You're not thinking of harming us, are you? Suddenly, his pupils shrank. Against us? Qin Feiyang, the lunatic, and the white-eyed wolf were all speechless. You are a demon king. How dare a mere city lord harm you? Wasn't he just digging his own grave? Huh. The Sea Lion Demon King laughed inwardly. He looked at the young man and said, All right, I happen to be free anyway. I'll go with you to the city lord's mansion. Thank you, Lord Demon King. Ji Xiaowu's face was filled with joy. He hurriedly took out several hundred divine crystals, looked at the clerk next to him and asked, Are these enough to pay the bill? Enough. The shop assistant nodded repeatedly and stepped forward to receive the divine crystals. Lord Demon King, please. Ji Xiaowu retreated to the side, his expression extremely respectful. The Sea Lion Demon King got up and swaggered out of the restaurant. Qin Feiyang and the other two followed closely behind. Ji Xiaowu caught up and looked suspiciously at Qin Feiyang and the other two. He asked curiously, Lord Demon King, these three lords are? They are my subordinates, the future Demon King. The Sea Lion Demon King said indifferently. The future Demon King. Ji Xiaowu was shocked. For the Sea Lion Demon King to say such words, it could be seen that the strength and status of these three people were. He hurriedly bowed and said, Junior greets the three lords. Qin Feiyang and the other two nodded indifferently. After a while, a huge mansion entered their line of sight. The mansion was located in the central area of the city. The tall walls of the courtyard and the imposing buildings were all out of the ordinary. Outside the door, a group of guards stood upright, holding sharp blades in their hands. Their eyes were cold and their bodies exuded a murderous aura. Right above the door, there were three large words written in iron hook silver. City Lord's Mansion. Greetings, young City Lord. The group of guards saw Ji Xiaowu coming and bowed to salute. Thank you for your hard work. Ji Xiaowu smiled slightly, pointed to the Sea Lion Demon King, and said, This is the Senior Demon King from the Kunpeng Sea region. The three besides Senior are also the future Demon Kings of the Kunpeng Sea region. Greetings to the four lords. The group of guards heard this and bowed respectfully. The Sea Lion Demon King nodded. Senior, please. Ji Xiaowu pointed to the door. The Sea Lion Demon King looked up at the door of the City Lord's mansion and stepped forward, leading Qin Feiyang and the other two into the City Lord's mansion. It was worth noting that, before entering the City Lord's mansion, Qin Feiyang looked at the group of guards outside the door, and a trace of suspicion flashed in his eyes. What's going on? Why is the security so tight? Generally speaking, in a place like the City Lord's mansion, there were usually 3 or 4 guards guarding the door at most. But now, there were dozens of guards here. Moreover, after entering the City Lord's mansion, he found that inside the mansion, there was also a guard every 3 steps and a sentry every 7 steps. It was as if they were facing a great enemy. For lords, this way please. After passing through 3 corridors and 2 gardens, they finally arrived at their destination. In front of them was a magnificent hall. A group of people stood in front of the hall, waiting for them. The leader was a middle-aged man, wearing a gorgeous robe, with a square face, a rather burly figure, and a domineering aura all over his body. The other 10 people were a group of old people, men and women, and the aura they exuded was quite extraordinary. Similarly, there seemed to be a trace of worry between these people's eyebrows. Lord Demon King. Seeing Qin Feiyang and the other 3 coming over, the square-faced man immediately greeted them with a smile. You are. The Sea Lion Demon King stopped and looked at the square-faced man suspiciously. Senior, he is Junior's father, Ji Daxiong. The others are also the consecrators of my City Lord's mansion. Ji Xiaowu hurriedly stepped forward and introduced them one by one. Consecrators? Qin Feiyang and the other 2 were taken aback. Why was this popular in the Central Dynasty? So it's the City Lord. I've heard a lot about you. The Sea Lion Demon King nodded and looked at Ji Daxiong with a smile. I wouldn't dare. Ji Daxiong hurriedly waved his hand, turned around, and retreated to the side with a smile. The banquet has been prepared, Lord, please come in. The banquet has been prepared? The Sea Lion Demon King looked inside the hall and joked. It seems that you are sure that I will come to your City Lord's mansion. No. I'm just prepared. Ji Daxiong smiled. Ha! The Sea Lion Demon King laughed and led Qin Feiyang and the other 2 into the hall. Ji Daxiong looked at Qin Feiyang and the other 2 suspiciously and said, Xiaowu, who are the 3 people behind the Demon King? They are the Demon King's subordinates, and this Demon King said that these 3 people are the future Demon King. Ji Xiaowu thought. Future Demon King. Ji Daxiong and the 10 consecrators looked at each other, a trace of shock appeared in their eyes, and then they hurriedly followed into the hall. Inside the hall, the decorations were luxurious. There were all kinds of rare treasures. Even the dining table and chairs were made of rare jade. On the table, there were all kinds of delicacies. The white-eyed wolf and Frenzy sniffed and immediately stared at the wine jugs on the table, their eyes shining. With their many years of experience in drinking, as long as they smelled the wine, they could tell that these wine jugs were filled with divine wine. So sumptuous? Don't tell me it's a hongmen banquet. The Sea Lion Demon King laughed. Lord Demon King really knows how to joke. Ji Daxiong shook his head, walked to the side, pointed to the main seat, and said with a smile, "Lord, please sit." Seeing that it was the main seat, the Sea Lion Demon King waved his hand and said, "I don't dare to overshadow the host." After saying that, he walked to a chair and sat down. Qin Feiyang and the other two sat on the left and right sides of the Sea Lion Demon King. Ji Daxiong was stunned. He didn't expect this Demon King to be so particular. Generally speaking, existences like the Demon King would definitely sit on the main seat no matter where they went. After all, this was a world where strength was respected. If you were weak, even if you were the master of the house, you would have to give way. When he came back to his senses, Ji Daxiong sat on the main seat and called the 10 consecrators to sit. Then he looked at Ji Xiaowu and said with a smile, "Xiaowu, hurry up and pour wine for Lord Demon King." Ji Xiaowu nodded, picked up a wine jug, ran to the Sea Lion Demon King and poured a cup of divine wine. He then ran in front of Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang reached out and covered the wine cup, shook his head and said, "I don't need it." "No need?" Ji Xiaowu was stunned. Ji Daxiong also quickly looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, "Does Lord dislike this wine? How is he disliking it? He doesn't like to drink." "Don't force him." The madman and the white-eyed wolf grinned. They each took a wine jug and began to drink with their heads tilted back. "So he doesn't like to drink. You really scared me. I thought Lord didn't like this wine." Ji Daxiong shook his head and smiled. The 10 consecrators next to him also smiled apologetically. "Not bad." The white-eyed wolf nodded, turned his head to look at Ji Xiaowu and laughed. "Another jug." "It's finished?" Ji Xiaowu was stunned. It was finished in the blink of an eye. That was too fast. "Just this? It's not enough to fill the gaps between my teeth." The white-eyed wolf smiled proudly. Ji Xiaowu came back to his senses and smiled bitterly. "Senior is really good at drinking." With that, he ran directly to the side hall of the main hall, carried a dozen jugs of divine wine, and placed them beside the white-eyed wolf. "That's more like it." The white-eyed wolf nodded with a face full of smiles. Just the wine in the jug was not enough to quench his thirst for wine. Seeing the white-eyed wolf drinking so happily, Ji Daxiong and the 10 consecrators looked at each other, a smile creeping onto their faces. They were afraid that they would not treat him well. After 3 rounds of wine, Qin Feiyang put down the chopsticks in his hand, looked up at Ji Daxiong and said lightly, "I see that the city lord is feeling quite uncomfortable holding it in. Why don't you just say it?" Ji Daxiong looked at Qin Feiyang. The 10 consecrators also looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. This person's perception was too strong. He could see that they had something on their minds. Frenzy drank as he said, "Don't treat us as fools. Before we came to the city lord's mansion, we already knew that you should have something to ask us." The group couldn't help but look at Frenzy. Before entering the city lord's mansion, he already knew. His observation skills were truly terrifying. Chapter 44-34. The Sea Lion Demon King also put down his chopsticks and said indifferently, "Speak, don't waste everyone's time." Ji Daxiong nodded and immediately put down his bowl and chopsticks. Looking at Qin Feiyang and the others, he stood up and said respectfully, "This time, I invited the 4 of you here because I have a request. See, there is indeed no free lunch in the world." The white-eyed wolf sneered. The Sea Lion Demon King's eyes also flickered with a cold light. "Sir, please calm down. I really didn't mean to deceive you, but this matter is too important. I don't have full confidence, so I thought of using this method to get close to the 4 of you." Ji Daxiong hurriedly explained. "What important matter?" This time, it aroused the curiosity of Qin Feiyang and the others. Ji Daxiong said, "It concerns the future fate of the city lord mansion." "So serious? Is someone coming to kill you?" The white-eyed wolf was suspicious. But it's almost the same. There is a family that wants to annex our Green Wind City and make us work for them. We definitely don't want to. Because in this way, the resources of our Green Wind City will be given to them. Ji Daxiong sighed. Annexation? Qin Feiyang and the others were stunned. This kind of thing is very common. For example, the 10 great direct descendant clans. Although their headquarters are in the 10 great supercities, there are still many cities outside that depend on them. The Sea Lion Demon King transmitted his voice. So that's how it is. Qin Feiyang and the others suddenly understood. This Green Wind City is just a small city. The 10 families naturally don't like it, but it doesn't mean that other families don't like it. Moreover, in order to seize control of these cities, the major families often fight openly and secretly. The Sea Lion Demon King said again. Aren't we all family? Is there a need to fight over it? Madman was speechless. So what if we are family? Look at Great Qin. Those princes who died in the past were all brothers with little Qin Zi. What happened in the end? For a bit of selfishness and ambition, they made use of each other and killed each other. Who cares about kinship? Even the small Qin clan is like this, let alone such a big Dong clan. White-eyed Wolf thought to himself. He had seen too many of such incidents, and he was already numb to them. Qin Feiyang looked up at Ji Daxiong and asked suspiciously, "Who wants to annex you?" Dong Tianxiang, the head of a branch family. Ji Daxiong said, his eyes filled with hatred. Collateral family? Dong Tianxiang? Never heard of him, right? He shouldn't be a big shot. The white-eyed wolf pouted. You don't even know Dong Tianxiang? Ji Daxiong was stunned. What do you mean? Is he very powerful? The white-eyed wolf was suspicious. Ji Daxiong looked at the white-eyed wolf in astonishment. Then he patted his head and smiled. You four were in the Kunpeng Sea area before. It's not strange that you don't know. Isn't it just a collateral family? You are actually afraid of them? This is really an eye-opener. We are not interested in a mere collateral family. The white-eyed wolf shook his head. If it was a direct family or a direct family, they might be interested. Hearing this, Ji Daxiong, Ji Xiaowu, and the 10 consecrators could not help but feel anxious. Don't say any more. If you say any more, I will be angry. Don't disturb me from drinking. The white-eyed wolf waited for the group of people. Looking at the resolute white-eyed wolf, the group of people suddenly fell into deep despair. Suddenly, plop, Ji Xiaowu actually knelt on the ground and begged, "Sirs, I beg you, please help us. We are truly at the end of our rope." Xiaowu. Ji Daxiong looked at his son in shock. Of course, he knew his son the best. Although his talent was not very good, he was born a very competitive person and would never kneel to others easily. Lord Father, we have no other choice. Ji Xiaowu sighed and looked at Qin Feiyang and the other three. We have already given up struggling, but previously we suddenly heard that a monster king had entered our Green Wind City, so we shamelessly went to find you. Junior knows that this is a bit presumptuous, but we are really desperate. I hope that the 4 seniors will help us. Junior will kowtow to you. Ji Xiaowu exclaimed and then kowtowed one after another. Soon, his forehead was badly mutilated and blood flowed all over the ground. Looking at this scene, Ji Daxiong's heart ached. Plop. Suddenly, he also knelt on the ground and looked at the 4 of them. I beg the 4 lords, please help us. Madman frowned. Why don't you go find other families to help you? Who can we find? For this kind of thing, even if we go find the emperor, it will be useless. Ji Daxiong sighed. What's the situation? The white-eyed wolf looked at the Sea Lion Demon King in surprise. This kind of territorial dispute is too common in the Central Dynasty. As long as it doesn't get to the point where people are in a terrible situation and blood flows like a river, the emperor will not care. In other words, the emperor acquiesces to this kind of thing. Those who encounter this kind of thing can only rely on themselves. The Sea Lion Demon King transmitted his voice. So that's how it is. The white-eyed wolf suddenly understood. It seemed that the living environment of the central dynasty was also quite cruel. The white-eyed wolf looked at Ji Xiaowu and said with a cold face, "Stop kowtowing a grown man, don't you feel ashamed?" But then again, this Ji Xiaowu was still considered responsible. For his family, for the city lord's mansion, he was able to bow and submit. "Lord, I beg you," Ji Xiaowu turned a deaf ear. Not only did he not stop, but he also used more and more strength. All right. Get up first, let's ask about the situation first." The white-eyed wolf waved his hand helplessly. "Thank you." Although he did not explicitly agree, as long as there was room for negotiation, there was still hope. "Is this Dong Tianxiang very strong?" The white-eyed wolf frowned. "Not strong, he has only mastered 2 ultimate mysteries of the strongest law." Ji Xiaowu got up and shook his head. "What? 2 ultimate mysteries of the strongest law?" The white-eyed wolf was stunned, turning his head to look at Ji Daxiong and the 10 consecrators, frowning. "I think your strength should not be weak, can't you deal with such a small character?" "Of course it's easy to deal with Dong Tianxiang. But we can't touch the person behind Dong Tianxiang." Ji Daxiong sighed. "The person behind?" The white-eyed wolf was slightly taken aback and said disdainfully, "What kind of backer can a patriarch of a side family have? And his backer is not ordinary. Dong Tianxiang's backer is one of the 5 unparalleled geniuses of our central dynasty, Dong Hanzong." Ji Daxiong said in a deep voice. "Dong Hanzong." Qin Feiyang and the other 2 suddenly stood up, their eyes shining. They really did not expect it to be Dong Hanzong. "You know Dong Hanzong too?" the Sea Lion King secretly asked. "Nonsense. Dong Hanzong has been to the 4 great continents and fought with us, how can we not know?" Frenzy rolled his eyes. The Sea Lion Demon King smiled awkwardly. Looking at the reaction of Qin Feiyang and the other 2, Ji Daxiong carefully asked, "The 4 of you, are you afraid of Dong Hanzong?" "Nonsense. Dong Hanzong is ranked first among the 5 unparalleled geniuses. And he has mastered the Qian Kuan domain. Not to mention a monster king like me, even Lord Kuanpeng has to be wary of him." The Sea Lion King's face was solemn. This was not a joke. He was indeed frightened. As a monster king, how could he not know Dong Hanzong's strength? It was not an exaggeration to say that he was invincible. Ji Daxiong heard this and smiled bitterly. Sure enough, even a monster king did not dare to go against Dong Hanzong. So what if he is Dong Hanzong? The white-eyed wolf sneered and looked at Ji Daxiong. "We will help you." What? Ji Daxiong, Ji Xiaowu, and the 10 consecrators looked at the white-eyed wolf in disbelief. The Sea Lion King was also shocked. What was wrong with this golden-winged wolf king? Wasn't he not interested before? Why did he become so full of fighting spirit when he heard that it was Dong Hanzong? Let me tell you, if it wasn't Dong Hanzong, I really wouldn't be interested, but since it is Dong Hanzong, I must play with him. The white-eyed wolf laughed secretly. But his strength, we really can't afford to offend him. The Sea Lion King was worried. Useless. The white-eyed wolf looked at Ji Daxiong with disdain and said, "You didn't hear wrong, we have decided to help you." The group of people looked at each other and were overjoyed. They bowed and said, "Thank you for lords." Cough cough. The Sea Lion King coughed and braced himself. You're welcome. In fact, he wanted to cry in his heart. Of all the people to provoke, why did he have to provoke Dong Hanzong? Wasn't this just courting death? Madman asked, "Who is Dong Tianxiang to Dong Hanzong?" Second uncle. Dong Hanzong's parents died early. As for how they died, I don't know, but it seems that someone was jealous of Dong Hanzong's talent and was killed. Therefore, Dong Tianxiang can be considered Dong Hanzong's only relative in this world. Because of this, Dong Hanzong trusts Dong Tianxiang very much. In the past, Dong Tianxiang was just a small figure at the bottom who had difficulty surviving, but because of the rise of Dong Hanzong, he also turned over a new leaf. Over the years, Dong Tianxiang relied on Dong Hanzong to constantly expand the family's power. Now, they have already set up 100 cities under their control. Although these cities are basically small cities, they can't be underestimated when combined. Ji Daxiong said, Dong Hanzong's talent and talent? Are you kidding me? What talent and talent can he have? The white-eyed wolf's face was full of contempt. Ji Daxiong was stunned. Ji Xiaowu and the 10 consecrators also looked at the white-eyed wolf in astonishment. Even the Sea Lion King was the same. At such a young age, he had already grasped the will of the heavens and had the Qinkuan domain. He was ranked first among the 5 unparalleled geniuses, and even the emperor looked at him in a different light. Furthermore, he was Dong Qingyuan's disciple. If Dong Hanzong didn't have it, then who did? Patriarch, why do I feel that they are a little unreliable? One of the consecrators came back to his senses and transmitted his voice. I think so too. Ji Daxiong smiled bitterly. They seemed to regret asking Qin Feiyang and the others for help.